Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sydney Dragway, and we're about to kick off with round number 2 of the New South Wales Track Championship Series. My name's Steve Bush. Joining me up here in commentary box. Good morning, Adam. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning. Beautiful weather. Looking forward to it. And we're back on YouTube, buddy.
Yes, it's been a little bit of a lot of work happening in the background to get the YouTube channel back. So if obviously any of our competitors down in the pits want to keep a visual of what's actually happening at the racetrack, because it's always a handy thing to have, jump on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, and you can certainly keep an eye on what's actually going down the racetrack, and then keep the other eye on the schedule, and the third eye on working on the car, and et cetera, et cetera.
I actually had a quick chat. I was going to Sammy Joe and some of the other competitors. There's most of them in their caravans, in their race trucks,
Yes.
with the live stream.
Yes.
And they haven't been able to have that for a while, so I'm glad we're able to provide that. Quick shout out here to Mike Sampson, David Hewitt, watching on the live stream. Thank you guys for your presence.
They've certainly got the link and watching. So Sydney Dragway official on YouTube channel, and we're already live. So we'll be broadcasting from the very first pass, which is just about to roll into the water. Of course, all of our fantastic track sponsors, and we've also got a pretty cool thing happening in Top Comp. A little bit later on today, we've got a host of pro slammers down there. Our first pair lighting the rears up in the water box. We've got Troy Ford in the VW Beetle for Wayne Penrose Volkswagen, and Robert Gallotta down there in the Trackside Automotive Holden GTR. We are in qualifying session number 1 for Super Street here this morning. Barely a cloud in the sky. It's a very, very nice morning here in Western Sydney. Both cars away from the start line. 060 on the tree for the Volkswagen. Was holding its own till about the 400-foot mark and went silent. Gallotta down through the finish line, 10.68 with a 9, 126 miles an hour, and a 16.23 for Troy Ford in the Volkswagen on that shut-off pass.
It got me all excited, and then when he pulled out of it, I was like, oh.
Well, we always like to see a quick Volkswagen, don't we? And we have seen our fair share of quick flat fours run down the racetrack here at Sydney Dragway. Alan Stevenson, our next pair.
Our bracket sponsor as well, Power Plus.
Yes, fantastic to have them on board.
Oh, 032 to 004.
Yeah, Adam James leaving a little bit too soon. The car moved over to the wall on the hit, but got it back into the middle of the lane, and a 10.01 with a 9, 133 miles an hour to a 10.64, Adam, at 125.
Nice start to the day. Adam Bowers, our 2024 champion in the airflow lane. Bit of a different car this time.
Yeah, he's switched over to the other car in the stable. I believe this one belongs to Lachlan, his son. But Aiden Stutchbury in the rocket lane for Dialed In Racing and Shorty's Performance. The VH Commodore LS1 powered gets to the finish line first. 10.47 with a 6, 128 miles an hour. And Bowers through the finish line, 12.18 with a 5, 113 mile an hour. Our next pair, Corey Stutchbury in the airflow lane for Dialed In Racing. Shorty's Performance and Signs in No Time. Taking on Sam Sabato in the HQ Monaro for Hume Performance. Keep your eye on the red Monaro. This thing manually shifted. Gives the clutch an absolute caning. Oh, a bit of wheel speed on the hit there. Shift light flashing away into third. No issues for Stutchbury. Went 051 red on the start line, but that doesn't matter. 10.56 with a 6, 128 miles an hour. And Sabato, not as clean as he would have liked, a 10.78 with a 2.
Chris Zammett in the airflow lane in the famous Buddha VT at Commodore. And of course, the green machine, Sammy Joe.
Yes, nudging the 9-second time bracket of late since the nitrous has gone on.
PB on Wednesday night.
Yes.
So definitely heading in the right direction.
It was a 980 something, or 980.
Yeah, it was
7 or something like that from memory.
So hit 9.9s at Willowbank and then hit 9.8s on Wednesday. Oh, 003.
I was just about to say, watch for the
You can
reaction
tell we're
time,
excited, Bushy.
but I didn't want to jinx it, of course. 003 in the tree for Sammy Joe. Straight down the centre of the line, 991 with a 3, 135 miles an hour, and an 1183 with a 0 for Zamet in the Aeroflow lane at 114 miles an hour. So a bit of a speed difference at the finish line there, some nearly 20 mile an hour. Our next pair. At the start line, we have Bruce Ritchie in the big Chevy Bel Air. Big block on board, 572 cubes. Taking on Bruce Gruber down there in the Holden Commodore.
Let's go a bit of shrapnel off the track here, Wishy. Huge good morning to our officials and volunteers here this morning. You can see Nadine and Jess. Bent on Drags, good morning. Everyone look at them, they won the fluoros. That's it, wave at them. Don't embarrass them. Yep.
Good to know who your friends are, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, just fetching something there at around the half-track mark.
An indicator cover.
Oh.
An indication of something?
Well,
not anymore.
Well, maybe, hopefully it's in one piece and can just be screwed back on, but if it was in one piece, it wouldn't have fallen off.
Yeah.
All right, both cars, 007, the rocket lane's on fire at the minute.
He needs to get that reaction time to stay ahead of the Bruce Ritchie Bel Air. And it looks like he might go around him, and it does. Bruce does take the win. 11.05 with a 6 at 128 to a 12.03 with a 3 at 114. Nice close racing already for this morning.
So far this morning, yes, definitely. And you think it's close now? Wait until we reach eliminations a little bit later on this afternoon, Adam.
Yes, that is very true.
Peter Varillas down there in the Falcon FPV, taking on Henry Spikak.
Quick shout out, Mark Elborn. Good morning, mate. Says welcome back. Thank you very much.
Just waiting on Spikak to come into full stage, bring that second white light on. 056, another O light. Keeping in mind these races all use the foot brake. Spikak will get there first. An 11.92 with a 7. 118 miles an hour across the finish line for the utility, and a 12.92 with a 0 at 111 for Pete Varillas. Next up we have Craig Warren and David Matasevic. Warren's in the white Tirana for Power Plus Racing Fuels, Bills Mechanical and Sydney Scrap Steel. Matasevic for DCM Consulting. 363, Windsor on board in the Cortina. Goes 083 on the tree, just lifting that left front. Warren away nicely, so close across the finish line, a 10th and a half. The gap, a 10.52 with a 3, 126 miles an hour for Warren, and a 10.56 with a 9 at 126. So those cars are virtually identical down the racetrack. Next up, we'll have Pete Giddens in a TD Cortina for Street Neat Paint and Panel. Also racing for Shorty's Race Engines. In beside, Mark Hopkins in the LX Tirana for Hurricane Metal Roofing. Mark was our runner-up in the 2024 Championship Series. 312 Holden powering this Tirana. Giddens away first, but went red. 086 on the tree, but a 005 for Hopkins. Again, neck and neck across the finish line. Hopkins just stretching it out in the last 300 feet. 10.77 with a 6, 125 miles an hour to an 11.11. Begins. Bill Hatzinecolis for Bill's Automotive in the Holden GTS. Big block Chev in this one. Taking on Richard Matasevic for Modern Style Kitchens. He was our winner for the 2025 Track Championship Series. 056 to a 005. Now these races definitely bringing their A game in terms of reaction times this morning. 10.47 with a 0, 127 mile an hour for Matasevic. He'll take the win across the finish line to an 11.35 with a 5 at 116. Next up, Philip Armstrong in the VH Commodore for Racing Engine Developments. Taking on Jack Matasevic for Modern Style Kitchens in the XD Falcon. Track officials just checking out the aeroflow lane down there. Didn't notice any fume or similar coming out of it, but there's a couple of drops apparently. So given all clear. All right, Matasevic away with an 052 light in the XG. Uncharacteristic 357 there for Armstrong. Armstrong with the performance though. 10.13 with a 5 at 132 miles an hour to an 11.34 with a 9. Good morning, Mr. Demune. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Dennis Plassis in the XY GT Falcon, leaving with an 067 light on the red side, taking on Scott Patterson in the Paddo's Mechanical Repairs Holden Rodeo. The big Falcon will get there first, 10.88 with a 9, 118 miles an hour to 11.56 with an 8 at 120 for Patterson. Have a look at this Falcon down in the rocket lane. Moving into a super sedan now. Absolutely gorgeous for Jared Wood from Berklands in New South Wales. 440 cubed. Ford power plant on board, looking absolutely splendid in the morning sun.
Jared wants me to get the replay button ready, I think.
Oh yes.
I think that thing's about to launch.
It's got the reverse.
The gas salute.
Reverse brake.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Told you.
Wow. You saw that yesterday, did you not?
Actually, I did, but just to look at that thing, I was like, wow, we're going to make sure we get that.
Nearly dragged on the bumper if it didn't.
Let's bring that up on the big screen, up on the replay, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look. On your right lane. There you go.
Just giving the shocks a workout for the morning, making sure the oil in them's nice and warm. Although spectacular, it's not always the best way to produce a good ET.
Yeah, but it gets the people going.
Oh, of course it does. I'm not knocking it at all. It's fantastic to see. On track now, we have Haley Vella in the Ford Capri for BG Engines, M&K Trailer Repairs. Taking on Michael Little for M&T Plumbing.
See Jesse Barnes down there, helping out as part of the crew for Haley.
course, he's got the leathers on, ready to jump on board the bike. Oh, unfortunately, look like Haley rolled the beams there on the start. Left before the third end, but will still get an ET and time slip though, which is good. And a 9.83 with a 3, 142 miles an hour to a 9.28 at 143 for Michael Little in the rocket lane there.
Up next, Jamie Turmer from Kilmore and the ETS Rayfields VK Commodore taking on Niall Mitchell from Gillaby in the Wigan Customs and Restorations Gemini. And I've just been told it is a single, so it looks like the Gemini is a bit stuck. So, a solo run here for Jamie in the Aeroflow.
Disappointing for Neil in the Gemini, but hopefully he can get it sorted and come out for the next round of qualifying.
I just realised, Bushy, that's Niall. Niall. Okay, JB coming through on the 13.20, 9.82 with a 3 at 137. So we move into our next solo here in the XF, the Pro XF Falcon.
Oh, that's not a good sign for the Gemini.
Unfortunately
the
not.
Gojak's out. I hope it hasn't broken something in the drive line. Looks like we're going to run a couple of singles.
Yep.
And we've got Adam Hunter for Hunter Race Engines down there.
From Narellan Vale?
Yep.
God's country. Yep.
I'm guessing that's where you're from.
Adam's a very knowledgeable guy. He's also really good with Ellis's.
Well, I think if you're an engine builder and you didn't know much about LSs, you'd be in trouble.
This is a piston. Oh.
Well, I mean, of course, LSs are certainly a very popular choice in engine building. I think if you were chasing performance and were an engine builder and you didn't know LSs, there'd be a problem. 007 on the tree for Hunter.
Nice and straight for him as well.
Definitely. 137 to the 60 and a 947 with a 5, 142 miles an hour. So big speed for a 940 for Hunter in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we have Sean Marr down there. Adam?
Sorry, mate. Well, here from Mangaton, New South Wales, here on behalf of St Mary's Race Engines in the Tirana. 414 Chev.
Yeah, this guy definitely a very tough racer.
Gareth Wilcox on YouTube. Hi, everyone. Keep your eye on Albie Davidson in the modified bike today. He's on my bike, the Masters winner. Let's see how he goes. Fingers crossed. Hope he has a lucky day. Oh, look at the wheelie from that one.
Over towards the centre line of the lane for Marr.
We'll bring that up on the railway, Bushy. A little bit of two-wheeled action going on.
Yeah, it was a nice launch, actually. I didn't see him leave the start line first time, but that's a nice wheel stand. That wouldn't have affected the ET at all, but you can see just wandering over towards the centre line, but the car in full control would nearly know its own way down the racetrack.
Jason Field, Alcolin, New South Wales, Perfect Roofing Ford Telstar, taking on Simon Bonello, the RPM Racing Our Race Guides XW Falcon.
Another one of our very nicely presented Ford power plants, or two of them down there on the start line.
Aren't all Fords nicely presented, mate?
Well, to me, yes. Your mate Mark might tell a different story, but it looks like the Telstar's just out in front of the big Falcon, and an 875 with a 5, 159 miles an hour for Field in the rocket lane there, to a 908 with a 5 for Bonello and the big silver Falcon.
Jim Raptus, Picnic Point, and the Go Logistics. He is our track sponsor here in the 69 Dart in our rocket lane, taking on Michael
Lazowicz.
Yep, that's the one. From Craigieburn, Victoria, Muller's Truck Repairs for Capri. He is our 2025 champion.
Fantastic to see all of our Raptors just blowing the tyres off it once again. Sort of hopped on the rear and then spun. No issues for the Capri though. 874 with a 9, 153 miles an hour.
See if I got that one there, Bushy. I might have just missed it. No, oh, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, you see it just hops on the rear tyre and it unloads the rear tyre and then went into wheel spin. Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have Paul Papacosta in the Go Logistics Ford Capri.
Taking on Nathan Watt, Grabs Performance of VL Commodore. The old Windsor 440 taking on the LS2.
Oh, wheel spin.
Paul.
It was on the limiter too, I think, unless that was Watt's limiter I could hear, the two-step. No issues for Watts in the rocket lane. 902 with a 2, 148 miles an hour.
We'll quickly watch that one, Bushy, again. Left lane, smoked it up.
Does often have a little bit of wheel spin there, but the car unfortunately turning sideways, which inevitably means a bit of a pedal on the throttle. Now, we just saw Jared Wood do a big wheel stand in his Falcon. Keep your eye on Peter Villaris down there in the rocket lane, the Go Logistics XT Falcon. It's another one that we often see the front edge of the bonnet from the commentary box. For those of you watching at home, the commentary box is directly behind the start line, basically the view that's on the screen right now.
Yeah.
So for us to see the front edge of the bonnet, that means he's nearly got to drag the rear bumper on the ground.
Brad on YouTube says hit the like button. I totally agree. Won't condone, won't confirm or deny that statement, but it'd be definitely helpful. Don't forget also, as I said, please subscribe. As I said, we are back and watching. Over 100 people watching on the live stream, nice and early on a Saturday morning.
Kept nice and flat there for VLRs. I think there was a hint of wheel spin there.
I think I'm going to wear out this replay button today, Wishy.
Yes, that's why I left you in charge of it.
Let me have a quick look at that one on the right-hand lane. There we go, a little wheelie action.
Nice field of Super Sedan here today. Another pair going through their burnout procedure. Big burnout there for Dave Gruber in the strip rat for Queen Band Engine Services. Chevy Taylor over there in the rocket lane for Tilly's Motorsport Spares.
Something's shaking the building.
You're getting all the good vibrations.
I am. I think whenever Chevy comes out, I get good vibrations.
It's probably
of the automotive kind.
Yeah, yes. .027 to an .027.
Wow.
Taylor's light though matched the colour of his car. Gruber gets there first, 928 with an 8, 143 miles an hour to a 10.08 with a 1 for Taylor. All I heard there for the Sean Sorbello Commodore in the rocket lane was the turbo whistling in the burnout. Don't think I picked up any actual exhaust note. Taking on Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina, 347 Windsor on board for him. Both cars away nicely. 026 on the tree for Blackman, 064 for Sorbello. The Commodore in front at the minute, 983 with a 6, 136 miles an hour through the finish line to a 10.09 with a 6, 131 miles an hour. Our next pair, Brett McNiff from Warrington Downs, St Mary's race engines in the VG Coupe. Good to see Brett back at Sydney Dragway. Chrysler 426 power plant on board this car, taking on Naomi Dyson for Penrite Oil and B&S Waterproofing. She's in the Pontiac Firebird down there in the rocket lane. McNiff looks like he's lined up just to the, pointing to the left, almost to the scoreboard on the start line, but that car usually does lift the front wheels a little bit on the hit. And there we go. Beautiful, nice big wheel stem, 028 on the tree. Dyson went 063 red. McNiff stays in the throttle, 891 with the 3, 147 miles an hour. A 903 with a 4, 151 miles an hour for Dyson. Just see if I got McNiff's wheel stand on replay there. Here we go, car left of screen. Nice wheels up launch, probably carried them to around the 60-foot mark. Next up we have Wayne Burke in the A1 towing TE Cortina, also racing for Grant's Performance. Taking on Adrian Morton down there in this Spears Point Ford Mustang. I'd say I've seen this Mustang out here in the rocket lane. The name is familiar. Burke away first with a 008 red light. Cortina out and gone. The Mustang 159 to the 60. The Cortina 129. Working very well in the short track. 8.88 seconds for the Cortina to a 10.27 for the Mustang. Next up we have Ross Bilby in the airflow lane.
Callan Hayes from Jewel in the mighty blue Rocket Industries Aeroflow LH Tirana. One of our regulars on Wednesday nights as well. Tends to be.
Well, yeah, definitely of late. It's been making
Ross
plenty
as well,
of
sorry.
yes.
I just saw Ross on the left lane.
019 on the tree for Ross in the Falcon. Carolyn with the performance, 897 with a 0, 148 miles an hour to a 968 with an 8 at 138 for Bilby. Next up we have Christopher Smith down there in the LC Tirana for Age Pension Help, Parramatta Automotive, SMI Financial Solutions. Oh, a lot of wheel spin there for Christopher. Did very well to keep that under control. He was lucky. The car moved left, moved right, was spinning the wheel pretty hard on the hit. Went 132 to the 60. I did hit save replay. Let's see if it worked for me. Car right on the solo, about to leave the start line. Wheels in the air, moved over to the right. Chris doing a good job right at the end there. I think if he'd stayed in it much longer, it would have been a little bit messy.
He's definitely awake now.
Yeah.
We won't say what might have happened, but
No, that's between him and his race seat.
Yeah, and his suit just had a, oh my God, that was terrifying moment. So just get our officials to have a look at the track here, just make sure there's no debris or liquids or anything on there after that, or possibly before it. Quick shout out to Aslan Towers, Brad H. Lots of activity going on in the chat this morning.
You can see our Street Fighter and Street Bike competitors assembling in the staging lanes. Just checking out the rocket lane at the minute. Doesn't seem to be a great deal of concern on the start line. just to take this opportunity to take a breath, Adam. It's been a pretty full-on 2 first categories here this morning.
100% Bushy. It's the way we like it, though. It's definitely had a positive effect on everyone. They said YouTube is going crazy on this, which is absolutely wonderful. Hello to all our spectators in the stands this morning. Make sure you stay under those shades.
And just while it's quiet, if you haven't been here to Sydney Dragway before and you're a spectator, your general admission ticket gets you everywhere you're supposed to be. I'll put it that way.
Everywhere you're supposed to be.
Right. So you can watch from the stands. You can walk through the pits. There's no extra fee to do that. Just use the stairs at the northern end of the western mound. Go down and you can check out some of the activity down there in the pits. Of course, we have a number of pro slammers fronting for competition today, and that will be absolutely fantastic. We have Brody Zappia down there, Brody Davies.
What I might do, Bush, I might get those up on our screens for our audience as well, get that sorted out.
I thought I had the list open on my Facebook, but I don't. I'll change the page. There we go. Yes, we've got Brody Zappia, Salim Matter, Brody Davies, Peter Lovering, Emilio Spinozzi, and Jeremy Callahan. So it will be absolutely fantastic to see those racers out on track, of course, as part of our top comp shootout here today. So plenty of things to go and see down in the pits. Of course, those cars come pretty much right apart, and yeah, good opportunity to see all of the interior of the car when they take all the doors off. Have a chat to the drivers if they're not ridiculously busy. I'm sure that they're more than happy to have a bit of a chat. You can see Adam's been working away in the background. In his downtimes, put together some slides. There's the Brody Zappia car, of course, racing this season for AC Delco. There is Salim Matter for A-Civil in the Ford Mustang. Brody Davies in the Pennywise Mustang.
Did I double up?
You did.
Okay.
That's all right.
My bad. Give that one a go. How about that one?
There we go. That's Peter Lovering in the Shoebox Racing Slammer, 55 Chevy. And that is Emilio Spinozzi.
And last but not least.
And Jeremy Callahan in an absolute gorgeous Chevy Camaro. So definitely a high quality field in top comp here today. Should be interesting to see what those racers are able to do down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway. Looks like we have Terry the Tractor just running down the rocket lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the pit lane, if we have anyone available with a tilt tray or tow truck available, anyone with a tilt tray or tow truck, if you could please make your way to the burnout pad. Tilt tray or tow truck to the burnout pad, please. Looking at live pictures here, the big American muscle.
Yes.
Coming down the return road.
Brett McNiff's VG Valiant.
Roger Bowen.
Yeah, I was just reading that comment on YouTube. Obviously, Roger from the US, I'm guessing. He says, since I was there last year, I've discovered the joy of Tim Tams. I can't
get them over there? Oh.
Yeah, I can't get them over here. I love the extra chocolatey ones. I have some right now. I'll be right back.
Might be a black market for Tim Tams going on soon.
Yeah, well, that can be a dangerous slide though, Roger. By slide, I mean slide of the belt.
Yes.
On the outward direction. All right, but what a fantastic looking day we have ahead. Plenty of competitors, I believe, around the 180 mark here today. So a good field in all of our brackets. course, the New South Wales Track Championship Series run over 8 rounds. It's critical for all of the competitors to earn points at each of the rounds to make sure you're in with a shot to take home the championship winning trophy at the end of the year.
Look at that, you.
Yeah, that is a big set of tyres. I don't know if you could fit a bigger set of tyres on a Holden 1-tonner. This car got quite a bit of pedigree in Australian racing, was raced by CMV Performance back in the day. Now driven by Jason McAuliffe from Albion Park Rail. The Southern Motor Works, 582 cubes of Chevy on board.
Shy 582.
Yep.
It's all the fluoro colours, the blues, the greens, a bit of Nardo grey.
Yeah, there is. The front one's...
Oh, it's black on the front too, yeah.
Yeah. Not quite the colour scheme it originally raced in, but it's exactly the same principle, just different colours. So no mistaking this car with those big tubs in the rear tray. Let's see what Jason can do. I'm not 100% sure if he's still obtaining his license or if he has done so. Caraway looked fairly soft off the start line. Still went 149 to the 60. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nice and straight down the centre. 899 with a 5. 144 miles an hour across the finish line.
Just a quick announcement again, Bushy. Anyone with a tilt tray or a trailer available to help us get a vehicle off the burnout pad, tilt tray or tow truck available, please make your way to the burnout pad.
Looks like we're moving into a super gas eliminator now, Adam. Now, these races, a little bit different to the ones we've seen already. They run a pro tree, so all 6 amber lights flash at once. They run a fixed index of 9.9 seconds. We can see up there on the scoreboard. These races are looking for a 990 or slower. Very tough class. 016 to an 008 on the tree for Roy Romeo. Both cars will be side by side across the finish line. Both a little bit too quick this time around. 987 with a 7 for Polito in the airflow lane to a 978 with a 1 for Romeo in the rocket. Next up we have Anthony Panetta in the Holden Calibra. Taking on Luke Romeo. In Touch Automotive, Burson Auto Parts at Narellan, and VP Race Fuels. Luke was our runner-up in the 2025 New South Wales Championship Series. Both cars away nicely, 0.02 of a second. In their reaction times, the advantage going to Luke Romeo. The Little Roadster out in front at the moment, 959 with a 9, 157 miles an hour to a 991 with an 8 at 155. That's way under for Romeo there. Almost 0.3 of a second. Next up, we'll see Joe Catanzariti from Mount Annan, also racing for In Touch Automotive. Joe, our 2025 and 2024 New South Wales Championship winner. But needless to say, a very tough racer. Knows this car inside out. Big speed typically on this one, 160 odd mile an hour. There's the throttle stop. The car capable of running much quicker than 990, but launches on full RPM. Then the throttle stop kicks in and then it runs through the finish line. 995 with a 5 at 165 miles an hour. Another nice clean pass for the Pontiac. moving into modified bike. Of course, brought to us by bikereview.com.au. And on track now we have Siraj Singh in the airflow lane for Formation Riders on board the Suzuki Hayabusa. Taking on Jesse Barnes for Pro Tune Motorcycles and D Wood Interiors. We saw Jesse out on track with one of the cars earlier. He took home the 2025 championship. Goes 106 on the tree. Something going amiss for Jesse. He's out of the throttle around 200 feet. Singh's pass not ideal either. I think lifted the front wheel on the launch. 11.16 with an 8. Jesse's bike just rolled on through, as I said, from about the 200-foot mark. On track now we have Joshua Bukareshlev from Sinclair. Bikereview.com.au. He's on board the Kawasaki ZX14R. 0.43 on the tree for him. Taking on Angela Phipps.
Familiar name?
Yes, Phipps, unfortunately, having some issues on the launch there as well. Bukareshlev through the finish line, 9.95 with a 4, 147 miles an hour. And a 15.77 for Angela in the rocket lane. Jimmy Jock Stewart down there as a solo on board the Kawasaki ZX 14R. Oh, wild on the launch. Got that on replay. Looked like he almost wanted to try and throw him off that. Eyes on the big screen. Seemed just steadying himself and then wheels up and then came down awkwardly. I've never ridden a motorbike, Adam, but I'd imagine that wouldn't be the greatest of feelings.
My very first, I remember this is years ago before I started. My very first time riding a bike, I whiskey throttled, fell off it and broke the clutch handle. And then someone had to learn how to clutchless change gears and whiskey throttle at the same time to get it back home. And I went, hey mate, I broke your bike. Thanks for coming, I'm going home now.
I'm going to buy a car instead. Albie Davidson down there leaving the start line in the rocket lane. It's on board Gareth Wilcox's bike today.
Rolls out of it, unfortunately. The Purple Monster. Good to see Gareth and Albie walking alongside each other to get Albie on the track tonight. On today, sorry.
All right, looks like we're moving into Street Fighter, Adam, and that's brought to us by Jetta's HQ. So check out Jetta's HQ.
Brando Boskovic.
Taking on Tammy Reiko. Of course, it's a very popular name. In many different forms of drag racing. Good to see Tammy donning the helmet and giving Street Fighter a go. 13.07 with an 8, 106 miles an hour to take the win. Brianna Boskovic at 13.79, I think it was.
A couple of good runs there. Ethan Simmons from Bradbury.
Hey, who gave him the day off?
Oh, it looks like Jack's Tyres did with the sponsorship on the back window. Shout out to Jack's Tyres at Campbelltown. Taking on Lachlan McCaskill from Sylvania in the Mach 1 Welding Hyundai i30.
I don't think I've ever seen Lachlan in a Hyundai. He's always raced a Commodore product of some form. Both cars pretty close together, locked together at 1,000 feet. Who will it be at the finish line? Ethan gets there by 91 ten-thousandths of a second, 16.31 with a 7, 85 miles an hour to a 16.56 for McCaskill in the Hyundai. Just goes to show that you don't have to have a super fast car to run a super close race.
That's what makes it fun, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. And of course, Street Fighter, the entry level for sportsman style racing here at Sydney Dragway. 0.24 in the tree for Glenn Featherston in the airflow lane to an 0.35 for Glenn Garlick. They're locked together also at the finish line, 500ths across the stripe, the gap. Garlick got there first, 15.21 with a 6, 92 miles an hour to a 15.27 with a 7 for Featherston. Next up, Christopher Barillas. And Steve Hersler, 0.17 on the tree for Barillas. Hersler with a little bit more performance under the bonnet. 6-litre V8 on board, starting to stretch his legs. Adam, 13.49 with a 2, 102 miles an hour.
And a 14.84, the 6 at 96 for Christopher. And up next is Nicholas. Another Falcon. Nicholas Rellis. Was it GCN Racing? I believe, written on the back window.
Oh, these races a little bit keen to get off the start line. Rillis went 0.52, a little bit more performance over Michael Zara. The Falcon will get to the finish line first, 14.67, 94 miles an hour to a 15.85 at 87.
Couple of nice coloured Commodores down here, the purple leader and the green machine. Some nice reaction times there too from Cheryl in at the Rocket Lane. Nice and close as they cross the line here, Bushy.
Yep, the sedan just out in front, 14.86 with a 0, 93 miles an hour to a 15.60 at 89 for the Rocket Lane. Next up, Jaden Mellum down there in the DKCJ Logistics Fiat Abarth. Now, Jaden took home the winner's trophy in round number 1. This little Fiat, not a common sight on drag strips within Australia, but it's a pretty quick little car, this one. 13.85 with a 2 at 100 miles an hour. Taking on Dean Giddens in that one. The Ford Fairmont, 16.15.
The 2025 champion, here we are in the aeroflow lane. Sean Dartnell in the Motor Oil Store Hyundai i30.
Taking on Danny Stadelmeyer in the AU Falcon.
The runner-up.
Supporting the Greyhound Rescue. He's taken the runner-up spot for the last 2 years. 2024 and 25. The AU out in front right now. And a 13.62 with a 6, 99 miles an hour to a 16.54 at 82 for Dartnell. Oh, cool. Jeffrey McNiff down there on the start line in the aeroflow lane. Rarely wearing the P plater he was before. Of course, it's a Chrysler. 3.6 litre. They were a V6 in those, I think. Taking on Shane McGregor. Jeffrey was in Junior Dragsters. Yes. I think this is his first time I've seen him in a full-size car.
So Gypsy back on YouTube. Now he had issues with his account. And actually, so I'm glad you're back online. I'm glad I can see you talking because I had to fix your account last night. It was hidden in the background there, but I found it and fixed it. So welcome back, buddy. Good to see you. Tammy Reiko. I'm not sure if you mentioned that earlier, but what? I didn't hear it come up to the line.
No, I'm just sitting here puzzled because the VT Commodore was Tammy Reiko too, unless the number was wrong.
Maybe she entered twice. No, I don't think you can enter twice, but
no, definitely not in the same bracket. I'm sure that she's been given a little bit of coaching in the last hour or so.
See if you hear our track mics carefully.
feel cruel, Adam.
No. End of the day.
15:33 with a 185 mile an hour. I know that thing had a fart sound for the horn.
Does
so
it?
she should go down.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
On the track lines.
Up next, Phil Gardner for Gurong in the 2225 with Aidan Watson, Shellbill Racing, Yamaha 6, Colin Northcott from Bass Hill in the Ducati Davel. Oh, 2-3 to an 0.27 reaction times from the pair. Both of them eagerly get this win. There's nothing in it, neck and neck as they come up to the line. Wow, Colin crossing through 10.41 with an 8 at 132 to a 10.73 with a 3 from Adrian at 129. Moving to our final pair of bikes. Down at the tree. Bianca Azzopardi from Hardcore Lawns, Azzopardi Racing on the Suzuki GSXR 1000, taking on Paul Spence from Cabramatta, formation of what riders Kawasaki Ninja. Paul Space takes off the line. Bianca, a couple of issues there. It looks like she has regained herself. Paul crosses through. 12.81 with a 2. Bianca crosses through. 13.92 with an 8. As we move into our junior segments, the junior dragsters are coming through. Look here, Junior Drags is proudly brought to you by Speedflow, Australian-made performance hose fittings. Just having a quick look, as I said. A huge amount of entrants this week. Well, this round for our junior dragsters. As our marshals assemble themselves down at the finish line, getting ourselves ready for the 8th mile for our juniors. First pair, Robbie Rateski taking on Edith Maggers. Edith here on behalf of Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils. Some wonderful looking liveries on these junior dragsters. Nice launch there from Robbie. 002 on the tree, converts it for the win. 889 at 71. And a 12-12 at 54 for Edith. Up next, Archie Florimel taking on Aubrey Maggs. Archie's here on behalf of Tyres Now Motorworks, help for Mum and Dad and Road Warrior Trailers. Road Warrior Trailers also sponsors of Aubrey Maggs, Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils and Scruffy. Itchy Punk, I totally agree with you, mate. Wish I had juniors 40 odd years ago. Because I've got a daughter of mine next to me. She's just like, oh, I want that one and that one and that one. But yeah, junior dragsters as a child would have been. I would have thought I was the best thing since sliced spread at school. 0.73 reaction time from Aubrey. 0.51 from Archie. As Aubrey comes through. 8.32 with a 5 at 67, at 8.68 with an 8 at 74 from Archie. Move into Leela Watts, taking on Joshua Maggs. The Road Warrior Trailers crew, fast ass careers for Leila. Josh is also here on behalf of Speedway Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, and Scruffy. We've got to find out what Scruffy is. Anyone in the chat know, let me know. Also on YouTube, if you're watching, let me know where you are watching from. Don't say on the couch, that doesn't help me. Oh, 0.57 reaction time from Joshua. Unfortunately, it is on the red side. Crosses through. 7.70 with a 3 at 84. To an 8.34 with a 4 at 77 from Leila. Up next, Adriana Flamel taking on Cordell De Maria. Cordell's here on behalf of Hume Performance. Adriana's here on behalf of Tyres Now Motorworks, Mum and Dad, and the Road Warrior Trailers team. So we get Adriana situated into pre-stage. Nice camera angle here, a little side shot of our racers taking off. Nice run there from Cordell going through, taking the win on this one. 8:02 with a 5 at 80. Adriana crossing through. 12:09 with a 0 at 52. So, wish I asked on the stream, where's everyone watching from? Itchypun, South Wales, UK. I said, don't put on the couch because I won't read it out. So where are you watching from? At home. Like, thanks, guys.
Lucky you're experienced, Adam.
Oh, yeah. I'm probably one that used to write that. Alexis Haddard taking on Lucy Hamilton. Alexis in the airflow lane on behalf of ITF Hire Low Fabrications. She is our runner-up for our 2025 championship. Lucy's here on behalf of Perfection Automotive. Proud support from Dad. Alexis does cross through 7.99 with an 8 at 81 to a 12.57 with a 4 at 50.
Yeah, nice pass there for Lucy, of course, running in the C category. So one of our younger racers. I do like the style of Hamilton's junior drag. So it's a little bit old school. It's got the front wings on the front.
Say, yeah.
It's got the big top fuel style wing on the back, where you see the more modern car like Riley Ito and Alex Ruffalo have a lot smaller wing, and it's a lot further laid back, where the car for Hamilton there almost looks like the Charlie DeFilippo top fueler out of Victoria, if you remember, for I think it was
briefly, yes.
Redback Exhaust, I think was the main sponsor on that car. But on track now we have Riley Ito for ITF Hire at Low Fabrications and the Murphy Finance Solutions junior drag. So down there in the aeroflow lane, his crew guy just getting stuck to the racetrack. I think that's Mitch down there. Oh. Just showing
how awesome our track is.
Yeah, I was going to say we're an hour into competition, and the track very sticky off the racing line and also on it, but Mitch just losing the balance there. You can see these cars, sometimes they rock as they come into stage. What they're trying to do is just break that adhesion for that split second to move the car forward. 0.37 to an 0.64 for Ruffalo. Cars locked together across the finish line. Ruffalo got there by half a tenth with a 7.75 with a 3.82 miles an hour to a 7.83 with a 7 for Ito in the aeroflow lane there.
Well, just talking about the liveries and designs of these drags, there's a lot of these at night time also have the little underglow going.
Yes, and it's pretty popular these days, isn't it?
So watch out for that later this evening. As Benjamin Attard from Greystanes takes on the aeroflow competitors. We just grab a name. Benjamin's here on behalf of ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing, Low Fabrications. And we're just double checking that race number, Bushy.
It's not there.
Yeah, we're just double checking. As it is George Terlakis. Brick and Go Brick Lane.
Sorry, George. I'm usually pretty good at picking the cars from up here, but I couldn't quite. I'm sorry.
So when you know something in your head and you go to say it, but you see something different, and then you go, "Oh, am I wrong?" But no, looks like we got it all together there.
George running in the C junior category. Benjamin in A. So naturally, the rocket lane should get to the finish line first. Carlos was out here testing a couple of weeks ago. Ran some cracker double O lights, and the thing ran very consistently. Allard away with an 068. 165 to the 60. That thing on a good pass for ITF higher. 800 with a 0. That's #1 qualifier right there, I'd say.
Well done.
So 8000 for Allard in the rocket lane, 79 miles an hour.
Now, Alessio was here yesterday.
Yes.
I'm going to call it the reaction time champion for today.
All right. So you
Testing
just commentated Kirsten.
001, 002, 001. I was like, what is happening right now?
Yeah, wow.
So
got the eye in, that's for sure, by the sound of it. Taking on Australian #1, Zane Condello, in the rocket lane. Racing for his nono and his mum. Zane and his sister travelled up and down the east coast of Australia several times in the last couple of seasons. Each season they always seem to be on the road, but you know, that experience and that track time is definitely showing in Zane's driving and how consistent the car is and how many points he earns to all of the different championships that he competes in.
good to see him gathering up all that experience. Hopefully see him on one of the big cars.
I bet there's plans for the big cars, don't worry about that. There's just a little bit of work to do before the car's ready for that to happen, but certainly it's going to be an exciting time for him.
He put me
I
off.
told
Commentators
you,
cursed.
commentator cursed it, mate.
So Alicia, they'll take the win anyway. There we go. 775 with an 8 at 81 from Alicio.
And an 803 with a 9 for Condello in the rocket lane.
Up next, Jake McNamara. Fine Line Motorsports, Bank of Dan and Pop.
Taking on Savannah Condello. Also racing for Nuno and a mum in the rocket lane. Both cars in the A category. See Savannah just rocking the car on the start line, as I said, just trying to break that adhesion. Because the way the centrifugal clutch works in these cars can be a little bit difficult at times to move forward in small increments.
You get a very tight bike point.
Yes. All right, Jake in pre-stage. He's in the aeroflow lane in the blue and pink car. All right, both races into full stage. Tree counts down. Condello 013 too soon. No consequence at this point. Still get a time at the top end. Looks like McNamara, the car slowed at around the 500-foot mark, and Jake just stopping the car shy of the finish line.
Not the images we want to be seeing up on our big screens right now, unfortunately. So while we cover that vehicle, we might just quickly swap over to some ads. Show some gratitude to some of our sponsors, and be back with you guys shortly. As we come back out of our break, it looks like we have got the vehicle covered down here at the start line. We move into our next pair. We've got Jacob Longo pairing up against Marcus Princey. Jacob's from Jillaby. So when I see these town names, I need to know where they're from. Like, I need to like Google map them or something. Just because like, where's that? Like Bradfield, I know where Bradfield is, but yeah. We're looking up Jillaby, Mr. Bush. See what that is as they start up their engines. Itchy Punk, like I said, be right back. Mark and Jacob lining up. Jacob is part of our A-class junior X's. Marcus here is in our C group. That means just the classifications, speed restrictions, things like that. Nice run there from Jacob. Crossing through 797 with an 8, an 82 to 1191 at 50. Nice time there from Jacob. Mary Jo Benasef from North Rocks Auto Care and the Harrix 3D.
Yes, good to see Mary Jo out in competition once again.
Take on Liam O'Neill from MJ Clothing, J&C Mowers from Singleton Heights, New South Wales. Now Harrix 3D, is that?
Yes.
The Harry?
Harry Rako.
Harry can't park their Rako. Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, nice run here from Liam. 0.39 on the tree. Can't complain about that. 8.52 with a 5 at 74. Mary Jo comes through. 13.40 with a 4 at 39. Good Harry getting his legs in. Harry's doing leg day today.
Yep.
In the aeroflow lane.
If you were Jaden, you just rode the brake just a fraction.
Yeah.
It's just like a little...
Stop moving, mate. I don't know what to say.
Chloe Rako down there in the rocket lane. Runner-up in our 2024 New South Wales Championship.
Jane Manasseh here on behalf of Harrix 3D, the man himself.
Yep, if you're wondering what Harrix 3D is, check it out on Facebook. That's Harry down there on the start line. Started a little business a little while ago, a few months ago now, doing 3D scanning, CAD work, and 3D printing as well.
I have some things I need him to make for me. I know they sound very technical. It's very technical. It's a phone holder, but it's definitely something. There's people online that make these phone holders for the car.
Yes.
$400. I was like, no. Talk to Harry.
027 on the tree for Jade. A nice light for him, but Rako will get to the finish line first. 8.02 with a 5, 81 miles an hour. And an 8.56 with a 1 for Jaden Burnasev in the aeroflow lane. Next up we have Johnny Lucci down there for VP Race Fuels and Lucci Civil. Love the blue on this car. The blue anodizing looks great in the sun.
I love chrome blue. It's just a side-on view of the artwork on this dragster. I said some have no expense spared on them.
And they go all out being creative, don't they?
100%, mate.
Catch. All right, Johnny running in the B junior category. So looking for an 8.60. Has 1.7 seconds to the 60. And 8.24 with a 80 mile an hour. And that concludes Speedflow Products Junior Dragster. We're now moving into Speedflow Products Junior Drag Bike.
Speedflow, mate, they're Australian-made performance hose fittings, one of Australia's best performance hose fittings.
Yes, very much so. They've been over to the PRI shows and SEMA as well in the US, branching out to the world market. Fantastic product. On start line now we have Christopher Davidson down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on Adam Jordan. Jordan away nicely with an 0.64 light.
Chris is here on behalf of All Cast Services and the Vinyl Tree. Looks like didn't get the start he wanted though, Bushy in at the aeroflow.
No, 8.53 with an 8 for Jordan in the rocket lane. Now racing also for S&R Pro Motorcycle Towing. And we have their managed fuel services as well.
Anastasia Lucky comes out with the 666 Racing Customs. Look at those shirts. No, we're going to work out where we get some merch from, Bushy. The 666 crew. As Lincoln Bomwick, our 2025 championship champion.
Looked a bit awkward on the start line there for Lincoln. I don't know what happened. He left the start line. There was a little bit of correction on the steering, but
get that corrected for the next run.
No issues for Anastasia Lucky there. 10.41 with a 7, 68 miles an hour. And Lincoln Bonwick a 12.98 with a 5 at 50 miles an hour. All right, I think that concludes our first round of a junior drag bike. And we're about to see Super Street rolling through. What is this? This is Real Street, I beg your pardon. Real Street will be our next category to face the starter. Of course, round number 1 of qualifying for all of our competitors here.
Got the mighty VT Commodore down there. Looks like he's going to take on one of the Trackhawks. One of the Tremaniacs down here in the rocket lane. Christina Hunter down here in the Calais. Craig Collis. Yep, Tremaniac Racing. China's Candy Shop, East Coast Customs, Canberra SRT, and RVO Transmissions.
All valuable sponsors if you want to race
like
a cheap SRT.
A lot of tough parts there.
Well, the candy shop is for the driver and crew to keep
refreshments.
To keep them energized.
Then you've got the engine specialist, the transmission specialist, and then Tremaniac. If you don't know who Tremaniac is, you need to maybe get that checked out.
Yep. So all the performance, everybody's performance is covered. Christina Hunter racing for her father and Pro Draw Design, the LS3 on board the VT Calais. 051 red on the tree for Collis in the rocket lane. Hunter away nicely. The VT Commodore drawn up alongside the Chrysler and gets to the finish line first. 11.23 with a 7, 121 miles an hour to a 12.49 with an 8 at 109 for Collis in the SRT. Next up we have Dean Merchant from Deception Bay in the FG Falcon XR6, racing for Eye for Detail and Syneco.
Steve Warren, East Coast Panel and Paint, Waterview Heights in the SS VY Commodore in the rocket lane. Good old classic Ford vs Holden. Nothing in it so far.
It looks like the Falcon's just out in front, Adam. Just out in front of the 1,000. 11.41 with a 9, 123 miles an hour to 11.68 with a 3 at 117 miles an hour for the Commodore in the rocket lane. Monstrous burnout for the racer down there in the rocket lane. Taking on Rodney Balgowan in the airflow lane. And that is Dale Samuelson.
Yeah. Dale Samuelson, the Statesman?
Yes. You can see the smoke still drifting away from it. .094 green for the Statesman. 050 red for Balgowan. Balgowan out in front at this point. 12.02 with a 9, 112 miles an hour to a 12.36 with a 3, 112 mile an hour. Another big burnout for the rocket lane.
We don't complain.
I'm no complaining. There's Tony Rogers down there, all the way from Queensland. House of Wraps, BF Falcon Utility.
Connor Annius, our 2025 runner-up from Model Grove, the VE Commodore. Nice launch there from Con. Man on a mission.
Sure was, leading the way for the Falcon Ute.
Con crosses through. 12.11 with a 7 at 113, Bushy.
And a 13.13 with a 7 for Rogers in the rocket lane. Next up, Jamie Nilsson. Another racer down from Queensland, running for Black Panther Racing, the XR6 Turbo, the Barra 4-litre 6-cylinder on board for him. We both know, we all know how good the Barra Turbos are. Looks like our final pair of qualifying.
Jamie takes off.
In Real Street as a 2.2 second 60 foot. Gets moving at the top end though, 100 mile an hour at half track and 11.52 with a 1 at 130 miles an hour for the Falcon. So definitely making the horsepower at the top end of the racetrack.
So, let's move on.
Let's
have a look, trying to see through here who's up next.
It looks like it is Platinum Powder Coating Modified Eliminator.
Up there on our screens, Platinum Powder Coatings. Give Louis a call, phone number's up there. Actually pretty honestly based, excellent quality so far, so I'm very, very
Excellent.
happy.
Good to hear, a little bit of feedback.
Help the supporters that support us.
Correct. our first pair of modified eliminator cars. Warming up, oiling through to the water box, and we have Jess Turner and Harrison Fletcher. Turner in the rear engine dragster. Fletcher in the Ford hot rod. Turner took home the 2025 New South Wales Championship. Here at Sydney Dragway, racing for Higgins Raceheads, Dominator Converters, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Wild Ink Merch, and PTHP.
Jess was out here yesterday as part of the test and tune. So, definitely good to get the practice in. As Harrison Fletcher, one of the more familiar looking cars. If you've ever seen that orange thing before, you'll see a lot more of it.
Pretty tough racer is Harrison. Often goes rounds, as does Jess. Now, I've noticed that the class designation for Jess is AA, so I'm not sure if she's running the nitrous. We'll find out very, very soon.
She had the blue bottle on yesterday.
Ah, right.
So probably
007 green for Jess. The car moved around right on the finish line, but a 751 with a 180 miles an hour. And Fletcher in the rocket lane, 884 with a 0.
Brooke Rapisada, BP Racing Fuels. Christopher Brown from the Coding King. Race Fuels Direct, Power Plus Race Fuels. Brooke was here yesterday as well. Had some great runs. At least she got a PB yesterday. I was on water box duty yesterday.
Oh, were you?
I was assistant star, and then I started doing the water box. And then she got a PB. I said it was the special water. Track Mike's picking up all the noises today.
All right, both races into pre-stage. Now full stage. 051 on the tree for Rapisada. Car out of the start line like a bullet. 1:06.9 to the 60 at a 7:09 with a 4 at 191 miles an hour at the finish line. Brown's altered a 9:61 with a 2 at 140 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Tegan Smith. In the Beauty by Teagues, APM backed. Rear engine dragster, also running for JM Auto Repairs. Stop Slow at traffic control. Tony Smash Repairs and Liquid Clothing. Taking on Daniel Moore in the rocket lane. Moore in the altered for NZACT, motorhound.com, Road Warrior Trailers, Maisie Bloom Flowers and Gifts.
R15 reaction there from Daniel. I'm not exactly sure. She red lit.
Yeah, it looks like rolled the beams, I'd say. The tree hadn't activated, but a 795 with a 169 miles an hour for Daniel Moore in the rocket lane. Next up, we see Chelsea Smith and Paul Lynette. Smith in the airflow lane. JM Auto Repairs. Tony Smash Repairs. Stop Slow Traffic Control. 540 cube big block. Chevy between the chassis rails for Chelsea. All the net in the rocket lane. Ford T-Bucket. Chevy 434. All right, Lynette in now. Tree counts down. 033 to an 043. Nothing in it.
Chelsea's coming around here.
And the big block Chev working well. 93 ten-thousandths of a second across the finish line.
And the speeds, look,
yeah,
4 kilometres difference.
Yeah, 749 with a 0, 179 miles an hour for Smith to get it. Next up, we'll see Peter Brown from Sims Integrated Solutions in the rear engine dragster.
Peter was here yesterday for our test and tune. He had some good runs. There's a look here, Mark Tenswell, the FE Dragster's got the platinum powder coating stickers on the side.
Two very different ways to go modified eliminator racing. Holden 202 inline 6. On board the front engine dragster. And 540 cubic inches of Chevy V8.
It's a little one, mate.
Yeah. There's nearly 3 of the Tanswell engines in the capacity for Brown. One of those cars up on the limit, I think it might have been Tanswell. 750.
Wow.
8 with a 5, 178 miles an hour for Peter Brown.
At 10.76 with a 5 at 112 from Mark. There's Alan White in the mighty T-Bucket. Small block Chevy 386. Taking on Mark Allen Bull, from Mangor. Shire Automotive, Shire Performance Engines down at QE. Small block 386, small block 388.
Yeah, so on paper, not too much in this one. You got me thinking there for a second, Adam. Of course, Mark Allen, one of the commentators from Willowbank Raceway, and I thought, that's not Mark's car. Just sort of half zoned out there for a second.
Bit right, helping his father get himself pre-staged at the tree. They get themselves locked in. Oh, 006 from Alan.
Wow. Nothing wrong with Al's reaction times. 018 on the tree for Bull in the rocket lane. The dragster will get there first with a 779 with an 8, 168 miles an hour across the finish line.
And an 8.54 with a 7 at 150 from Alan in the aeroflow lane. Looks like we're having a solo run here, unfortunately, here. Looks like Joe's had some issues. Alistair Stewart from Caribbean in the airflow lane here on behalf of LA Lubricants, Jeff's Racing, Denaro Chassis, and Cackling Pipes Photography. So I got distracted. There's someone there wearing a sea captain's hat.
All right, looks like Alison Stewart, unrepresentative, 9.26 there, only 81 miles an hour. Looks like we're moving into top sportsman now. But it looks like the Stewart dragster has stopped at the top of the hill in the braking area.
Well, we've got 2 seconds, Bushy.
Yes.
I've just been notified we have discounted corporate box facilities today. So if you're interested in if you're in the crowd today and you want to take advantage of some cold aircon right behind you in those corporate boxes, head over to our merchandise shed, as you can see up on the big screen, located up on top of the hill. With the kids waving. Yeah, thank you. That's one of our paid actors. So I said, corporate facilities are available today at discounted rates. If you are interested, go see our lovely staff in the merchandise shed and they'll be able to give you some further information and hopefully get you hooked up with some nice aircon. Nice tough burnout there from Scott Cousins from the Gas Motorsport Datsun 1200.
And equally as a tough burnout there from Kane Mackey down there from South Penrith in the Holden HR. Definitely a turbocharged, a small block Chevy on board the HR. There's a pretty serious horsepower about to be unleashed. Down the racetrack, we know Scotty Cousins' Datsun will run into the 7-second zone. Scotty's been coming out to a number of our Race for Real Wednesday nights, trying to find an issue with the car. It turned out, I believe it was a small crack in one of the inlet manifold. Got into a bit of wheel spin on the start line for Cousins. Still 181 mile an hour though.
A nice time there at 84. As Kane went through 780 with an 8 at 146. It's Lisa Sargent in the familiar Camaro. Positive powder coating. Taking on Leo Georges. Creamian Engine Services, the Motor Oil Style and MB Designs.
Yeah, running for Rocky Lamatita and Sons. Of course, Carrot Farmers, Top Fuel Racers.
The Carrot Kings.
Carrot Kings, that's exactly right. You'll see their name in Woolies and Coles.
And on TikTok.
Yes.
They've actually been I'm very surprised, yeah. Mr. Lamantina on the TikToks with the kids.
All right, orange definitely the theme color down there for these two cars.
If you haven't seen this vehicle before, watch the parachute in the aeroflow lane. Makes it a little bit more fun. Red light from Lisa, unfortunately there, Bushy.
Yeah, uncharacteristic. 026 on the tree for Georges in the van. Camaro takes the win though. 956 with a 7.
On our screens there.
155 miles an hour.
The end of the Carrot.
Our next pair going through their burnout procedure. We have David Whitmore down there in the Chevy Nova for Grant's Performance. Power Plus Race Fuels. Taking on Owen James in the Ford Cortina. For OAC Engineering. Cleveland 427 on board. This an ex-pro stock car from back in the day. Whitmore running the supercharged 400 cubic inch small block Chevy.
Lumping itself up to the tree.
Yeah. .061 to an .068. Whitmore over towards the wall at around the 300-foot mark, but slowly brings it back into the center of the lane. A 7 with all the 7s at 173 miles an hour for Whitmore to an 860 with a 9 at 156 miles an hour. Nathan Cooper gets pretty wild in the burnout in his small block Chev powered Hold Gemini.
Quick spot check. As Mark Klein gets himself paired up. Mark was here yesterday doing some testing. Nice burnout there from Mark.
Mark Clean from Admiral Beach in the Chevy Cavalier, 620 cubic inch big block Chev, taking on Nathan Cooper in the little Hold Gemini. Gemini went 006 red. Lean away nicely. Shoots out right on the finish line, 7:45 with an 8. 179 miles an hour to an 8:33 with a 6. 163 miles an hour for Cooper. Next up we have Josh Boscovich in the Wild Ink Motorsport merch and Bosco Mobile Mechanical. XA Ford Coupe. Taking on Michael Redding in the Chrysler LeBaron. Boscovich with a big burnout, lots of opposite lock happening there. Car certainly come alive. Now running low 8s, high 7s, fairly regularly.
I've got the replay button on standby.
Yes, you've got it on. You've got it primed and ready to go.
A couple of our crew members getting a little bit stuck down there. Bosco here on behalf of Old Ink Merch, Bosco's Mechanical, Mark Redding in the Rocket Lane here on behalf of Hunter Valley Trucks as they both get themselves situated. Here we go. Bosco's car hard launch. He's going for the chase to Michael. Michael might take this one. 769 with a 2 at 176 to an 812 with a 9 at 162. Red O'Connor from Lendilo and the Jay's Custom Fabrications Camaro in behalf of also Creative Displays and Joinery, Jenkins Performance Injuries, Sam Moreau from Murray Bateman, the Ford Coupe. Clearing the pipes out on the Camaro as Sam's team's getting him up to the line. They're ready to go. Quick wheelie bar check. Brett's car. Quick shut of the door. Oh, little red light there from Brett. Nice launch there from Sam. Brett will cross through first, but 712 with a 4 at 194 to a 795 with a 2 at 173. Matt Clark here on behalf of Torque Calibration Services, Liquid Clothing, Flat Out Services, ARB Windsor, Methanol Moonshine, we'll drink that. Shout out to Wade Aldner and the ASP Fire Services. All the way here from Balcombe Hills, Small Box Chevy 440. Lights go green, takes off. Well, best reaction time. I'm guessing that's not what they're looking for here at the moment. Try and get the A to B sorted out as he goes through for a 933 with a 9 at 162. So moving into our boosted Outlaws. Chris Manx taking on Curtis Reed. Boosted Outlaws brought to you by iconico.com.au. Chris Manx does his burnout. Goes right here on behalf of AFT Plumbing Services. He is our 2025 champion. Reed down there, crew chiefing for Curtis. Chris is here on behalf of Motorsport Connections. All the way here from Colby in New South Wales. The AFT Plumbing Dragster, Curtis, is locked in. He's ready to go. Chris coming up to line. Nice and steady. Chris is locked in. Curtis is locked in. 007 reaction time from Curtis Reed. One done, said and done. 103 on the 60 to a 639 with a 4.215. Nice run from the pair. Move into next pairing here. Paolo Tarradello from Emu Plains taking on Anthony Bull. Nice, loud, tough burnout from Anthony Bull. Shy Automotive BA Falcon. The CV Performance Mustang Paolo in the outflow lane. Paolo and Anthony getting the car situated, both of them locked in real quick here. Nice run from Anthony, rolls out of it as Paolo comes through from the end. And Paolo rose through 666 with a 5 at 136 to a 1242 with a 1 at 68. So obviously not one of Anthony's best ties, but hopefully you get that sorted out for the next round coming up later today. Let's look down here. Our staging lanes, we've got Brittany Olive in the A Civil Motorsports Gulf West Norm, MJ Mechanical taking on Gareth Rogers in the Aeroflow Rocket Industries Bantam Altered.
All right, I'll leave the first to start there. Rogers just behind. Two very tough race cars about to go through their burnout procedure. Nice burnouts from both sides of the racetrack. Fantastic for the Olive team. Welcome Gulf Western Oils on board as a sponsorship. Partnership that was announced only recently. Of course, Boosted Outlaws brought to us by Iconocoat. Rogers into pre-stage, got the top white light on, now into full stage. Looks like he's aiming pretty much at the scoreboard at the finish line. Car turns around to the right, wants to go towards the center line. A little bit of a move at half track, but the cars are around 2/10 apart at the finish line. Nice pass on both sides of the racetrack. 6.40 with a 208 miles an hour for Gareth Rogers. And I think it was a 6.22 there for Olive.
Nice solid runs there.
The Rogers crew pretty excited about that pass. It was nice and clean on both sides of the racetrack.
Looks like Jeff Sargent's getting ready to run up next. Run up for a 2012 championship.
Don't often talk about the tow cars just while we're waiting for Jeff Sargent to start up. Have a go at the colour of this one-tonner down here in the as a tow vehicle.
Just on our big screens here.
Yeah, wow. Looking fantastic. All that chrome and the polished aluminium.
As some would say, it's sick as, according to the number plate.
Looking fabulous in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. Yes, they would have no issue whatsoever in towing Jeffrey's car around. I'm assuming it's for Jeffrey. He's our last competitor in Boosted Outlaws. Of course, the Chevy Camaro for positive powder coating. Platinum powder coating, mixed metal roofing. Shouldn't be too far away from a fire up. See down there, the Sargent Camaro must have an onboard starter. He's not, it doesn't have the external starter connected. I could hear the winding over, the cranking over of the not something we see a lot of in this style of car.
Nice start burnout here from Jeff.
Throttle stop removed. Make sure that Jeff gets the full throttle. Of course, that's not required for the burnout. See all of our sportsman competitors are lining up in the staging lanes, ready for their second shot at qualifying. But first, we've got Extreme Bike coming under the tunnel now. Sargent into a full stage. The tree counts down. Nice lead for him. 0.69 on the tree. A little bit of a move on the hit. And out of the throttle around about half track. Still went 4.54 to the 8th mile mark at 144 miles an hour. Car with the chutes out. And I think Stop at the top of the hill in the braking area. I can see the quad coming to retrieve Jeff. We shouldn't be down for too much longer, but I can see our first pair of extreme bikes sitting down in the water box. We have Ryan Franks in the aeroflow lane taking on Diane as a party, both on board Hayabusas. Diane, our runner-up in last year's New South Wales Championship, racing for as a party earth moving. Franks for GSF Engineering. Looks like the turnaround is clear. The bikes fire into life. Of course, these competitors not using wheelie bars, but they do have the extended swing arm and a relatively small tyre for the amount of horsepower they're producing. Often into the 6 second zone, 200 odd mile an hour. I know we've definitely seen Franks' machine high 190s. Getting quicker and quicker each time out on this machine. Both turbocharged, the tree drops, a lot of wheel spin on the hit for Franks. Bike wanting to cross the center line, but Ryan deciding to get out of the throttle. No issues for Diane there in the rocket lane. A 783 with a 9, 167 miles an hour through the finish line. Unfortunate unrepresentative run for Ryan Franks there. Next up, we will see Darren Foley for Rams Head Services and CHE Precision Auto in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joe Curry on board the Harley-Davidson Destroyer. The VP Race Fuels, Connection Concepts, size Harley-Davidson. Foley's machine, one of those Sydney-based races that will run 6 seconds at 200 mile an hour. Korea away nicely with an 017 light. Oh, some issues there for Foley. The bike vibrating on the hit of the throttle, the bodywork and everything, so I don't know if a mount's come undone or something. I'm not sure. I have hit the replay. We'll see what we can get. An 893 with a 142 miles an hour for Curry in the rocket lane. Just see there the bike left of screen, the rear tail just wobbling around. And that concludes our first round of qualifying for all of our competitors. We're about to move into a Super Street, their second round of qualifying. And we have Rob Gallotta down there in the Holden GTR for Trackside Automotive. Bill Hatson-Nicolas for Bill's Automotive in the rocket lane. A pair of Holden products, the GDS in the rocket lane. Big block Chev on board for Hatzanacolis. By 75 on the tree for the Rocket Lane. 186 for the Tirana in the Aeroflow. Tirana with the legs at the finish line. 1069 with a 7. 126 miles an hour to an 1143 with a 9 at 115. Next up, we'll see Bruce Gruber in the Commodore, taking on Alan Stevenson. The Power Plus Fuels New South Wales HB Tirana. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Gareth Rogers and Brittany Olive coming back along the return road. 087 red to an 055 red. Alan Stevenson out in front and a 1081 with an 8, 124 miles an hour to take the win. Over an 1197 with a 7 at 115. Next up, we'll see Craig Warren down there in the white LJ Tirana, Power Plus Racing Fuels, Bill's Mechanicals, and Sydney Scrap Steel, taking on Chris Zammit. Zammit in the VT Commodore. Refrendo Brothers Transport. 024 to an 027. Zammit with a better reaction time, but the performance will go to the Tirana. 1154 with a 1, 127 miles an hour. To an 1159 with a 9 at 116. Next up, we'll see Aidan Stutchbury and Adam Bowers. Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane. Leaves the 122 light. Bowers with a 132. VH Commodore with the legs at the finish line. Will get there first. 11:48 with a 6. 127 miles an hour. To a 12:14 with a 2 at 115. For Bowers in the Rocket lane. Next up, we'll see Sammy Joe Johnson. Dialed in Racing. Taking on Adam James in the XY Utility. Sammy Joe, I believe, our #1 qualifier at the moment in the VH Commodore LS1. Nitrous assisted racing for Cryo Blasting. Shorty's performance. Aeroflow performance as well. See the sponsorship list growing. 074 on the tree to an 049 for James in the Ute. The Ute just out in front at the minute. Will the VH get around at the top end? No, it won't. 10.05 with an 8 for James to take the win to a 10.18 with a 9 at 131 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Sam Sabato in the HQ Monaro. 350 Chevy taking on Troy Ford in the Wayne Penrose Volkswagen-backed VW Beetle. Oh, the Beetle away nicely. 057 on the tree, of course, manually shifted, as is the Monaro in the Aeroflow lane. Beetle still out in front. The Monaro not going to catch it from there. 11.23 with a 3, 118 miles an hour to an 11.98 with a 6 at 105 for Sabato in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we'll see Henry Spikak in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Ute, taking on Bruce Ritchie in the Chev Bel Air. Ritchie will take the win, 10.60 with a 6, 127 miles an hour to 11.92 at 118 there for Spikak in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we'll see Peter Villaris take on Corey Stutchbury. Villaris in the Ford FPV, Stutchbury in the VX Commodore. .053 on the tree for Villaris to an .091 for Stutchbury. Both away nicely. Stutchbury with the horsepower, 10.58 with a 5, 127 miles an hour to a 12.16 with a 9 at 115 miles an hour for Villaris in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we'll see Mark Hopkins and Blaine Bull. Hopkins in the Tirana, racing for Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Fabrications, JF Engines, Altec, and Hurricane Metal Roofing. Bull in the Rocket Lane, racing for Shire Performance Engines and Machining. 052 on the tree for Hopkins. Just out in front of the Falcon, gets there 10.81 with the 3, 124 miles an hour to an 11.11 at 120 mile an hour for Bull. Next up, Jack Matasevic in the XD for Modern Style Kitchens in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Pete Giddens in the Ford Cortina. Shorty's race engines and a street neat paint and panel. .046 on the tree for Matasevic. Will the Cortina come around at the finish line? Yes, it does, by 700ths of a second. 11.16 with a 2, 121 miles an hour to an 11.37 with an 8 at 118 mile an hour for Matasevic. All right, if XY Falcons are you think, we've got a yellow utility down there for Richard Matasevic, Model Style Kitchens. He was our 2025 New South Wales Championship winner, taking on Dennis Plassis for Big H Racing and Aerolex Services. Ours Race Glides also helping Dennis out in his racing. .009 on the tree for Matasevic to an 011 for Plassis. I think the utility has the horsepower at the finish line. And we'll get there first. 10.80 with a 9, 109 miles an hour to a 10.95 with a 3 at 117 for Plassis in the Rocket Lane. Next up, we'll see David Matasevic, DCM Consulting in the TD Cortina, take on Scott Patterson in the Holden Rodeo, racing for Paddo's Mechanical Repairs. .055 on the tree for Matasevic. A 228 for Patterson. The Cortina out in front at the minute. And a 1061 with a 9, 125 miles an hour to a 1077 for Patterson in the Rodeo. Next up, Philip Armstrong on the solo in the VH Commodore. See our Super Sedan competitors rolling in under the tunnel. See what Armstrong can do. One, 2, 7 on the tree. Bring the car back to the center of the lane. And we'll run on through the finish line, 10.19 with a 3, 131 miles an hour. Now moving into a Super Sedan. Of course, brought to us by Go Logistics. Next up, we'll see Christopher Smith in the airflow lane, taking on Adam Hunter. Now, Smith's car was a little bit crossed up in the first round of qualifying. Oh, nice wheels up launch from both cars. Smith's over towards the center line this time around, carrying a little bit more speed at half track, locked together with the Falcon. The Tirana actually, I thought, was going to take the win, but there was 16 ten-thousandths of a second across the finish line. Hunter will take the win, 9.42 with a 5, 142 mile an hour to a 9.20 at 1.45 for the Tirana. Next up, Jason McAuliffe from Albion Park Rail down there in the one-tonner, taking on Jared Wood in that gorgeous Falcon. All right, let's see what the Falcon can do. Nice wheels up launch once again. Leaves the start line 0.23 on the tree. The tonner with the horsepower, 842 with a 9, 158 miles an hour to a 911 with a 1 for Wood in the airflow lane there. I did get this on replay. Keep your eyes on the big screen, the car right of screen. Not quite as big as the first wheel stand, but that one a lot more manageable in terms of getting a good ET. Next up, we'll see Adrian Morton in the Ford Mustang from Spears Point, taking on Wayne Burke, A1 Towing. Grant's Performance. .066 on the tree for the Cortina. And we'll cross the finish line first. 8.87 with an 8, 152 miles an hour to a 10.26 for the Ford Mustang. Next up, Jared Tyrrell down there in the VK Commodore. 6-litre LS on board for him, taking on Jason Field in the Ford Telstar. Both cars on the rev limiter. Two-step. 031 to an 037. Jason Field with the better light. Will the VK come around at the top end? No, it does not. 8.87 with a 3, 155 miles an hour across the finish line. And a 9.01 with a 4 for Tyrrell in the VK. Next up, Jamie Turner in another VK, running the 427 Chevy. Racing for Dominator Converters, Higgins Raceheads, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Paul Turner Horsepower, and Super Trick Diffs. Taking on Sean Marr down there in the HB Tirana for St Mary's Race Engines. Just waiting on Turner to bring that second white light on. It's on there now, wheels up, goes 017 red. Oh, Sean Maher over towards the wall. And I think he might have just made contact with it. Went 005 on the start line, and I just caught the very end of the replay. Did he make contact? Yes. I think I might have just saved it. Car right of screen. Big wheels up launch, very high. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, that's very close. I bet you that certainly got Sean's attention. That thing normally on rails. Definitely would have got his attention. That's a right-hand drive car too, so it was only a few millimeters away from the concrete. Now officials are picking up. It looks like a small amount of bits and pieces, so whether that's just been dragged across or what, I'm not sure. I dare say Sean's heart rate would be up. Well, I can say, I said it before, I can say it again, this first couple of rounds of qualifying has definitely been eventful across all of our categories here today. All right, the cars are being given the fire-up signal. Our next pair will be Hayley Vella in the Ford Capri, racing for M&K Trailers. BG Race Engines taking on Carolyn Hayes from Dural in the rocket lane. Very, very nice Holden Tirana, and also very nice Ford Capri down there for Hayley. It's the car campaigned by her father, Alan, also down on the start line. 343 cubed Windsor power plant. Counts down. 065 for Carolyn in the rocket lane, but the performance here is all for Vella in the rocket lane. A 918 with a 5, 144 miles an hour to a slowing 1196 with a 6, only 74 for the Tirana. Next pair out will be Nathan Watt and Rex Webster. Watt's down there in the VL Commodore for Grant's Performance and Burson Auto Parts. Rex Webster in the rocket lane in that Austin A40 big block Chev, shoehorned in the front of it. A little bit of a pedal there for Webster. in the utility, but Watt out in front, straight down the centre, goes 8.94 with a 4, 149 miles an hour. Our next pair, Michael Little in the yellow Tirana taking on Simon Bonello in the Silver Falcon. Welcome back to the commentary box, Adam.
Thank you, mate. I've had my workout for the day, running up and down the strip.
Well, I can see you wearing your fluoro vest. What's it like outside?
It's actually not too bad. It's nice. It's sunny, but not hot. For those watching at home, we've just added another camera, so you'll see coming up right about now. There we go, a little flyby cam we've added for today.
Nice.
So
good view, that one. 001 green on the tree for Michael Little. Goes a 9.27 with a 9. Bonello a 9.06 with a 9, 145. Next up, Michael Milazewicz and Dave Gruber. About to face off for their second qualifying hit here. Milazewicz for Mullis Truck Repairs in the Ford Capri. He was our 2025
champion,
yeah, took home the gold. Not literally, it was just a gold colored trophy, but very well deserved. Making many trips to Sydney Dragway from Craigieburn in Victoria.
Oh, nice little wheelie there from David.
Capri will get there first, 8.73, 153 miles an hour.
9.27 the 3 at 143. So just a quick watch of the replay. Right-hand lane. As he gets ready, and go little wheelie. There we go. Not bad. Sean Sobello Holmes VS Commodore with the LS6 litre, taking on Graham Blackman from Creambian Engine Services in the Cortina 347 Windsor. Oh, 2 negatives here. Both of them just outdone themselves here as Graham crosses through for a 10.21 with an 8 at 132 and a 9.83 with a 9 at 134 from Sean. Up next, Steve McGurr, Cruise and Fabrications RX-7, Jim Raptis in the Go Logistics Dodge Dart. Go Logistics, one of our proud sponsors of our state titles. Hello to those watching at home. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you get notified when we have our weekly events here on our YouTubes. Oh, launch there from Steve. Look at the wheelie bar, had to give some work in, and it looks like he's able to get around Jim and crosses through.
Yeah, 8.64 with a 9, 158 miles an hour to a 9.56 for the Dart at 144.
Naomi Dyson here in the BNS Waterproofing Pontiac Firebird, here on behalf of Penrite Oil. Taking in Ross Bilby, Nato Grey XE Falcon. Ross, no stranger to these competitions, also a participant in our Wednesday night race for Real Series on Wednesday nights. If you do have a street car, why don't you come join us next Wednesday? As the pair take off 079 and 031.
Dyson out in front here and will take the win across the finish line. 9.05 with the 6 at 150 miles an hour to a 9.61 with a 1. Next up, we'll see Brett McNiff down there for St Mary's Race Engines in the VG Coupe, taking on Peter Virilaris. Go Logistics XT Falcon. Prime your replay button, Adam.
I'm ready.
For me, please. Keep your eyes on the Falcon.
Which one?
Oh,
they both did it.
The Valiant did a big wheel set too. We'll get 2 for 1 here. 0.73 on the tree for Villaris. The Falcon 9.28 with a 5, 145 miles an hour. McNiff in the Aeroflow lane, a 8.92 with a 6. Pick your poison. I think the Valiant slightly better.
They're going to have to try and do better next time.
Yeah, put the weight in the boot instead of the
like
front.
a high jump competition.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate, not high enough. Do it again. Come back around.
It's easy for us to say.
Nah.
We say that tongue-in-cheek. It's fantastic to see these races coming out and you know, throwing everything at the start line.
Even though I have no financial investment in your vehicle, can you please do a wheelie?
Not a bad lead for Paul Papacosta in the Capri this time. There was no wheel spin that I could see, and runs through for an 8.81 with a 153 miles an hour. Jimmy Denaro over there in the Rocket Lane, our championship winner from last year, 9.25 with an 8. Papacosta crew looked pretty excited down there on the start line. Was that a PB, but guys? Definitely a high 5 down there. All right, Chevy Taylor down there in the Aeroflow lane.
The Tilly Motorsport Chevy bubble top.
.009 on the tree. Gets all that weight moving with a 1.4, 160 foot. And through the finish line with a 10.09 with a 131 miles an hour. And I think that concludes Super Sedan qualifying round number 2. We're now moving into Super Gas. Their second shot at a qualifying time, of course, looking for a 9.90. We have Roy Romeo and Joe Catanzariti. Romeo in the Aeroflow lane. The Commodore, oh, the car violent on the start line, looked to hop on when the trans brake was released, and something not right there for Roy Romeo. Didn't get back in the throttle. Catanzariti, a 9.86 with a 5, 165 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Luke Romeo in the Ford Hot Rod, taking on Nicholas Polito. Down there in the Ford Probe. One of 2 Pro Stock Championship winning cars here today.
Okay.
Both campaigned by the Polito family. .002 on the tree for Nicholas. 023 for Romeo. As you would expect, side by side.
Both of them out.
Yeah, both under that 990, 978 with an 8, 157 miles an hour to a 986 with a 6 for Polito. Romeo slowed that car down, but still not enough. Can only do the same again, I think.
Here's a familiar face, Anthony Panetta.
It's always a smiling face too.
Yes.
Well, at least when
He's always excited.
At least when he's talking to me, he smiles.
Yeah, he smiles to me too, I'm sure.
Anthony Panetta from Blackslands Ridge in the Holden Calibra.
The mighty Calibra. I think that was didn't meant to do that one.
No.
I'll have to Control Z that one and redo it. So yeah, looks like he left before the tree even started. So unfortunately,
I'm wondering if the trans brake was not engaged correctly.
Maybe he jumped and realised he jumped and thought, well, I'm not going to ruin the motor. I'm just going to
idle on down.
Yeah.
For those at home or those in the crowd that are wondering what a trans brake is, basically a device within the transmission that locks it in both forward and reverse at the same time. And what that allows the driver to do is bring the transmission up on the converter, and then when they let go of the trans brake, they have all that built up energy that releases through the driveline, and that propels the car forward. It also means that the car doesn't creep forward.
Yeah, it's mechanically stopped.
Yes.
Yeah. Like a spanner, just in the gear.
Just like it.
You know when they say you put a spanner in the works?
Yes, that's technically what he's doing, is it?
What technically means it stops everything, so it's, that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
As we move on to Junior Drags, they are proudly presented by Speedflow, Australian-made performance hose fittings. We've got the mighty Junior Dragsters lining up. Let's have a look in our staging lanes. Bushy, they go for days.
Yeah, there's always a good, strong field of Junior Dragsters at these New South Wales Track Championship Series. And today, no different.
So, let's have a look at our just quick YouTube chats while we're having a look here. Side Gypsy, good to catch up the Race for Real crew again. That will be, mate. We'll see you Wednesday night. Don't forget, guys, on YouTube, tune in Wednesday night. We'll have our Race for Real coverage. He said he went through some serious withdrawals. So maybe he had a little bit of rehab that he didn't really want. So myself, Steve, Mark, Rocket Stewie.
Yep.
And Benny.
And the occasional guest appearance from
Yes.
Pat Elliott as well from Aeroflow.
Yes.
I like having Pat up here.
The Rocket Man.
Yep. We got the Pocket Rocket and the Rocket Man.
Yeah.
All right, Robbie Risteski and Cordell Di Maria down there on the start line.
So this morning earlier, Robbie ran an 8.89. And Cordell did an 8.02. Cordell had an action time 0.025 this morning. We're hoping to be carrying that on tonight on this run.
Another nice line. Nice line, 031. 1.6 seconds to the 60.
Will she get that 802? She does better, 797.
Popped it up for the second round. 81 miles an hour through the finish line, and an 8.80 with a 5 for Robbie in the Aerofloat. Of course, these cars running to the 8th mile mark.
Yes.
Next up we have Edith Maggs, the Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, taking on Jacob Longo, Trackside Automotive.
Jacob ran a 797 this morning. Edith ran the 1212. 0.222 reaction time from Jacob, but on the wrong side of it.
All right, Longo out in front as you would expect here. 793 with a 9, 82 miles an hour for him. Backing up the 797 with an 8. So that car definitely running well this morning. And a 12.12 with a 7, backing up the 12.12 with a 2. So only 5 thousandths.
Both consistent this morning.
I'd take the 5 thou every day of the week for variance between those two runs. Of course, the qualifying is important for any of our sportsman races because it helps them pick the dial in for the racing ahead. Next up, we have Aubrey Maggs down there on the start line, taking on Georgie DeCarlos. The brick and go bricklaying. DeCarlos in the C Junior Dragster, so he's looking for a 12 flat. Aubrey in the A, looking for an 8-0. Carlos just rocking and rolling down there on the start line. Normally doesn't happen this far into the event. Normally it's only the first round because the track prep's still really fresh. But
I'll have to go down to the temp gun and check that out. We're in about 80, 87. We're 87 degrees yesterday.
Actually, you just remind me. I bought a temp gun not long ago. We could do our own.
That's right. I bought one too.
I
was trying to see if I could get it to come into here.
Oh yes.
So having a chat with our matrix coding boffins, see how I can get it from that into that, and then just have it up here and hourly refreshes or something.
Yeah, okay. Aubrey Maggs an 8.07 with a 2. Next up, Joshua Maggs down there in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Alex Rafalo for Sydney Waterscapes, the McGee power plant. Sitting behind him. Should be a good race based on their first round of qualifying. Both cars in the 770s. So these are the older kids running in AA, JD. 0.47 on the tree for Rafalo.
0.47 though from Alex.
Side by side, 7.70 with a 6 to a 7.64 with a 6 for Rafalo.
Up next, Riley Ito from the ITF High Low Fabrications Pro Tilt Towing Murphy Finance Solutions. She is, 2025 Championship winner, taking on Lucy Hamilton from the Perfection Automotive. Proudly brought to you by Dad.
Yep. And Dad's...
Dad, hope.
Yeah, Father. Was he racing in Top Sportsman today, the green VH wagon?
I did not see it, no.
No, I didn't see it either. I thought I did go to the bathroom. I thought I might have missed it, but
I'll have to check that out later this afternoon.
Good to see the next generation coming through, though, which is what this category is all about. Ito, as you say, won their championship last year and is winning this one as well. Took home the winning trophy for the first round. I'm sure he's looking to add another one to the trophy cabinet tonight. 0.15 on the tree. 1.6 seconds to the 60. Hamilton left a little bit soon on the tree, but still gets an ET 770 with a 483 miles an hour. So he too's gone quicker by over a 1/10 of a second. That's a big
some margin.
Yeah, that's a big step up.
Moving to Alexis Attard, 2025 runner-up here on behalf of Pro Tilt Towing, ITFI, Low Fabrications. Taking on Archie Florimel. Tyres Now Motorworks, Mum and Dad, and the Road Warrior Trailers crew.
Yeah, I do love the livery on this one.
Now, mostly the Road Warrior clan, so to speak. We'll have some amazing liveries throughout all those dragsters. They need a little transport of how many they've got these days.
Yeah. Well, actually, I saw on...
Maybe a Road Warrior trailer for the Road Warrior trailer team. That makes sense now.
I fear you could nearly fill a big trailer, like a semi 061 on the tree for Florimel.
Camper trailer, the camper.
Yep.
The
on the back.
caravan in the front and the meeting room.
Yep. 790 with the 782 mile an hour for Alexis in the aeroflow lane. All right, Benjamin Attard down there in the aeroflow lane. He ran 8.0. 0.
Nice,
0.
We'll double check
he's
that
showing,
one.
He's showing 6 in the qualifying. I would have thought that would have been numero uno.
Here on behalf of ITFI Pro Tilt Towing, Lowe's Fabrications. Shout out to Chubby Lowe. If you need any fabrication or any Commodore needs down in our Girraween area, AMX Avenue. Zane Cadello here on behalf of Nano and Pop. Nano and Mum.
Oh, 002 on the tree for Benjamin.
They both wanted it.
They did. Zane went 0.48 on the red side. Side by side, once again, 7.89 with a 6 to a 7.89 with a 1. Wow, 5 thousandths in ET across the finish line, but the reaction times did change that margin a little bit on the stripe.
It perfectly illustrates why the reaction time is so critical and important, especially in this category, because we're talking about, you know,
yeah, you almost need an O-light to be competitive.
Well,
otherwise, you're just giving away too much.
And especially when you're versing someone that's in a potentially different bracket, and then you're like, it kind of, you know, the mentality of it coming through your brain of, oh, should I go? No, wait, no, I gotta wait, and then you go and you're like, oh no, and you start panicking about reactions.
No, I think it highlights the need to run your own race.
Yeah.
Marcus Britzi down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on Adriana Florimel, second of the Florimel cars up from Victoria.
Adriana here on behalf of Tyres Now, Moto Works, Mum and Dad, and the Road Warrior Trailers. As Marcus gets a wiggle on, practically. .364, 295 on the reaction times. As looks like Adriana might come through for this one.
Be close at the finish line, and yes, she does. Adam by 0.09 of a second. 11.87 with a 5.54 miles an hour to an 11.90 at 55.
Up next, Gentleman SF. Here from Norfolk Exotic Care, Harrix 3D. Taking on Savannah Cordello.
Bernasev into pre-stage first, now into full stage. Cordello rocking and rolling.
Getting a wiggle on.
Yep.
Oh, 3-1 from Jaden in the aeroflow lane. And an 0.66 from Savannah. And it looks like Savannah will comfortably take this one.
Yeah, 787 with a 384 miles an hour there for the Cordello machine. And an 852 with a 5, Adam, at 77 miles an hour for Jaden in the aeroflow lane. The car of Cordello has always been able to pull a really good mile an hour, usually about 1 or 2 above the rest of the field.
As we look on next, Clareco from Irving Park, our 2024 runner-up, taking on Leela Watts, Fast Ass Couriers from Maitland. Beautifully presented crew over here with the team jerseys and the florals along the side.
We talked earlier about the graphics, and this
Yes.
is another one that the car just looks $1 million on the racetrack. The crew look outstanding.
Both locked in. 175 from Chloe in the reaction time, 147 from Lila. We'll see how that turns out in the end. It looks like nothing, absolutely nothing in it. 811 with a 2 from Chloe, 808 with a 0 from Lila.
All right, next up we have Liam O'Neill for MJ Clothing, J&C Mowers. Taking on Mary Jo Bernasev down there in the rocket lane. North Rocks Auto Care and Harrix 3D. Second of the Bernasev Juniors. Ran a 13.40 earlier. O'Neill over in the aeroflow lane. An 8.52 with a 5.
Liam's here on behalf of MJ Clothing, J&C Mowers. Mary Jo here on behalf of North Rocks Auto Care and Harrix 3D. Check out the Harrix 3D YouTube channel. .094, .095, one's positive, one's negative.
Yep.
And it looks like Liam's going to take win on this one. An 8.53 with a 2 at 75 as Mary Jo crosses through with a 12.94 with a 4 at 48. Now it's good to see the face down here. Jake McNamara's back out.
Yeah, he had a couple of issues in the first round of qualifying, and this will be his first, hopefully, selection of data, because he stopped before the finish line on the first run in qualifying. Now, he was runner-up in the first round of competition for this championship series. So he's definitely keen to add to that tally, keep himself in the picture. I know we're only at round number 2, but every round is
If you look back and go, I wish I did that 5 rounds ago, well, it's a bit too late.
Yep, exactly right. So Jake just on a solo this time around. Into full stage, brings that second light on. 3 counts down.
Oh, 3-1 reaction time from Jake McNamara.
I think that's what his first round was. So nice and consistent on the light. Looking for an 8 flat. Goes 7.98 with a 0, 81 miles an hour. No issues this time around, which is great to see.
Great result.
Yep. Logged an ET somewhere around what he would have been looking for.
We've got John Lucci. Lucci Civil, VP Race Fuels. All the way from Menangle. Nice one. The 0.54 reaction time from Johnny. Comes through the line. 7.96 for the Nate at 83. Nice run to finish off that round. We move into the junior bikes. Proudly brought to you by Speedflow, Australian-made performance hose fittings. There's Lincoln Bonwick. Takes on Christopher Davidson. Lincoln is our 2025 champion. On behalf of the Bonwick and Antozanazo Polo Batteries, Preston Civil, LA Cycles. Christopher here on behalf of All Car Care Services and thevinyltree.com.au. So our first peg takes off. 0.83 action time from Lincoln, but looks like it bogged down on him as he took off.
I think some issues are in the rocket lane there for Davidson too. The head was up and down. I don't know whether it was shifting gear for him as well as he would have liked. Adam Jordan down there in the rocket lane.
Taking on Anastasia Lucky from Erskine Park, the 666 Race and Customs Kawasaki Ninja, here on behalf of Lucky Stickers, Decals, and Heavy Duty Magazine. Mike Withers, proud supporter of the category. Adam Jordan here, 2025 runner-up. So Anastasia chases down Adam. Adam crosses through though. 8.42 with a 2 at 81.
Yeah, so about a 10th quicker than the first round of qualifying there for Adam in the rocket lane.
10.37, a bit quicker there for Anastasia compared to this morning. So 10.37 with a 4 at 70. That concludes our junior section.
Yes, that's correct, Adam. There, next time we see them out will be Q3.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to move into our modified bike or into our Street Fighter. Modified, here we go. Modified bike in the tunnel on behalf of bikereview.com.au. Moving into round 2.
What we might do, Adam, while we put together or remove the safety apparatus at the finish line, we'll just throw to a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
as we come back into our modified bike. Siraj Singh from Formation Riders taking in Jimmy Jock Stewart. As Jimmy Jock takes off. .58 on the 8th, crosses through for 9:03 with a 5 at 1:50. Siraj comes through 11:24 at 1:39. Next pair comes through. Joshua Barashkalev, here on behalf of bikereview.com.au, taking on Angela Phipps. There's a party racing. As Gareth Wilcox eagerly tells us he jumps the gun and he knows I've got it covered, mate. Gareth Wilcox is here watching one of these fellow bikes on Albie Davidson. Thevinyltree.com.au, All Car Care Services and TD Motorsport doing the solo run. .252 reaction time from Albie. Turn that into a 7:32 on the 8th, which turns into a 10:77 with a 1 at 1:43. Up next, Jesse Barnes from Chipping Norton here on behalf of ProTune Motorcycles, our 2025 champion. D-Wood Interiors also proudly sponsoring him. Jesse Barnes gets posted into pre-stage, head down, eyes forward, locks into the stage. 0.10 reaction time on the Cherry though. 5.8 on the 8th, converts it to a 9.11 with a 2 at 1:47. That concludes the modified sections. We move back into the cars. And we've got the Street Fighter coming up. Proudly brought to you by Jetters HQ, supply, install and servicing of the Jetta equipment. Make sure you check out the Jetters HQ website. Yana Boskovich takes on Lachlan McCaskill. McCaskill jumps off a little bit too early. Ran out with a nice 0.58 reaction time. Turns it all into the win there. 13.93 of the 1 at 100 to a 16.45 at 83. Nice result there for the Bosco Racing crew. Alicia Romeo, In Touch Automotive, Burson Auto Parts, VP Race Fuels takes on Sean Dartnell, our 2025 champion. Sean's here on behalf of the Motor Oil Store. .043 reaction from Sean. Alicia taken off at the 107. Let's see. 13.06 with a 5 at 107. Sean crosses through for a 16.69 with a 4 at 82. Tommy Radko in the Tesla takes on Ethan Simmons in the Commodore. Tammy looks like she'll take the win on this one. 15.22 with a 0 at 93. 16.21 with a 1 at 85 from Ethan. As the Green Ute takes on the VZ. Steve Ursula from Carabar taking on Glenn Featherston. Featherston is here on behalf of Jay's Custom Fabrications. Nice win here from Stephen. Steve takes the win. 13.48 with a 1 at 101. Glenn crosses through 15.107 at 90. So Daniel Stadelmeyer, the 2024 and 2025 runner-up, takes on Christopher Ferrellis. Oh for 1 reaction from Danny. That was a nice launch there. He'll power through and probably take the win for this one, as he should. 13.57 with a 9 at 98 to a 15.02 with a 9 at 95. Look down here. Shane McGregor in the XW wagon, taking on Glenn Garlick, Jay's Fabrications, and the FG Falcon. Penrod Oil also supporting Shane. Both our pairs have locked in. 0.52 reaction time from Shane will help him get a little bit of edge here off the line. And Shane will go through 13.46 with a 9 at 101. Glenn going through with a 15.21 with a 4 at 91. So, looking on next one, Peter Varellis taking on Pietro Talagrico. Up next, Michael Zara in the Statesman, taking on Jeffrey McNiff in the 300C here on behalf of St Mary's Engines. .055 reaction time from Michael, but Jeffrey says, you know what, I might better that one. There's an 0.16 reaction time. Looks like it helps him maintain that lead, Bushy. That's quick reaction. Anyone's game at the end here, but it does look like Jeffrey will take it. 15.12 with a 0 at 94. A 15.89 with a 2 at 87 for Michael.
All right, our next pair up, Adam, we have Dean Giddens in the Ford Fairmont, 302 Windsor, taking on Jaden Melham down there in the Fiat Abarth, 695.
Where's and Pete relation?
Yes. Okay. Not sure where, but yes. All right, 170, the reaction time for the Fiat. 8.769 seconds at 80 mile an hour, so comparable to a lot of our quicker junior dragsters there for the Fiat. 13.63 with a 6, 100 miles an hour across the finish line to a 15.98 with a 7 at 86. For Giddens in the Falcon.
Quick shout out to Keith, our employee of the month.
Hey, he keeps, how does he keep winning it?
Because he's the only one that entered.
Oh, right.
It's kind of like that, it's that thing where you're not, I'm not going to say
where
make
it's
it.
Fixed.
If I said make it, we should be offensive, so we won't say it. So.
Right.
No. We love Keith. Nice solid run here from Cheryl to finalise the Street Fighter segment. Crosses through with a 15.49 with a 0 at 88. They'll bring us into our street bike segment, brought to you by Heavy Duty Magazine, Australia's #1 V-twin magazine. As Paul Spence takes on Adrian Watson. Up on the revs, the pair. Oh, 018 to 007. Actually, the wrong side there for Adrian, but we'll continue through. Crosses through, 10.70 with a 5 at 129 to a 12.52 with a 4 at 105. So Adrian was definitely keen to try and get that one. So move on to our next pair, Robert Gilb, the Jervis Bank Real Estate 2025 champion, taking on Bianca Azzopardi. Hardcore Lawns supporting Bianca. See Deanne down there at the line, supporting the Azzopardi family. Both of them build up the revs. 0.16 reaction time from Robert. Beneficial for his launch. Looks like he does have a little bit of an edge here. 10.23 with a 0 at 131 for Robert. Bianca crosses through with a 10.80 with a 6 at 134. Itchy Punk's back. We were worried about you, mate, but we're glad we'll stop doing the search party. We won't put his head on the milk bottle. As Alan Northcott takes on Phil Gardner. Northcott with no 3 on reaction time. 0.13 negative for Phil. So Colin did have a little bit of edge there and secures it. 10.33 with an 8 at 130 to 11.49 with a 6 at 121 from Phil. So we move on to next pair. Commodore.
Moving into IHRA Real Street. And we'll have Christina Hunter taking on Dean Merchant. Merchant in the Falcon. Hunter in the VT Calais. Pretty even off the tree. The Calais slightly better with a 115. Only by 4 thousandths. Looks like the Calais with the performance at the top end though. 11.16, 122 miles an hour. To an 11.39 with an 8 at 126. Steve Warren in the SS VY Commodore runs through for an 11.67 with a 5, 117 mile an hour in the rocket lane. Take the win there. Next up we have Tony Rogers in the BF Falcon, all the way from Queensland.
House of Wraps. Nice looking colour ute there.
Taking on Rodney Balgowan from Mount Hutton in the GT Customs VE Commodore.
Will the 2025 champion catch up to Tony?
Don't think so. 11.23 with the 3, 127 miles an hour for Rogers.
A 12.07 with a 7 at 114 from Rodney.
Dale Samuelson racing for Fierce Motorsport. Also likes a pretty fierce RPM in the burnout too. He's not too shy, is he?
Definitely. Hurry Racing Team, Real Street Drag Racers of Australia, taking on Connor Ranios, our 2025 runner-up.
Oh, 038
Oh, wow.
light for Samuelson. It looks like Aranios just in front at 1,000. Well, not much in it, about a 1/10 of a second across the finish line. Aranios at a 12 at 113 miles an hour.
To a 12:37 with a 9.
Jamie Nielsen from Varsity Lakes, another Queenslander, down to Sydney Dragway for racing today in the XR6 Turbo. This is the car that ran a very good mile an hour. .002 red on the tree. Doesn't matter at this point. About consistency for the dial-in. Runs on through for an 11:48 with a 5 at 129 miles an hour. And that concludes qualifying session 2 for IHRA Real Street.
As Harrison Fletcher in the Roadster. Jamison Courthouse Hotel, Mansfield Apartments, Bolton Plumbing and Civil. Taking on Peter Brown. Sims Integrated Solutions, BK Race Engines, ProTrans, Race Max Direct. Here from Appen.
Fletcher just got that top white light on, waiting for Brown to move into pre-stage. Brown leaves red, 067 red, Fletcher went 001 green. Brown will get the stripe on the finish line. 765 with a 7, 177 to an 883 with a 9 for Fletcher. Next up, we'll see Brooke Rapazada and Jess Turner. Rapazada, the VP Race Fuels in the rear engine dragster, the green one. On the start line, taking on Jess Turner in the rocket lane for ETS Race Fuels. Higgins Race Heads, Dominator Converters, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Wild Ink Merch, and PTHP.
Modified bracket, just remember here, brought to you on behalf of Platinum Powder Coating. Just want to put that in there.
Well, we should.
We should.
We should.
Brooke and Jess, part of testing yesterday. Conveniently grabbing each other's time slips as a courtesy to hand it to each other.
Oh, wow.
Just totally weren't looking at any numbers or anything.
No. .006 on the tree for Rapazada to an 0112 for Turner. Rapazada's car with the horsepower at the finish line, 708 with a 9, 190 miles an hour to a 753 with a 4 at 180 mile an hour for Turner.
I think that might be a PB for Brooke. I'll have to go ask the Pirate later. You know, I kept calling him the Pirate yesterday because of his leg wrap.
Oh, right. Surely you appreciate that no end.
So, in saying that, looking at Christopher Brown's car, you can tell it's a quite distinctive vehicle with the wing up high.
Big set of tyres on the back of it too. 406 cubic inches. A Chevy between the chassis rails. Taking on a much lighter front engine dragster with the Holden 202.
Mr. Brown looks like he's going to slightly get around here.
No, didn't
wow.
get there. 400ths of a second across the finish line. 909 with a 3, 139 miles an hour.
A 9111 from the rocket side.
Paul Lynette and Chelsea Smith now backing back from their burnouts. Lynette in the T bucket. Smith in the dragster. Lynette went 0-19 red, but 109 to the 60.
Chelsea's fighting this. She might come around here.
Oh.
Wow, again. 747 from the pair.
They did that in the first round of qualifying.
They did.
Yes.
And there was only 4 kilometres now difference.
Yep.
Now there's 2.
Yeah, wow.
Keep us on our toes.
Next up, Tegan Smith and Daniel Moore. Smith in the aeroflow lane. Hopefully she can get a time this run. I think the previous pass, I think the trans brake didn't activate or something. Went through all the procedure, went up to the start line, brought the RPM up, and the car just drove forward. Next up, Daniel Moore in the rocket lane.
Proud to brought you here by NZACT, Motorhound.com, Road Warrior Trailers, Daisy Bloom Flowers and Gifts, and Lube Alloy Racing Oils. Tegan, in behalf of Beauty by Teagues, APM, JM Auto Repairs, Stops Order, Traffic Control. Both of them negative here, Bushy, on the reaction times.
Yeah, Tegan, pretty negative from her point of view, but definitely will get an ET this time. 723 with a 4, 177 miles an hour.
794 with a 3 at 170 from Daniel. Looking at our next pair, we've got Mark Allen and Alan White. Different Mark Allen Bull. I keep putting you off with that,
Yes,
don't I?
yeah.
That's why I'm so anxious to see the reaction here.
Oh, so you said that looking at me.
Because you said last time.
Yeah.
Mark here.
I said, Mark's here. No,
Yeah,
he's not.
Shy Automotive Mechanical, Shy Performance.
We don't normally get the races' middle names in their entries.
Yes.
A little bit of discussion going down there at the 60-foot mark. The starter and the IHRA official. Not sure what they found.
Hey, Jake, if you can hear me, mate, give us a wave in front of that camera in front of you, buddy.
The one-
Yeah.
Good sport. All right, looks like they've observing the rocket lane down there, Adam.
We're very meticulous here at Sydney Dragway. That's why we are the best. Let's make sure it's always perfect. We had races yesterday. They were trying to dial in. They're doing a bit of tuning, a bit of dialing in, and they said, I don't know whether complain or be happy because this track's too consistent. I was like, oh, well, sorry about that, mate.
But why would you be unhappy with that?
No, because like I said, throughout the day, they thought, oh, I might get hotter, it might get stickier, and then they blow the tyre off because they realise that we've prepped it enough to make sure it doesn't ruin it for them. And guess it's a good thing or a bad thing to be proud of. But if you give it, sorry, your track's too good. Oh, sorry, mate.
I think it's a good problem to have if that's your only issue.
Mm.
All right, looks like the official's jumping back over the wall now, Adam, so we shouldn't be too far away from getting the fire up. So Mark Allen Bull down there in the rear engine dragster, taking on Alan White. In the rocket lane, on board the T-bucket.
Nice little burner there from Mr. White. Jake jumps the wall. Have a look at Jake up on the big screen. Hello, Jake.
You're a goose.
He's my wing back, mate. He's got me.
Yeah, he's got you. At least he can hear us.
Yeah, it's working. It's like a soundtrack at the same time.
Yeah. He'll send you an invoice later.
Oh, didn't think of that bit.
No.
I put a Sydney Dragway sticker on it, then it becomes a whole conundrum, doesn't it? Who's funding who? Who's funding who?
That's it. It's a bit like the US economy. They're just the same amount of money circles around.
IOUs.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, so Bull's just about ready, just waiting patiently. Mr. White, I think went 00 something in the first round of qualifying. Let's see if he can repeat. An 0.22. A lot of RPM on the start line for Bull. The dragster will get there first across the finish line. 780, 167 miles an hour to an 854 with a 7 at 152 for the altered.
It's the Gas Motorsport, Datsun, Scotty Cousins.
I didn't even have to read the screen to know what car that was, Adam.
You hear that 2JZ.
Correct. Must be awesome doing a burnout, feathering the throttle like that, and knowing that you're just absolutely laying a patch behind you. All right, I think these two raced each other in the first round of qualifying. Kane McKay in the HR, turbocharged small block Chev, taking on the 2J powered Datsun 1200 Coupe. Again, Cousins hits the tyre hard on the launch. The HR away very nicely. Cousins at the finish line, 768 with a 185 miles an hour into that little Datsun, to a 758 with a 6 at 170 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Owen James in the TF Ford Cortina. 427 Cube. Cleveland on board, taking on Dave Whitmore, the Grants Performance Chevy Nova. The Power Plus race fuels. Definitely hear that blown Gemini of Nath Cooper. And also the one of Dave Whitmore. Both cars leaving the start line. 0.54 on the tree for Whitmore. 0.41 for Owen James. Whitmore out in front. 8-0 with an 8. 176 miles an hour for the Nova to an 861. 156 for the Cortina. Next up, we'll see Michael Redding in the Hunter Valley Trucks Chrysler LeBaron. Taking on Leo Georges, the Escort pedal van.
Quick 2 seconds, Ibushi. Quick shout to some of our comments here on YouTube. Candace here says, great to see some real street racers come all the way down from Queensland for today's race. So quick shout out to our Queensland racers. We do appreciate that.
Definitely with the looming fuel crisis and obviously the cost of the fuel to get here is quite a commitment. All right, both races into full stage lead. 000 on the tree for Leo Georges to an 012 for Michael Redding.
Bring that one up on the replay quickly.
This is what a 000 looks like. Look at the car on the right of screen.
And the wheelie.
Our next pair, Josh Boscovich, rolling it out to the 330. Or more, nearly 500 feet from the start line.
Down to the 8th.
Yes, stopping at the 8th.
So,
yep.
Is he getting, oh, he's coming back. Had a bit of a worried moment then. Rhea and the gang are gonna have to run down there and get him back again.
She's not running down there.
She's giving up.
She's waiting where he was supposed to stop.
Yeah, doesn't want to get her feet stuck in the prep again. Not that anyone saw it. No.
You obviously did. All right, taking on Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Camaro.
Lisa's crew coming up behind the line, ready to run. Bosco, quick nos purge.
Do the dry hop in a minute. There we go, just to make sure the clutch is
touching.
It's introduced to the flywheel. Oh, Bosco went for second, I think, and a lot of free rev there. He's pulled over to the side of the track.
I think they both had a bit of a...
Sargent's car left the start line, but then just stopped.
It's like the trans brake didn't engage properly. She went in reverse. So not a good...
No, it's definitely not good.
And Bosco's just checking underneath.
I'm guessing praying that
shaft check.
Yeah, praying that there's no shrapnel underneath that car, because it runs a Linko style transmission where he pulls the lever for each gear. Some pretty cool stuff in that car. It's got the Fontana power plant. Of course, not an engine that's used that much nowadays. Probably more known for speed car racing. Jumps back in, starts it up. Drives on down.
All right, Mark Klein from Emerald Beach, part of the Klein group. Taking on Nathan Cooper in the All Vehicle Services Holden Gemini. John Samaranch Race Cars, Car Plus Race Fuels.
Yeah, no, John's been doing a little bit, I think, with the rear end of this car, trying to help him out chassis-wise, because as you can see, there's not a huge amount of wheelbase in the little Gemini.
No.
And there's probably a damn sight more horsepower being produced from the small block Chev over and above what the little 1600, I think these had in them, originally would have been producing. There's probably more horsepower in half a cylinder. Mark Klein backing back in the Chevy Cavalier. Not a car that we're overly familiar with here in Australia, but definitely a very popular race car.
As Mark powers through, 7:49 with a 2 at 1:79. And Nathan comes through as 8:27 with a 5 at 1:63. A quick check of the rocket lane. Brett's doing a solo here. Jay's Custom Fabrications. Creative Displays and Joinery. Jenkins Performance Engines.
Big block Chevy on nitrous. Should run somewhere in the low sevens. Nudging 200 mile an hour in this car. All right, O'Connor on his own. About to bring that second light on. There we go. Up on the two-step. 045 on the tree. The car running towards the center line. Slight steering correction. And runs on through for a 717 with a 9, 194 miles an hour.
Just have a quick look at the big screen. Looks like when he took it, he did go left, but continued to help maintain it once he did take off and shoot over and Nice and straight all the way through. Move our eyes back to Matt Clark. Talk calibration services, liquid clothing, flat out services, ARB, Windsor, methanol, moonshine, shout out Wayne Allner, ASAP, fire services.
All right, so top sportsman qualifying around number 2. Matty Clark on the start line. Matty been racing for a long time, but this is a pretty new car to him and the team. Also made a very slight move to the centre line, but running it out the back door, an 8.12 with a 6, 165 miles an hour, went 1.1 to the 60 foot. 8.12 with a 6, 165 miles an hour.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our discounted corporate facilities available today. So if you want to try and get yourselves out of the sun, make sure to have a look at the corporate facilities behind you. If you are interested, please consult with our merchandise shed, just to your left up the hill here, just near the stairs. So we do have some discounted facilities available for today if you want to get yourselves out of the aircon. Now, in saying that, Bushy, upcoming we have our GTR festival.
Yes.
We might quickly have a quick look at that preview. And then once we bring that back up, we'll come into some ads while we do the track prep and be back with shortly.
MR Engineering GTR Festival returns to Sydney Dragway on May 22nd and 23rd for another giant celebration of all things GTR and Nissan. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the event, so the celebration will be bigger than ever. There'll be a top 10 GTR Elite display, 10K cash and prizes for roll racing, 10K prize money for drag racing, new top 10 Ultimate GTR competition. There will be 10 new builds unveiled and 10 special guests including Hiroshi Tamura, Mr. Carbon Fiber Sakamoto, Mickey Andrade, Mighty Car Mods, Street Alpha Podcast, Shipbox Garage, and more big announcements still to come. After last year's show and shine and Traders Alley sold out, we have made it even bigger for 2026. So expect to see even more great performance parts, merchandise, and epic cars on display. The event is open to all models of Nissan of all levels of modification, from rare and collector GTRs to 2,000 horsepower monsters. From drift to time attack to sex spec. From old school Princes and Datsuns to new Zeds. From S-chassis to Pulsars to Nissan Patrols. You can enter your car to display and hang out, or hit the track for COTS roll racing on Friday and then drag racing, both street and competition class, as well as Motorcana on Saturday. Want to take on Godzilla? Well, we let some imposters come to play too, with twin-turbo Lambos, Evos, Rotaries, and more. Expect to see some Pro Mod special guests. There is also so much to see and do for all car enthusiasts and families alike. Drift rides, oil down entertainment, fireworks both Friday and Saturday night, kids rides, food trucks, and the Drifters versus Burnouts competition. 2026 MR Engineering GTR Festival Australia, powered by Motive Video and presented by Cars from Japan, HKS, Fitzner Performance Gearboxes, High Octane Racing, and Cranked Motorsport, is set to be massive. Grab your car entry to display or race, and your VIP tickets now before they sell out, as well as discounted online spectator tickets. GTRfestival.com.
GTR Festival.
as we move back from our track prep back into our boosted outlaws coming up next. A quick look down in the staging lanes. It looks like there's a couple of cars coming through the tunnel. Also, quick look up at the big screen. Coming up next, we've got a couple of our top cars coming through. Brady Zapier, Slim Matter, Brady Davies, Peter Lovering, Amelia Espinozzi, and Jeremy Callahan coming up soon. So as we move into Boosted Outlaws, quick look at the track. Quick hello to our viewers here on YouTube. Roger Bowen, Cliff is back. Syop's a bit happy about that, as we can see. There's watching YouTube. Leave a comment where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Junior's trying to write English, but unfortunately not the best spelling at the moment, Junior. Fire-up signal is given to Chris and Curtis. So have a look down the air lane. Curtis Manx from Motorsport Connections, taking on Curtis Reed from AFT Plumbing, our 2025 champion. Curtis earlier this morning ran a 6:39 with a 4. Chris ran a 10:02 with a 7. Looking down the tree, it looks like Al Hellier down there helping out with the Manx team. One of the masterminds behind Castle Hill Performance. Taking on Curtis Reed. Phil Reed up there, crew chiefing.
Right, two very different ways to go boosted outlaw racing.
Yes. Oh, 0-3 reaction time of Chris, but Curtis Reed goes through with an 0.78 reaction time and pushes it through for a 6:36 with a 9 at 216.
And a 7:007 at 2:27 for the altered. So definitely got moving at the top end of the racetrack. I think the start line a bit wild and woolly there for the altered.
Moving up, next one's Jeff Sargent in the Camaro. Here with positive powder coating, platinum powder coating, mixed metal roofing. Our 2025 runner-up, taking on Paolo Todorello, the Elite Race Car CV Performance Mustang.
A big Proline power plant in the Mustang, 572 cubic inches.
They'll do it.
Yeah. I wonder what that thing would make NA. Then alone before you put two massive turbochargers on it.
Two stout burnouts there. The crew's guiding back into the grooves. Make sure the doors are shut. Butterflies are prepped. Wheelie bars.
All right, both cars are rolling up to the start line. Todorello in pre-stage. Into full stage now.
Here we go.
Sargent away nicely with a 269 light. The Camaro all the way through the finish line. 695 with the 4, 201 miles an hour, and a 619 at 220 for Todorello in the Ford Mustang. See in the staging lounge our top comp competitors are not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're at the venue and can't see the racetrack, I suggest that you make your ways to a spot so you can. That is Tim Gruber's Ford Cortina firing to life underneath us. Nice strong burnout from Gruber. Queanbeyan Engine Services. Lost 410. Into pre-stage now for the Cortina. Big wheel stand on the hit for Gruber. Down the center of the lane. And across the finish line. Runs on through for a 7:55 with a 182 miles an hour. Left the start line with an 035 light. Let's see if I can replay that wheels up launch. I thought it looked quite good from back here. We go. Not a bad run there from the little Cortina. All right, looks like we're about to get into our extreme bike for their second qualifying session. And as I said, all of our top comp competitors down in the staging lanes. They're all strapping into their Pro Slammers. I can see Callahan car. I can see Zapier, Matter, Lovering, Spinozzi, and Davies all in the staging lanes. All right, Darren Foley in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joe Curry in the Rocket. Oh, both bikes having some issues on the start line. I think Foley had some problems on his first pass as well. Curry came up on the two-step, but didn't seem to move forward. He's doing something a little bit different with the turbocharged Destroyer. making moves over towards the wall at half track. Curry bringing it back to the middle of the lane. 9:05 with a 9, 150 miles an hour. Next up, we will have Diana Zapati and Ryan Franks. Azapati for Azapati Racing on board the Hayabusa. Franks also on board a Hayabusa for GSF Engineering. Oh, Franks blazing that rear tyre. And deciding to get out of the throttle. Azapati makes her way down the racetrack nicely. 8:08 with an 8, 164 miles an hour. On the replay, we can see Ryan Franks right of screen. See there, he got off the throttle and back on it, and it just lit the back tyre back up once again.
And Steve, as we look down the staging lanes, we can see Jeremy Callahan getting ready to go up potentially up against Brody Zapier.
Yeah, we can see that beautiful Chevy Camaro coming under the tunnel now. Listening in the wonderful afternoon sun here at Sydney Dragway. See Brody Zapier there as well for AC Delco. Salim Matter for AC Civil. Emilio Spinozzi. Back there as well, not too far away to move forward. Pete Lovering and Brody Davies as well.
As Zodiac gets the AC Delco Fabiati Motorsport vehicle ready, looks like we are getting Jeremy's car ready. If you haven't been down here before and seen one of these door slammers run before, I recommend you get yourself down into the grandstands. Can be very loud.
What's the weather like outside, Adam?
It's definitely warming up. We might check with the track crew and see what the track preps are like and the temperatures. But it's definitely, once you stand in the sun a bit, it's just getting a little bit warmer.
No, we're not too far away from our top comp. Yeah, first qualifying session here today. Great that all these racers were able to make it to Sydney Dragway. Hopefully put on a fantastic show. They're all very, very capable cars, drivers and tuners. And adapt to all sorts of different conditions. All right, we can hear the
Just quick
start.
explanation, Bush, if you can explain also how the Pro Tree works.
Yes, so these racers will run on a Pro Tree, which means that they'll come into stage, bring both white lights on their lane. The tree will then drop, and all amber lights will come down together, and it'll be heads up. It's a heads up leave on the start line. And then whoever crosses the finish line first will be deemed the winner. So no handicap in any of this racing. All right, so we've got a Brody Zapier in the Hold Monaro for AC Delco in the Aeroflow lane. Left of screen. And we have Jeremy Callahan, Vellucci Civil in the Chevy Camaro. Brad Anderson Engineering Power Plant on board for Zapier. The Noonan Hemi for Callahan's car. Looking for a tough reaction time from Zapier. Built a bit of a reputation for that in the Pro Slammer ranks. Only in his early 20s. All right, Callahan into pre-stage. Zapier now into pre-stage. Here we go on the two-step. Callahan's car moving around a little bit at half track. That shoots out at 1,000, but Zapier runs through for a 5.80 with a 241 miles an hour through the top end, and a 5.81 with a 0 at only 196 miles an hour for Callahan. But as I said, the shoots were out at around about 1,000 feet.
You can definitely tell the difference of speeds over the difference of the parachute there, Bushy, but definitely at 240 maximum speeds today here.
Yeah, definitely. Looked a pretty clean pass there for Zapier and the AC Delco team. Car didn't move around at all from what I saw, but definitely a good show for the crowd. Our next pair out will be Emilio Spinozzi for Terra Civil, Ours Race Glides, Motorsport Database, the Minto Mall, LJ Hooker Commercial at Campbelltown. And in beside in the rocket lane, we'll see Salim Matter for A Civil and Ours Race Glides, Custom Bodyworks and Advanced Performance Engineering. The Matter team has been building and building for the last couple of seasons, and all that hard work is paying off. The team's seeing dividends, and they're getting quicker and quicker every time that they come to the start line.
Someone down here at Salim in the A7 Motorsports. Obviously, the first of the team knows when it's getting stuff there.
Lots of RPM in the burnout for Emilio Spinozzi. Started the burnout right on the start line. Mustang just coming back into the hot sticky rubber that's just been left from the burnout. Both teams been working tirelessly to refine these cars down to the nth degree to try and get the absolute maximum out of their combinations. Proline power plant in the Mustang. And the Hemi in the Chevelle. Drivers left to their devices now, about to roll into the staging beams. Bring that second light on, and on the two-step, Salim's car making moves to the centre line, taking out the 330-foot mark. And Spinozzi straight down the centre of the lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like Salim as he broke out the 60-foot at the back out of it. It's heading too far towards the centre.
Yeah, nice pass there for Spinozzi, though. 574, 241 miles an hour, Adam. The car looked gun barrel straight, too, which is great. And Salim Matter just taking out that timing block, the 330 timing block. Get a new one stuck down in its place, and our next pairing out will be Peter Lovering. Down there in the 55 shoebox.
Is this going to be a solo for this one, Bushy?
And then I assume that Brody Davies will go on another solo. See the Pennywise Mustang in the tunnel behind the Lovering Chevy. Unfortunately, I missed the 60-foot for the Spinozzi car, but as I said, it certainly looked like a nice, clean launch.
Fire up signal, Bushy.
Excellent. All right, so that's Pete Lovering down there. Motorsport Connections and at call. This car has gone through a fairly major revamp in recent times. We've got a full new body, a number of suspension changes as well. Of course, with the new body, new paint, new bodyworks to be done as well. All in an effort to try and reduce some mass, take some mass out of the car. Which then also changes the handling characteristics. All right, so Pete about to move into full stage. In there now, leaves nicely, goes 102 to the 60-foot and out of the throttle at around half track. And we'll roll on through for a 680, 146 miles an hour.
Just a look down here at the Pennywise vehicle here. Brody Davies, high-grade laser profiling on the sponsorship on the side. Having a quick... If you haven't a chance to have a look at these vehicles up close, you can go down to pit lanes after these runs, have a quick check out.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of these. One of the good things about drag racing is you can get right up beside the vehicle in most cases, and you can check out all inside where all the action happens for the driver. You can see it without the front clip on. Check out all of the supercharger in this case, and the inlet manifold, and all the workings and all the maze of fuel lines and electronics in these cars to get them down the racetrack in under 6 seconds. At 200 and 40 odd miles an hour today. It's one of the quickest passes, but certainly there is so much workmanship that goes into these cars, and the fabrication time is quite astonishing when you consider that everything is custom made. I mean, you know, talk to Brody Davies about building custom cars and he'll tell you all about it. That's what he does for a job, and you know, is well aware of the amount of time that gets put into these cars to get them down the racetrack. Just waiting on the fire up signal for the Pennywise Mustang. All right, here we go.
Try and get some flyby photos of this run, Bushy. Try and put in perspective the speeds that these guys are actually doing. Looks like a number on the board, but when you have to put it into some sort of reference, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Is to make it relatable. It can be a little bit tricky. Not sure what the team plan is with the Davies Mustang on this pass. We know that Brody's been coming out quite a fair bit lately, and just getting all the routines and the procedures down pat for him as a driver. This is a new combination to him. Of course, the team did a lot of racing with Michelle in both Pro Slammer and also the Tirana that they had. But you know, different person sitting behind the wheel. You know, he's got to be comfortable in what's happening, and you know, wants to get down the racetrack as quick as he can. But it's just seat time that's going to achieve that.
So Brody is still new to this car. He's had a couple of good runs to finish his licensing. So keeping themselves busy down at Picton with their facility.
Yeah, it's a pretty flash facility that they've built down there as well. Brody's father, Gareth, just walking away from the car now. On the two-step, the car moved over to the left, and Brody saying, no, I'll get out of this deal. Went 102 to the 60-foot.
Casual 99.
Yep. At a 950 as well. But, certainly not what that car is capable of. All right, I believe that concludes Top Comp qualifying session number 1 here this afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed that. I'm sure that round number 2, those guys and girls will go back to the race, to their transporters, tinker with the cars a little bit more, and we'll certainly see some quick runs in qualifying session number 2. Be back with you very, very soon.
Super Street, Adam Bowers, Ellis Power Commodore, Forza Performance, Power Plus Fuels, taking on Troy Ford, Wayne Penrose Beetle. So we'll try and see if we can get some Beetle wheelie action. If I say it will happen, Bushy. That's my philosophy. What's it called? Peer pressure?
Oh, there was a little bit of a wheel stand there. Yeah.
We'll have a quick look at that one when he comes back.
I tell you what, though, he's been pretty sharp on the tree. That was 003 red, but the other two were like O lights as well. So definitely going into racing with some pretty good numbers. 11.08 with a 120 mile an hour for the Volkswagen to a 12.23 for the car in the Aeroflow lane on
Quick
that
look,
run.
a little wheelie Bushy on the right-hand lane. There you go, little one. Still counts.
That's it. It's got the front wheels off the ground. That's no mean feat.
Scott Patterson, Leradeo taking on Bill Assistant Nicholas. Yes?
Hatson Nicolas.
Hatson Nicolas.
Or Hatsy.
Hatsy, Hatsy, that'll work better. Bill Hatsy. 1084 to 0 at 124. 1138 with a 6 at 116. So look at those beautiful flyby shots as they go past the 60 foot. Coming through on that live stream there. As we've got Peter Giddens taking on Henry Spickak.
Yeah, Spickak down there in the Holden Ute. Giddens in that very nice gold Cortina.
Yeah. Come here all the way from Campbelltown.
Yeah.
Shorty's Performance Race Engines.
Well, Spickak's probably not too far away at George's Hall.
No, that's correct. Nice launch there from Peter, but Henry had it covered 0.57. Looks like Peter will take the win on this one. 11.34 with a 2 at 122. 11.95 with a 7 at 118 from Henry. As the Green Machine, Sammy Joe Johnson lines up against Dennis Plessas. Al's Race Guides, Big H Racing, Aerolec. Sammy Joe's here for Aeroflow, Shorty's Performance, and Cryo Blasting.
A little bit of a purge of the nitrous on the start line for Sammy Joe. Leaving with an 061 to an 035. Plasters with a better light, but Sammy Joe with that LS power under the bonnet. Runs a 10.29 with a 4, 131 miles an hour. .11.59 with a 0, 117 miles an hour for Plassus. Our next pair, Adam James in the XY utility, taking on Bruce Gruber in the Holden Commodore.
Adam in the famous orange OAC Engineering.
Yep.
Signage on the back.
Very nice looking car, this one.
Oh, nice launch from Adam.
Quick runner too, 046 to an 075 on the tree. 1.4, 160 foot for that big Falcon. And runs on through for a 10.07 with a 9, 133 miles an hour.
11.97 to 0 at 115 from Bruce in the Rocket Lane.
Next up, we'll have Philip Armstrong and Peter Villaris. Villaris in the Ford Falcon down in the Rocket Lane.
I was just thinking, how much do we love Super Street? It's just so competitive.
It is very competitive, and you know, that's the beauty of it. Anybody can win the race.
Anyone could do this.
Yes.
We should do the Qashqai versus ASX.
We could. We wouldn't be in Super Street. We'd be in Street
Just our
Fighter.
mics on, go, I'm driving down now.
In Street Fighter. 013 on the tree for Villaris.
Philip Armstrong, though, does take the lead on with a 245. The Cap Racing Commodore powers through, comfortably takes the win on this one. 10.19 with a 4 at 132. And a 10.02 with a 9 at 117 from Peter. Here's some familiar faces.
Next up, we'll have a pair of Stutchberries on the start line. We've got Corey in the silver car.
What's the group name for a pair of Stutchberries? Just a group of Stutchberries. We'll have to make one up later.
We could ask AI.
A surge of Stutchberries. Both from Jordan Springs, both from the Commodores. Shorty's performance, signs in no time, dialed in racing. 071 to 042.
Nice lights. Looks like Aiden just out in front. The VH Commodore might be a little bit lighter than the VX 10.50 with an 8, 124 miles an hour. Sorry, 128 miles an hour.
Jack Matasevic in the XD Bond style Kitchens Falcon taking on David in the TD Cortina.
So uncle and a nephew.
That's it. Both from Bradfield, New South Wales. Bragging rights on the line right now. Oh, they both wanted an 041091 there, Bushy. David said
500's in the light.
Too soon, Junior. I'm taking it. Across the three takes the win. 1060 with an 8 at 126 to 1135 at 119.
Yeah, I think the 363 wins are making a little bit more horsepower.
Just a bit.
Yep. And we'll take the win. Next up, we'll have Richard Matasevic in the XY utility taking on Mark Hopkins.
Our 25 champion taking on our 24 runner-up.
Needless to say, both racers definitely know what they need to do to bring that win light on.
They know what they're doing, Bushy.
They do. They do. Not their first time.
Both of them, I said, brought home the chocolates.
We're having a staging duel in qualifying.
They're trying to make us talk longer. That's what they're trying to do. All right, both locked in. Here we go.
060 on the tree for the utility, 026 on the tree for the hatchback.
So those reaction times are nice evens, which means the finish line could be potentially even again. Here we go. Oh wow, 1077 or 1079. And similar speeds as well, Bushy.
97 10,000ths across the finish line. I thought the Ute had that, but the Tirana just pipping at the post.
Let's move on now. Bruce Ritchie in the famous Chevy Bel Air. 572 under the bonnet. So he gets himself locked in. Off we go.
084 red on the tree, but this thing goes 158 to the 60. I'd hate to imagine how much weight that's moving.
I was about to ask you, what do you reckon it weighs?
I reckon it'd be
nearly two something.
It'd be 2 something, I reckon.
1055 with a 3 at 129 from Bruce.
And I believe that concludes qualifying for Super Street.
So it looks like we're moving into our junior dragsters, coming through the tunnels you can see on your screens.
Exactly right, Adam. And of course, brought to us by Speedflow Performance Products. Fantastic. Locally manufactured hoses and fittings. So been working a lot overseas and building brand awareness at industry shows such as SEMA and the PRI show in the US. But it's fantastic to have a locally manufactured and designed product here in Australia, and definitely throwing their support behind the next generation of drag racers, not only in junior dragster but also in junior drag bike as well. We're not too far away from getting Jacob Longo and Leela Watts fired up. Watts from East Maitland for Fast Ass Couriers. And Longo in the airflow lane for Trackside Automotive.
As the familiar sounds of the juniors tracks is far up on our screens. Proudly brought to us by Speedflow, Australian-made performance hose fittings. The first pair, Jacob Longo taking on Lola Watts. Fast careers supporting Lola. Track sold him over Jacob. Jacob this morning ran a 793. Lila here with an 808. Lila said she was only 0.08 over her bracket, which is nice and close. Jacob went a little bit quicker than he was meant to. He's got an 8 second. He did a 793. A little bit red there from Lila. Crosses through. An 806 with a 5 at 81. Jacob comes through with an 807 with a 6 at 81. So both in the 807s and 81s.
Yep, I think that's kind of a safe number to chase, far enough away from the cutoff, close enough to it to be competitive. The next pair up, we have Cordell Di Maria for Hume Performance, McGee Power Plant in Cordell's Junior Dragster. Also one over there for Alex Rafalo in the Rocket Lane for Sydney Waterscapes. Rafalo in the AA Junior Dragster category, meaning he can go as quick as a 760.
Shout out to Declan Adamson. See us, mate, put your hand up. Declan. He's watching from the grandstands. Why is he watching from the grandstands when he's here?
Well, it's in the shade, mate. What do you mean?
True.
792 with an 83 miles an hour for Alex Rafalo in the Rocket Lane to a 797 with an 8. Wow. Absolutely nothing in that one, ET-wise. Next up, we'll see George DeCarlis from Wetherill Park, the Brick and Go bricklaying junior dragster, taking on Robbie Bristeski. All the way from Queanbeyan East for CA Motorsports. Qualified 19th so far with an 880. Carlos with a in 17th with a 1210. Teske goes 009 on the tree. Will take the finish line with an 880 with an 8, beg your pardon. Backing up is 880 with a 5, so there's 3,000s in those two of those runs there for Robbie in the Rocket Lane. Next up, we'll see Archie Florimel in the Aeroflow lane. All the way from Craigieburn in Victoria.
The Road Warrior trailers sponsorship ties now, Motorworks. There's Max here on behalf of Speedflow, Atlantic Oils, and Scruffy. We don't know what Scruffy is.
Scruffy, I believe, is the nickname for a gentleman by the name of Brian Lake.
Okay.
Who either imports or manufactures parts for junior dragsters. If my understanding is correct.
A pretty good person to have in your corner.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I think it is. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but
Like the whole thing's completely wrong. There's
I've just made it
somehow
up.
You've made up
I've
a
just
pretty
made it
awesome
up.
person.
Just made it up, like half the Instagram videos.
Archie offline.
035 on the tree for Florimel. Out and gone against Mags. And Archie will get there first with an 8.60 with a 3. And Edith Mags a 12.10 with a 4.
Chloe Rako, a 2024 runner-up, coming through on the aerofoil lane. Aubrey Mags coming through. The Road Warrior trailers, Speed Flow Atlantic Oils.
All right, Rako in the airflow lane. Runs quick as an 8.02 with a 5. Running in double A junior dragster. Meaning as quick, she can go as quick as a 7.60. 0.65 on the tree for Aubrey Mags in the Road Warrior Trailers car. Mags will get the finish line. 8.06 with an 8. 80.9 miles an hour. Backing up an 8.07 with a 2 earlier in qualifying. Wow, so that's another car that's done 2 runs within 5,000s. Next up, we'll have Adriana Florimel in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joshua Mags. Joshua in the rocket lane.
Adriana here, half of tyres now, Motorworks, Road Warrior trailers, and Josh is on the same, Road Warrior trailers, Speed Flow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, and Discovery. This thing must be like frozen, because
It's copy paste for 3 cars, mate. The only thing that changes is the number and the first and the Christian name. That's it.
it's awesome support there from Road Warrior trailers, Speed Flow, Atlantic Oils.
Which I must say, if you're in the market for a very nice toy hauler, whatever they call it, nice car
Road Warrior
transport,
trailers.
check them out. Whether you run a drag car, a circuit car, a go-kart, any of those things, they've got standard designs, or I believe that you can fully customize it to whatever your needs are. 060 on the tree for Joshua Mags. Nice light for him. He's looking for a 770. Runs a 773 with a 5. 85 miles an hour. I think that's the quickest speed I've seen today. And Adriana Florimel goes 12.001 on a 12.000 qualifying time. Next up, we will see Jake McNamara in the airflow lane, taking on Jaden Bunasev. Jaden in the rocket lane for Harrick's 3D and the North Rocks Auto Centre. McNamara racing for the Bank of Nan and Pop. I wonder if there's a limitation to that loan when the payout figure's required, Adam.
I don't know if the executives of the bank actually know yet, but both our drivers locked in. A red light there from Jaden. 032 from Jake. Looks like Jake will take this one.
8.02 with a 4, 80.65 mile an hour for McNamara.
And an 8.54 with a 3 at 76 from Jaden.
Nice pass from both races there.
Up next, couple of C's. Lucy Hamilton here from Perfection Automotive. And Mary Jo Manasseh from North Rocks Auto Care and Harrick's 3D. 0.92 reaction time from Lucy.
Lucy with a little bit more experience, a little bit more horsepower under the right foot.
Perfection Automotive takes the win. 12.50 with a 7 at 51. And Mary Jerry crosses through for a 13.09 with a 5 at 48.
I'm not 100% sure of all the rules now, because there used to be a side valve engine was the only power plant that you could use, but there's a number of people now using an overhead valve. So I'm wondering if Pete Hamilton, being that he's the LS guru, can he build a one-cylinder and then a one-cylinder billet block and then get an LS head and cut it in half? Could you imagine the thing had run fours just because of all the development gone into the cylinder head?
I was looking at Lexus's car yesterday. This one.
Yes.
They've got crank sensors and
yes. Yeah.
Like, it was like these things are like, yeah.
I don't know. Is it
this one and the
not the Rayco car, because that's running an EFI now?
I'll have to have a look. I think it might be another one, but yeah, it had a crank sensor.
You know they typically get the magnet on the flywheel, so they have the coil pack right on the flywheel to pick up the magnet. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to have to delve in and do a little bit of a tech scoop on these. And
there's a lot more in them than people think.
Yeah.
You know, some of these cars are making probably 60, 70 horsepower.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, they're getting up there in terms of value to buy one of the power plants now. Everything's billet. There's not much. There's nothing left in these things that is, Briggs and Stratton in inverted commas, which is what it was when I raced. They were, basically using factory parts where we could
go down to the steel shop and get some parts.
No more. No, definitely. These not able to, the standard parts not able to sustain the pressures that the racers are putting on them. 0.39 on the tree for Zane Condello. Good side-by-side race. Alexis Attard right there. 0.06 of a second across the finish line. 7.93 with a 2. 81 mile an hour for Attard to an 8.01 with a 6. At 81 mile an hour for Condello. He too another car that's running right on the ET that they're looking for. And when I say that, they're building consistency. They're looking for runs that are close together in terms of their times, because what that means is it makes it easier to pick a dial in when it comes time to race. Next up, we'll see Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Savannah Condello. Ito racing for Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Low Fabrications from Greystanes, pretty close to Sydney Dragway. Condello from Barak Heights, suburb down near Wollongong Way, south of Sydney. Ito's into full stage. Condello now in.
0.41 reaction time from Riley. Does help assist with that little gap they have right now, and crosses the line. 7.73 with a 7.82 and an 8.05 with a 4.82 from Savannah Bushy.
Yeah, nice pass from both races. I saw that Darian interviewed Riley on Facebook earlier this week, and I took out of that interview he's focusing a lot on his pre-run concentration, making sure that he's clear of all his thoughts and focusing a lot on the start line, and attributes that to a lot of his success in taking home the championship last year.
It's really good that we're starting to show some more insights into these teams and team members. As I said, we were talking before, going down the pits Friday night, have like a Friday night yarn stream. I'm thinking we'll go down and have a couple of apple juice poppers or something.
Yeah, we could do that. Sit around a table.
Yeah.
Could do that.
Go in the cafe area.
Yep.
Wow.
Banter would be endless, I'd imagine.
We'll brainstorm that one later.
On track now, Benjamin Attard and Marcus Princey. Princey in the rocket lane. Attard, he's our I thought would have been #1 qualifier with an 8.00 in A Junior Dragster. An 0.20 light It runs on down for a 797 with the 4 at 80.85 miles an hour. Marcus Princey in the rocket lane at 12.102 at 54. Next up, we'll see Liam O'Neill. I think he'll be our last qualifier for Junior Dragster here this afternoon. See Zane Condello down there on the start line with him. No doubt Zane giving him as much advice and guidance as possible. Liam recently stepping up to be Junior Dragster.
So is that a complete chassis change or just engine change?
No, just engine change, I think. Although a lot of these cars, they can adjust the speed through tuning and weight. They use weight a fair bit because it's a consistent change.
Okay.
850 with a 9, 76 miles an hour for Liam there. I was going to say 176. Certainly get the attention of a few officials if that was the case. Johnny Lucci down there in the rocket lane.
Oh, 2-2 reaction time there.
Nice.
Nice solid run there.
Very much so. Johnny stepping up to a junior recently. 810 with a 6, 83 miles an hour. As we move into a junior drag bike.
Brought to you by Speedflow Australian-made performance hose fittings.
And on track now we have Lincoln Bonwick in the airflow lane. Our winner for the 2025 New South Wales Championship, taking on Christopher Davidson. Davidson in the rocket lane. There are clean greens on both sides of the racetrack. Davidson with the performance here. Kawasaki Ninja, a 996 with a 470.7 miles an hour.
And a 1257 with a 7 at 51 from Lincoln. So move into our final pair. Adam Jordan from the Managed Fuel Delivery Systems taking on Anastasia Lucky from the 666 Race and Customs. 2025 runner-up.
Yeah, Adam very busy between drag racing, circuit racing, both here in Australia and overseas. Nice, another nice pass. 882 with a 279 miles an hour there. And Anastasia Lucky a 1071 with a 9 at 66. And those competitors in Junior Drag Bike will be running Chicago Shootout when it comes time to race a little bit later on this afternoon. Next time we see them out, there'll be dial-ins on the board, handicapped starts, and we'll be racing for the sheep stations.
So we're moving into Super Sedan.
Yeah, we can hear those bikes firing up into life. While we wait for the finish line to be packed away, we'll just throw to a couple of quick words from some of our sponsorship partners here at Sydney Dragway. Adam and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
As we come back to you from our live break, we go into the Go Logistics Super Sedan. Brought to you by Go Logistics. As Nathan Cowie and the Mighty Boy taking on Jamie Turner in the VK Commodore. The Cowie signs Suzuki Mighty Boy. One of those different vehicles, but very recognisable. Taking on Jamie Turner, ETS Race Fuels, Domino Converters, Higgins Race Heads, coming to Auto Parts, Paul Turner Horsepower. As Jamie tags off line, Nathan's failed to leave the mark at the moment. Hopefully nothing too terminal. Jamie crosses through for 9.94 with a 9.136, but we keep our eyes back down at the beginning here and doors open. Probably not the best result. Hopefully something that's quick and easy to fix when they come back around. Always quietly push Nathan back. Look down at this lovely Holden Ute. The black, the greens, the blues, the Nutto grey. Move into the next one. Kristen Smith in the Tirana. Taking on Jason McAuliffe in that beautiful HQ1 tonner. LC Tirana. From Christopher here on behalf of his H pension. Pamat Automotive. SMI Financial Solutions. Jason's here on behalf of the Southern Motor Works. Oh, nice launch there from Jason. 089 on the tree. Helps him convert it through. 8.35 with a 4 at 161. And Christopher with a 9.15 with an 8 at 146. Let's have a quick look at our rear camera here. Looks like we're just a little bit of debris through the finish line to get that sorted out. So what we'll do while we grab that debris off the track, cross through, check out some of our live coverage coming up from our upcoming GDR Festival.
MR Engineering GTR Festival returns to Sydney Dragway on May 22nd and 23rd for another giant celebration of all things GTR and Nissan. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the event, so the celebration will be bigger than ever. There'll be a top 10 GTR Elite display, 10K cash and prizes for roll racing, 10K prize money for drag racing, new top 10 Ultimate GTR competition. There will be 10 new builds unveiled and 10 special guests including Hiroshi Tamura, Mr. Carbon Fiber Sakamoto, Mickey Andrade, Mighty Car Mods, Street Alpha Podcast, Shipbox Garage, and more big announcements still to come. After last year's Show and Shine and Traders Alley sold out, We have made it even bigger for 2026, so expect to see even more great performance parts, merchandise, and epic cars on display. The event is open to all models of Nissan of all levels of modification, from rare and collector GTRs to 2,000 horsepower monsters. From drift to time attack to sex spec, from old school Princes and Datsuns to new Zeds, from S chassis to Pulsars to Nissan Patrols. You can enter your car to display and hang out, or hit the track for COTS roll racing on Friday and then drag racing, both street and competition class, as well as Motorcana on Saturday. Want to take on Godzilla? Well, we let some imposters come to play too, with twin-turbo Lambos, Evos, Rotaries, and more. Expect to see some Pro Mod special guests. There is also so much to see and do for all car enthusiasts and families alike. Drift rides, oil down entertainment, fireworks both Friday and Saturday night, kids rides, food trucks, and the Drifters versus Burnouts competition. 2026 MR Engineering GTR Festival Australia, powered by Motive Video and presented by Cars from Japan, HKS, Fitzner Performance Gearboxes, High Octane Racing, and Cranked Motorsport, is set to be massive. Grab your car entry to display or race and your VIP tickets now before they sell out, as well as discounted online spectator tickets. GTRfestival.com.
GTR Festival.
Well, that was almost perfect timing, Adam.
It looks like we're just going to try and move these cars back a bit, Bush. We're going to have to get the sweeper out. So I'm just having a look here. What we might need to do, Bush, we might just have a quick ad break. Try and get that out of the way while there's nothing happening. And we'll come back to you guys shortly as soon as we get the race action back underway. As we're back here at Sydney Dragway, our round 2 of our New South Wales State Championships. Moving back into Super Street, Jim Raptors taking on Jared Tyrrell. Jared's here in the Pro Hose Newcastle VK Commodore. Jim here on the Go Logistics 69 Dart. As I said, Go Logistics is part of our sponsorship program, as also is Power Plus Racing Fuels. Had a little bit of a tidy up, some spring cleaning in the finish line area.
All right, so Raptors in the aeroflow lane. 426 on board for him. Tyrrell in the VK Commodore. 0-2-0 on the tree for the Commodore. Raptors again, very hard hit on those tyres on the start line. The Commodore will take the win, 9.07 with a 1. 152 miles an hour to a 952 at 144 for the Dodge Dart. Our next pair of competitors waiting in the burnout box.
Quick adjustment of the 330 there, Bushy. Computer said no. So.
Okay. I didn't notice that it wasn't working. Perhaps that's there are like alarms, if you like, on each of the sensors. Give race control an indication of whether they're working or not, or that they're getting a full signal, I should say.
Yes.
Because all it is a light beam that's shot from the wall to the centre and then back on both sides of the racetrack. The boxes that you see on the centre line, the orange boxes, are just reflectors. There's a reflector on either side, and all it's doing is send a signal. When the car brakes, the computer program does a distance over time calculation and says it's doing this speed and this time from the start line.
Distance over time. Back in my day, we had stopwatches. Caroline Hayes taking on Jason Field. The perfect roofing for Telstar. Taking on the Rocket Industries LH Tirana.
Perfect roofing car away quicker with a 1.00 light. Looks like the Tirana has the horsepower though at the top end.
Oh,
If
wow.
it didn't get there, I thought it was going to be closer than that, a 10th across the finish line.
894, 889. Both in the 150s as well. Nice and close. Move on to our next pairing here. Paul Papacosta and the Go Logistics for Capri. Nathan Watt here in the Grants Performance VL Commodore.
All right, so Papacosta's lined up looking at the left-hand side of the scoreboard. I know the car's been turning to the right on each of the runs so far, so maybe he's preempting input into the steering wheel.
We hope he's right.
Just waiting on Watt to bring that second white light on. Tree counts down now. Papacosta just blazes the tyres, both cars leaving on the tree red. No issues for Watt though in terms of traction. 897 with a 0, 149 miles an hour.
A 1478 with a 9 at 69 from Paul. I don't think that either of those would be happy with the results, but I said best to get that out of the way while you can. Michael Milowicz? Is that right?
I'd say Milazovic.
Milazovic, okay. So this is something else when we're down there we can...
Yeah, I mean, I might be saying it completely wrong.
But
that's what I'm going with.
When we do like a little prep night thing, we can go our 2025 champion in the aeroflow lane, taking on Sean Sabello and the LSBS. Michael shoots at negative 002, nice and close, but not close enough. 877 with a 2 at 151.
Love the track mics on that. You hear the NA V8 go past, and then you hear this coming behind it from the turbo. No engine note from the Commodore, just the turbo spool.
Those track mics have been my own worst enemy lately, but I'm glad I finally got around to it. But we've got to fix. We've got 3 out of the 4, so it's better than none of the 4. But
Yes.
They say that I never knew that ants liked microphones so much.
They get into anything if given a chance.
I think it might be the foam, and they just go, "Oh, this is comfy." Adam Hunter Race Engines Ford Falcon, Naomi Dyson, the BNS Waterproofing Pontiac Firebird.
.032 on the tree for Dyson. 020 red for Hunter. The Pontiac will get it across the finish line though. A 906 with a 3, 150 miles an hour. Next up we have Hayley Vella. Down there in the BK Engines backed Ford Capri. Taking on Chevy Taylor in the Tilly Motorsport Spares Chevy bubble top.
Oh, tonight reaction to 017. Chevy and Haley both want this. Haley's going to push through and take this one. 920 with a 3 at 143 to a 1016 with a 3 at 131, Bushy.
Yeah, nice pass from both races there. The Capri just showing the horsepower at the top end of the racetrack, stretching away. This is a bit of an age-old battle, I think, on the start line right now. These two raced each other plenty of times. Very experienced Super Sedan racers. We have Michael Little in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Brett McNiff in the Rocket lane. The Martin and Sox Tribute VG Valiant Coupe for St Mary's Engines. Little yellow Tirana for M&T Little Plumbing. Chevy versus Chrysler.
Oh, 047. Oh, light off the line there for Michael. Absolutely lit it up.
It's unusual for that car. Normally it's bulletproof on the start line, but definitely spun the wheels quite a bit.
We'll just have a look at the quick replay. Left lane, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, has bagged it up a little bit too much off the launch.
Next up, we'll see Wayne Burke in the Ford Cortina taking on Adrian Morton. Now, I said before, Adrian Morton, the name is familiar, but not this car. I'm just trying to think what he raced before. Very nice looking Mustang Coupe down there.
Unfortunately, it looks like a bit too soon for Adrian. Not too sure what happened there, because he...
Unless the tree was activated before he was in stage, I'm not 100% sure.
We'll have to see what's going on down there with the tree, unfortunately.
Our next pair going through their burnout. Oh, this is another experienced pair of racers down here. We have Dave Gruber in the Aeroflow lane and Jimmy Donaro in the Rocket.
Jimmy, the 2025 runner-up.
Ford Cortina, 363 cubes of Windsor on board. In the Tirana, we have 383 cubes of Chevy. 007 red on the tree for the Cortina. 026 green for Gruber. Locked together at the finish line. The Cortina just gets there, 928 with a 4, 145 miles an hour to a 931 with a 4. Dave Gruber. Oh, this will be a cracker, Adam. If you like Silver Falcons, check this one out.
double your money.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Or is it double vision? Ellie.
You see that grey Falcon? You go, which one?
The XT, I think it is down there. XT or XR in the rocket lane. And XW in the airflow. Keep your eyes on the Wood machine in the rocket. His first qualifying run nearly dragged the bumper. Nice wheel stand this time. It went out, pitched the front wheels in the air, brought them down gently, stayed in the throttle. He'll get there first for Wood, a 9.02 with a 3, 148 miles an hour.
But look at the replay, Bushy, right-hand lane.
That was a great wheel stand.
Nice. Give that one 2 thumbs up. All right. Peter Valaris, Go Logistics XT Falcon. Rex Webster in the A40 Austin.
Mike Sampson on the YouTube channel, watching from Knoxville, Tennessee in the US of A. Welcome, Michael. Peter Valaris in the airflow lane. Leaving the start line with an 024 light up against Rex Webster.
Wow. 9.25 with a 2 from Peter. 9.55 with a 7 from Rex in the Austin. We all love a good Austin.
Yes. Don't see them much on the racetracks nowadays, but they were very popular back in the Gasser days of the late 60s, early 70s. On track now we see Ross Bilby in the XE Falcon.
I was watching on a YouTube channel, this guy's, I guess you call it like a bolt down rebuild of a Austin Allegro.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, why?
Well, this is the thing with cars, isn't it? There is no rhyme or reason.
And you think, you don't know what it's going to be like in 10, 20 years time afterwards.
No.
As Ross Bilby gets overtaken by Steve. Steve comes through 8.74 with a 5 at 158 and a 9.57 with an 8 at 140 from Ross.
It seems to be a very well sorted car for Steve McCurr, the little RX-7. Got down the racetrack on each pass strongly today. I dare say prepping to run at the Garrett Sydney Jamboree coming up in a couple of weeks' time, 28th of March. On the start line now, we have Sean Maher and Graham Blackman. Maher in the Tirana, Blackman in the Cortina. Nice launch this time for Sean Maher. 0.73 on the tree. A much more stable pass for him this time around. And a 9.17 with a 9, 144 miles an hour to a 10.05. To 7 at 133 for Blackman in the Cortina. That concludes our Go Logistics Super Sedan qualifying. We're about to move into Super Gas.
Super Gas. As Roy Romeo takes on Joe Costanza-Riddy.
Good to see both races on their way down the racetrack side by side. And Costanza-Riddy got there first, but went too fast to 9.87 with an 8. To a 10.03 with a 4 for Roy Romeo. Of course, these races looking for a 9.90. Next up, we'll see Luke Romeo and Anthony Panetta. Romeo doing it for In Touch Automotive, Burson Auto Parts and Narellan, and VP Race Fuels. 008 red on the tree for Panetta. 059 green for Romeo. The Calibra out in front at the minute. Will the hot rod come around? No, didn't get there, but both cars going too quick. 987 with a 156 miles an hour for the Calibra to a 986 with a 7 for the hot rod.
Track's too quick, mate.
Yeah. Romeo's gone too fast on each run, I think, so far today. I've come pretty close to buying cars similar to Romeo's hot rod before I had mortgages and all that sort of stuff.
You might be able to put that in a Road Warrior trailer.
Is there no end to your marketability, Adam Heron?
Find out.
Maybe you could put your Porsche in a Road Warrior trailer.
Yeah, they don't support me. I've supported them. I think this Pluto Motorsport Parts and Services Pluto's Automotive takes off.
001 on the Pro
001.
Tree.
Looks like it bogged down a bit too much, so when he finished, yeah, 992, 151.
Well, 200s over is better than 200s under. I'm not sure what the #1 qualifying position is.
It's just funny how you see the team react as soon as he hits off the line. Like, he literally hasn't even hit the 60-foot yet, and you can see the reaction. You're like, how'd you know that?
All right, moving into modified bike now, brought to us by bikeview.com.au. Jesse Barnes down there on the start line up against Albie Davidson. Davidson had to check out passes on the Purple Monster earlier. Been told by Gareth Wilcox, the bike owner, this is the send it pass. So let's see what he can do. 056 on the tree for Barnes. He is out of here. And runs on through for a 915, 146 miles an hour to a 1036 with an 8 at 144 for Davidson. Joshua Bukareshvili for bikereview.com.au on board the Kawasaki down there in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Suraj Singh for Formation Riders on board the Suzuki. Oh, 1 on the tree for Bukareshvili. 549 on the tree for Singh. Bukareshvili through with a 972 at 150 miles an hour and an 1122 with a 2, 138.
Angela Phipps up next, Bushy. Jimmy Jock Stewart in the rocket lane. Jimmy Jock here with Hunter Moto, Rutherford Dealership and the Formation Riders. Oh, 6-4 extra time from Angela there. Jimmy Jock goes through.
Yep, an 890, 889 with a 7, I beg your pardon, 149 miles an hour and a 1041 with a 4 at 144 for Phipps. Looked like she dropped the clutch on the start line and just had a slight hesitation there for Phipps on the start line. Now moving into Street Fighter, brought to us by Jetta's HQ.
Yes, mate. Jetta's HQ for Street Fighter. Supply, install, and servicing all of your Jetta equipment.
And we have Alicia Romeo down there in the VT Commodore taking on Nicholas Varelis. Nicholas in the XR6. Alicia says, I'll see you at the other end. With a 1309 at 106 miles an hour to a 1476 for the Falcon. Next up we have Lachlan McCaskill in the Hyundai i30. Ah, I see, he's borrowed the girlfriend's car. Just running the clutch in, that's all he's doing, isn't it?
Something like that.
Christopher Varillas in the rocket lane. Falcon out in front. 14.72 with a 5. 96 miles an hour. To a 16.62 at 82 mile an hour for McCaskill.
See Panel Van Man back on YouTube. Says why they finally found the on button. I guess you might just woke it up and realise we're on. So good morning, Panel Van Man.
Pietro Tallarico runs on through for a 14.73 with a 9. 93 miles an hour in the purple utility. Our next pair leaves the start line. Michael Zara in the Statesman, taking on Glenn Garlick in the sedan. Garlick left with a 003 to an 078. Garlick will get there first, 15.23 with a 7, 92 miles an hour to a 15.91 with a 1 at 87. Next up, Dennis Dadelmeyer in the AU Falcon.
You're installing it up.
This one manually shifted. .082 on the tree to an 049 for Featherston.
13.62 with a 2 at 98 from Danny. Glenn goes through 15.14 at 91. Shell Odgen taking on Dean Giddens. Street Metal Paint and Panel Ford Fairmont.
Pretty close race. Oh, the Commodore just gets the win, 15.52 with a 4, 88 miles an hour. 051 on the tree as well.
There's Brianna Boscovich from Bosco Racing taking on Tommy Reiko in the Tesla.
I want to hear the horn at least once across the finish line.
Oh, even on the
Harry,
return
tell your mum she's got to use the horn so we can hear it on the track mics. Both drivers going very similarly red here.
Oh, very, very close there.
Yeah, 13.92 with a 3, 99 miles an hour for the Falcon to a 15.28 with a 7 at 95 for Tammy Reiko on that run. Steve Hurstler and Shane McGregor about to do battle. McGregor made the final in the first round of the championship this time around. This season, I should say, for B&S Waterproofing and Penrite Oil. Pretty similar on the tree. The Falcon with the better of the two lights. Slightly better in performance too, I think, although the Utes definitely right there. Was a tenth across the finish line. 13.40 with a 7, 102 miles an hour for McGregor to take the win to a 13.47 with a 6 for the utility. Next up, we'll see Sean Dartnell, our 2025 winner in the I-30. See, maybe that's why McCaskill's got an I-30, because he knows the pedigree of yeah.
Quality tested.
Yes, it's been quality tested.
As per Sean Dartnell.
Yes, correct. Taking on Jeffrey McNiff in the rocket lane with St Mary's engines in the 300C. Oh, look at the light. 130 for Dartnell.
Oh, wow.
Call that an I-30.
Oh,
and
wow.
an 018 on the tree for Jeffrey McNiff. Watch out come elimination times with that 300C. 15.08 on the...
I was speaking to Sean's driver trainer, Keith, earlier before.
Oh, yes, yeah. And
He's been giving him some top tips about, what to do. And he said, if you want to go well, go do this. And it looks like it's paid off.
Yep.
So shout out to Keith.
See, that's why he's Employee of the Month.
Oh, yeah, that's
It's just constantly good.
it's full of useful information.
Yeah.
It's just tick, tick, tick.
All right, Jaden Melham now on his way to the finish line in the Fiat Abath. 695 breaks the beams with a 1389, 99 miles an hour. I think pretty consistent. I'm going to put in a request for the Tesla horn on the finish line.
You can do that?
I'm going to ask.
You've got it on speed dial.
I can ask. That's all I can do.
Moving on to Street Bike, proudly presented by Heavy Duty Magazine, Australia's #1 V-twin magazine. In the airflow lane, Adrian Watson, Shed Built Racing, taking on Bianca Azzopardi from Hardcore Lawns and Azzopardi Racing.
All right, both races up at the start line. Watson in pre-stage. Azzopardi now in pre-stage. Lots of RPM on one of those bikes. Listen to it. I'm guessing that was the R6. 204 on the tree for Watson. And looks like Bianca rode on around 10,
Around the outside.
1-8 with a 9. 139 miles an hour to a 1072 at 132 miles an hour. Our next pair, Phil Gardner, on board the Yamaha 900 triple, and Paul Spence from Formation Riders on board the Kawasaki Ninja. Gardner with the performance here. And will take the win, 10.83 with a 6.124 miles an hour to a 12.38 with a 7 at 105. Next up, we're going to see Robert Gilb on board the Kawasaki ZR 1100. Our 2025 championship winner, taking on Colin Northcott in the lone Ducati in the field on the Diavel 1198.
Robert Gill, 2025 champion, taking on Colin Northcott in the Ducati. Jervis Bay Real Estate. .028 to a 003. Awesome reaction time here from Colin as the Robert crosses the line. 10.17 with an 8 at 131. And 10.92 with a 1 from Colin at 117.
Request is made, Adam.
Dial the horn.
Yeah, dial the horn. I know Harry would have done it without even asking.
What would Harry do?
No, he would have done it, but his mum's focusing on racing because she hasn't raced before.
Ah, fair. All right, moving into the modified.
Of course, brought to us by Platinum Powder Coating. And was kicking off the round with a pair of Smiths in dragsters. We have Chelsea in the yellow car down there. Tegan in the black car. (1,140 cubic inches of Chevy big block. Down there, two slightly different styles of car. We see the car that Tegan's in, got the bigger tyre and the wider chassis, where Chelsea's car a little bit more late model, doesn't run the wing, but the wheels tucked in a little bit more. But I do like that Tegan's car has the zoomies on it. It's a completely different engine note. 028 to a 006. Chelsea with the better light, but Tegan with the horsepower of the chute came out early for Tegan. A 721 with an 170 miles an hour to a 750 at 179.
Was Tegan being cheeky then?
Is that the way of doing like the four-way flasher? You do the parachute early?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe, because I feel that the chute was too early, so it would have hurt her ET.
So just going to check out the 594. As a Fletcher, 27 Ford Roadster, taking on Christopher Brown, the Cody King Ford Altered. I say Ford Attard then. I was like, what's an Attard?
Harrison racing for the Jamison Courthouse Hotel, the Mansfield Apartments, Bolton Plumbing and Civil. Brown racing for the Coding King, Race Max Direct and Power Plus Race Fuels.
Howdy.
.049 on the tree for Harrison. Out in front with the little hot rod and gets there first. 883 with a 6, 147 miles an hour to a 911 with a 6, 142 for Christopher Brown.
All right. Alan White, Brooke Reposada.
All right. Alan White from Fairfield West on board the Ford T-Bucket. The small block Chevy, former Australian champion in modified eliminator. Taking on Brooke Rapazada for VP Race Fuels. Rapazzato with 007 red. And through the finish line with a 7:09.
Not bad.
At 191 miles an hour at the finish line, and an 8:59 with a 4 at 150 miles an hour. For Alan White in the T bucket.
All right, Mark Allenville, Shy Automotive Mechanical, Spitster Dragster taking on Jess Turner, the ETS Race Fuels Dragster. Jess is here on behalf of ETS Race Fuels, Higgins Raceheads, Dominator Converters, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Wild Inc. and PTHP.
Which of course is a Paul Turner horsepower.
Okay, there you go.
I saw that on VK.
Yes.
This racing today. I put 2 and 2 together.
Very nice.
A pair of rear engine dragsters about to do battle. Oh, 008 red on the tree for Bull, an 017 red for Turner. Turner out of the throttle, bit past half track. Next up, we'll see Paul Lynette and Mark Tanswell. Lynette in the Aeroflow lane. On board the Ford T-Bucket. Tanswell in the front engine dragster with the Holden 6. 023 on the tree for Lynette. The altered running straight down the center. I think that front engine car was on the rev limiter from about half track onwards. 753 with a 174 miles an hour for the T-Bucket.
I was just to say, going changes through the camera and I hear that.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Next up, we'll see Daniel Moore and Peter Brown. Moore in the bantam-bodied altered. The NZ of the ACT, motorhound.com, Road Warrior Trailers, and Nazy Bloom Flowers. And Lube Alloy Racing Oils. Peter Brown in the rocket lane. Very experienced racer in this dragster. The Sims Integrated Solutions. BK Race Engines, Pro Trans, Race Max Directs goes 003 on the tree for the Brown dragster. Will he get to the finish line first? Yes, he will. 762 with a 6, 177 miles an hour. To a 795 with a 1 at 164. Daniel Moore. And that's the last round of Platinum Powder Coating Modified Eliminator. We're moving into Top Sportsman.
Or just buy mixed mineral roofing.
Great to have mixed metal roofing on board with Top Sportsman.
And we heard the 2J. So new Sportsman must be on.
Yep.
There's the Carrot Machine. From the Carrot Kings. Leo Georges, Rocky Limitina and Sons. Premium Race Engines. Motor Oil Store and NB Design. So Gypsy says that
Yes.
you look. He says you look very lush this morning. Oh, sorry.
No,
the
he was
track.
talking about the track, not
looks very
about
lush.
me
Sorry.
or you. He wasn't responding to us.
I was confused.
We've removed the commentary camera for a reason, Adam. Nice launch from both cars. I think the cleanest that little coupe's got away. 125 to the 60. Out in front with a 758 with a 5. 183 miles an hour for Scotty Cousins. And a 902 with a 0 at 149 for Leo Georges. Awesome burnout down there from Kane McKay. Is that McKay or McKee?
Was it Mackie?
Mackie.
See, we need to find these out.
Yes.
This is the things we can do. What's your name?
Taking on Owen James in the rocket lane. And the Cortina for OAC Engineering. 065 on the tree. HR just hanging back, making sure it's got full boost. And it is on a mission. 1.26 to the 60 and through the finish line, 760 with a 1, 187 miles an hour. I think working really well. Next up, Nath Cooper in the Gemini. For Samorax race cars. Power Plus Race Fuels and all vehicle services. Taking a Mark Klein. Oh. And yes, I did just go, because that was looking like he was nearly going to tag the wall a little bit further, and the front, the steering wheels would have been on the paint, and we all know what happens when the...
So, from the law of physics, because Keith was against the wall, it attracted him to the car. So it's quite simple how what happened there, but...
Definitely, I'd say Mark would have been getting an eyeful of the concrete that was approaching very, very quickly. Chevy Cavalier right, just waiting on the Cavalier to move into stage. Cooper's ready to go. Cavalier in there now. 3 counts down. Cooper with an 0.39. Out and gone, but I think the Cavalier will come around at the top end of the racetrack. Yes, it does. 7:41 with a 7. 182 miles an hour. Our next pair about to start their burnout procedure. And that would be Brett O'Connor and Michael Redding. 1,300 cubic inches of Chevy big block goodness on the start line. I'm assuming that the power plant in Redding's car is a Chevy. Just says Indy 655. O'Connor just purging the nitrous lines. Great shot of those 2 cars on the start line.
I'm going to try something here. It's going to be either really good or really bad.
Okay, you've all prepped.
I apologise in advance.
.026 to an 0.24.
Wow, that's pretty good.
And the O'Connor's Camaro gets there with a 7:21 with an 8 at 194 miles an hour. To a 7:76 with a 9 at 175. All right, Matty Clark and Joshua Boscovich down there on the start line. Boscovich in the Falcon. Clark on board the Pontiac GXP. Oh, Clark just, unfortunately. Not being able to bump into stage. 8.11 with an 8.160 miles an hour for Boscovich there. Clark was up on the limit of it. Just, I don't think the transmission wanted to bump in.
David Whitmore from Grant's Performance, Chevy Nova, here on behalf of Power Plus Fuels, taking on Darren Mooney, FCF Race Calls, West End Performance.
Has Mooney run today before?
No, I was going to say I haven't seen the red arrow out yet, so there you go.
First pass of the day for Darren Moody. Bought this 582 cube Chevy powered Holden radar.
Side shot photos here. David Moore, Darren Moody, both getting into the tree. Here we go.
.037 on the tree for Darren Moody, the better of the two lights, but the horsepower will go to Dave Whitmore with a 782, 173 miles an hour, to an 855 at 162 mile an hour for Moody.
We'll go crack, bushy. So we'll go to some quick ads. Appreciate some of our sponsors. Come back with you all shortly. Welcome back to the New South Wales Championship round 2 here from Sydney Dragway. As we come back out of our track preparation, we're going to move down into our boosted outlaws. And we look down on our live feed screen setting as they fire them up.
Yes, and what a glorious sound it is, Adam. Of course, these races, part of the iconic coat boosted outlaw Chicago shootout here today. Fantastic bracket sponsor for the season. And we have Curtis Reed in the dragster, taking on Tim Gruber in the Ford Cortina.
Said 2025 champion Curtis Reed. Did some track testing yesterday, had some happy results. Tim ran earlier today, did a 7:55 with a 6. He's here with the Creamian Engine Services Ford Cortina. And we'll look here, Curtis Reed yesterday ran a 6:36 with a 9.
All right, so the dragster's going to have to be patient on the start line. It's got 1.2 seconds to wait here, Adam. So that means that Gruber will probably be nearly at the 60 foot by the time the dragster is allowed to leave the start line. A 6:52 the dial in for the Cortina. 7:52 the dial in for the Cortina. 6:35 the dial in for the dragster. The Cortina away nicely. A little bit of a move towards the wall, but now back in the middle of the lane. I don't think the dragster's going to catch Tim from there. Oh, he got there by 300ths of a second.
Not bad.
Now, 046 light was what saved him there.
6:39 with an 8 at 215.
It's very close to the dial-in as well.
Very close.
Good race there for Curtis Reed.
So moving into our next one, Paolo Tortorello. From Movie Planes, the elite ranked parts. Ford Mustang, here with behalf of CV Performance.
And she's
Brittany Olive
taking on Brittany Olive. I'm sure Beck was just waiting for me to stand up. I should have just looked on the camera. So many easier ways.
I'm not going to tell the legend what to do, mate.
All right, so Paolo Tortorello in the Ford Mustang for elite race parts. And CV Performance burning out in front of you. No shortage of horsepower from the Pro Line 572. Dialed in with a 595.
Nice burnout there from Brittany in the rocket lane. Track Hawker's just having a quick look after Paolo's burnout. Make sure everything is spick and span.
So there'll be very little in this one on the start line, Adam. We've got only 0.05 of a second, the differences between the dial-ins. A 595 the dial-in for Tortorello, a 6-0 the dial-in for Olive. So basically heads up. I think it'll come down to
Human rather than human reaction time on this one, to be honest. Sholive will have it dialed in for sure.
Yep. We know that Brittany can certainly steer, win races as well. There we go. Tortorello not interested in chasing the race, but wow. 617 with a 9, 225 mile an hour for the dragster.
Let's have a quick look at the replay at Paulo's run. Just quickly, you watch him go sideways up here, up on the big screen.
There was a lot of wheel work going into that Mustang.
Look at this left lane. Get ready. Whoosh.
Probably carrying a fair bit of speed at that point too, just quietly.
He put the saying to the test of when in doubt, power out.
Correct. I guess that's you've got to be somewhat comfortable to do that in one of these cars, because on and off the throttle is not the way to do it. So Brittany will take the round points there. Our next pair.
As Jeff Sargent obliterates the track mics.
Certainly earning their keep.
That's it. Chris Banks versus up in the 32 Bantam Altered here on behalf of Motorsport Connections. See Jeff Sargent in the airflow lane, getting guided back in the positive powder coating Camaro, our 2025 runner-up. Here with platinum powder coating and mixed metal roofing.
All right, so one light, the difference on the tree here, Adam. Manx will do the chasing. What's different with that car? They've taken the back of the body off it.
I was going to say, it looks a bit different on the back where the shoots
Yeah,
are.
but the rear section of the body's not on there anymore.
Got some DRS action. All right. Here we go. Both locked in.
004 red on the tree for Sargent.
Oh,
Giving
will
the
he
race
get him?
to
Will he get him? He got him.
Chris Manx got there first.
Wow, 6:01.
6:01 with a 5, Adam. Look at the speed, 234 miles an hour. Wow. Yes, I know. If Sargent didn't...
If only.
Yep. Well, we know that Manx can adjust the dial in now. He only went under by half a second. Just about.
I know that feeling.
Oh, yeah, that's because I wasn't in the car, right? Had no pressure and about 100 kilos less, you know?
That was crazy. Oh, let's look at that beautiful HQ Holden on the return road. Not bad pulling vehicle, is it?
No. Nice job from Curtis Reed in the rear engine dragster.
Round of applause for Curtis Reed,
Well
everybody.
done, guys. All right, looks like our next category to face the starter will be Extreme Bike. We have Joe Curry down there in the aeroflow lane for VP Race Fuels, Connection Concepts, Size, Harley Davidson, and Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport. Taking on Diane Azzopardi. Azzopardi Earth Moving. Diana was our #1 qualifier with a 783 with a 9. I know that the Foley machine and the Franks machine have run quicker than that, but they weren't able to get down the track in a suitable fashion.
Joe Curry here, on behalf of Joe Curry Motorsport Transport, VP Racing Fuels, Connection Concepts, and Size Harley Davidson. Dan Azzopardi's part of the Azzopardi Racing crew. She's our 2025 runner-up. On behalf of Azzopardi Earth Moving. Joe, previously this morning, he ran an 893 with a 1. And Deanne came through first place with a 783 with a 9.
one of those bikes not sounding.
I think the Harleys didn't have a
Yeah,
tough as a burnout as you wanted.
yeah, I know Joe doing something a little bit different down there, running the Destroyer, the Harley-Davidson Destroyer with a turbo. Not saying that it won't work, it's just something that's a little bit, there's less data, I suppose. Less people say, oh, if you do X, Y, Z, you'll get this result. .149 on the tree for Diane. And we'll take the win. 785 with a 6. 172 miles an hour. And a 9.5 at 149 mile an hour for Curry.
Nice run there by Deanne. As the Azapati team turn themselves over onto Ryan Franks. And the Azapati Racing Crew, GSF Engineering. He ran a 16.07, so I don't think that's what he wanted.
No. As I say, I think both these races have had less than ideal in qualifying.
Yeah. So Darren here with Ram Head Services, CHE Precision Auto. Both locked in. Both backed out. Unfortunately, not the result Darren wants. Like hands.
Hasn't been his day for sure. Nor for Ryan.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. Ryan Franks gets assigned the solo run. Oh, 6.8 on the tree. 1.3 on the 60.
It's a little bit of tyre smoke on the head of the throttle, but didn't halt progress. 757 with a 4 at him, 197 miles an hour. Just over 300 kilometres an hour there for Ryan Franks. It did spin the wheel pretty hard on the head of the throttle. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't see the racetrack, I suggest you get yourself in a posse that you can. We have the first round of the Chicago Shootout for top sportsman, top comp about to kick off, and we have sitting down in the fire-up box, we have Emilio Spinozzi for Terra Civil and Jeremy Callahan for Lucci Civil. So, battle of the civil companies down there. The Chevelle versus the Camaro. And these two very evenly matched off the qualifying that they put down earlier. Spinozzi went a 574. Callahan went a 581. But Callahan had the shoots out well and truly early at only 196 miles an hour at the finish line. Nice pass there for the Olive team in that supercharged Outlaws dragster. All right, Spinozzi in the aeroflow lane. About to go through the burnout procedure. Oh, went up to the start line to do the burnout and it just hooked up. Drove forward, no real tyre smoke. Next up, we have Jeremy Callahan in the rocket lane. For Lucci Civil, this absolutely gorgeous Chevy Corvette. Wants for absolutely nothing, either of these two cars. As I said, a 581 for Callahan in the first round of qualifying to a 574. On paper, this should be a cracker.
Oh, 098, 026 from Jeremy.
Here we go. Who will be at the finish line? Nice clean pass from both cars. About a tenth of a second between the two. Callahan will take the stripe. 566 with a 4 Adam. 257 miles an hour at the finish line.
But Bushy, 257 miles per hour.
Yeah, wow. That's a very strong pass from both teams. Under 1 second to the 60 foot on both sides of the racetrack. Wow. That was fantastic.
We're all awake now.
Yes.
All right. Up next, AC Delco, Brody Zapier, the A Civil, Salim Matta. Fabietti Motorsport, GM Quality Vehicles.
What do you think as a driver? You've just seen those two run those really quick times. You're licking your chops. I'm guessing.
Go, oh, I could do better than that. Watch this.
Yes. Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. That's it.
No, hold your soft drink.
I might, yeah. Well, yes.
A ginger beer.
Milkshake.
Or you
Something different.
Yeah.
You can keep it.
Yeah, well, because if I drink that before I drive, I'll throw up.
All right. Thumbs up from Salim's team. As Brody enters the burnout.
Oh, fair bit opposite lock in the burnout there for Brody Zapier.
Nice
burnout there for Salim.
So see Brody reversing up on the cameras. Salim's crew running up to him, get him guided back, doors open, get the smoke out.
Get as much fresh air as possible. Been a fantastic afternoon here at Sydney Dragway, Western Sydney.
Slim's team getting straight into it. All right. Get your phones ready, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Zapier has already laid down a 5.80 here today. Salim's run. He went centre line block hunting with a Mustang.
All right, here we go. Brody's locked in. Salim's locked in.
Oh, Brody leaving the red light. Salim's car over to the centre line once again. The car's coming close at the mid-track mark. Another foam block goes flying. But a 579 with a 245 miles an hour for Brody Zapier.
Let's have a look at the replay of that one up on the big screen. Keep your eye on the right-hand lane. Parachute knocking the foam.
Yeah, I think that the rush of air from the parachute just dislodging the foam block. Unfortunately, I didn't catch what the reaction time was for Brody Zapier.
While we're quickly just clearing the track, getting ready for Brody in Pennywise. Let's have a quick look at that replay. Let's watch the right-hand lane. Bring it up here. Slim nearly crossing the line. Parachute grabbing the cone as he goes through the 1,000 foot.
Looked like a really clean pass for Brody Zapier.
Yes.
As well.
I think he's grown to that car quite quickly.
Could you imagine being 20 and doing that?
No. They're one of a kind, aren't they? Bush?
Yes. I mean, in keeping in mind, before that, he's run a Pro Charge Camaro, late model Camaro in Top Sportsman.
Yes.
That's before stepping into his uncle's spare car. And then this season, joining AC Delco in the Monaro. On screen there is Brody Davies.
High-grade laser profiling, GPA builders. In the slammer, also known as Pennywise.
All right, won't be too long until given the fire-up signal for Brody Davies. And we'll see what he and the team have been able to put together in the pits between the qualifying run this morning.
Got the fob mat out there, Bushy. Fob mat just grabs the larger debris before it settles into the adhesion.
Guessing there's parts of the reflector or something, perhaps. Yeah, just while we've got a few moments while we run the fold mat up and down the racetrack, of course, there's always a lot happening here at Sydney Dragway, of course. The next week's Aeroflow race for real, we'll see the drag, drift and burnouts all happening on a Wednesday night. It's going to be pretty jam-packed, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, 100% Bush. Yes, said if you like your drag racing, come on down. If you like your burnouts, come on down. If you like your drifting, come on down.
Yep, we
So,
tick all the boxes here
100%.
the next Wednesday night, 18th of March, kicking off from 6 p.m. and concluding around 10 p.m. on Wednesday nights.
And coming up on the 20th, which is the next Friday, we've got our bike night theme night, brought to you by Sydney Random Rides, Heavy Duty Magazine, Size Harley Davidson. So, dedicated bike night for all our bike enthusiasts, dedicated bike lines, dedicated bikes.
Usually a fantastic event here at Sydney Dragway. I believe the last one sold out, so if you haven't already got your tickets, try and grab them before a Friday night. Otherwise, you may not get a chance to race amongst your peers on motorcycles.
And then we move on to one of the big ones, Bushy. The Garrett Turbo Sydney Jamboree, proudly presented by Tustrias and Fuel Tech.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a fantastic event. We've already seen a number of the big cars for the Sydney Jamboree out doing some testing. We saw the Pat Camaro unveiled yesterday.
Yep.
They've just completed a brand new build. Billet 13B on board that one with their 7-speed transmission. I haven't seen any numbers to what it ran yesterday, but it was out here doing some shakedown passes.
Yeah, it didn't do any full passes.
Yep.
But I said the RX-9 definitely on display showing how it's done. The red Lexus was here as well. So it's going to be one to watch out. We've got Tooks are coming down. Mac Racing's coming down with Mac.
Yep.
So
There'll be plenty of quick cars, and of course, there's a lot happening at the Jamboree, not just on the racing surface. There's also plenty of action down in the pits with trade displays and show and shines and bikini babes and similar down in the pit. So it's a full festival of atmosphere sort of thing. It's not just all about drag racing. So if you're free on the 28th of March, grab your tickets and head on out to Sydney Dragway.
And then the following Friday is our Good Friday burnouts. If you like your burnout action, this is one of the ones you definitely have to come down to. 3rd of April. So spend a couple of hours frying some tyres.
Yep. Listening to some superchargers scream.
Yep.
Big explosions from
fingers in the air.
From tyres and the occasional engine expiration.
Pyrotechnics display, not by choice.
Fuel fires, etc. But always plenty of different things happening here at Sydney Dragway. Then, of course, moving into next month, Adam may not have had the slide prepared, but I'm fairly certain the Diesel Dirt and Turf Expo is happening a little bit later towards the end of April.
Mid-April, yes.
Yep.
We'll bring that up. We'll bring most of them back up. Next Wednesday's race, we'll go through most of our events and get them situated.
Definitely. I just thought I'd mention it because we have a number of our races into the civil field, obviously. I dare say they're probably already aware of that Diesel Dirt and Turf Expo, as it's one of the bigger expos around that industry. As we hear Brody Davies fire up into life. A lot more RPM on board in that burnout. Seem to carry it a lot further as well.
That's part of the competition, isn't it?
Yes.
Who can do them at Tooks quarter mile?
I know it used to be back in the 90s, but I don't know if it's part of the competition now. Many a times we saw John Zapier and Victor Bray roll through the finish line with the door open. Couldn't see through the window for the tyre smoke. But then strangely enough, they've worked out that you lose about 2/10 from doing something like that. Probably not as much fun, but it's not as quick.
2/10 of an inch off the tyre.
Yeah. Well, that too. There's no winner other than the driver with a smile. Well, the crowd was the winner out of that. I think that definitely went a long way to building brand awareness. And a very strong supporter base for those particular drivers that used to do it.
Okay, here we go. Brody Davies in Pennywise, high-grade laser profiling, GPA builders, SRL Group, Ford Mustang with the Hemi 514. 559 is what we're happy to go with. O22 off line 109 the 60 foot, but has to roll out of it.
Yeah, a nice reaction time, 022, but the car going into tyre shake there, Adam. You can see the tyre mark basically on the head of the throttle. There's a bit of wheel spin there as well, and that's about as far as Brody took it.
Bring it into the exit gate.
And while he's there, we're going to roll out Junior Drags to be our next category out for their first round of eliminations.
So, just having a look at these next couple of competitors coming through as we get Brady through the gate and the gate closed. We've got a couple of Junior Drags coming through the tunnel. I could see Road Warrior trailers down there. See now if I peep hard enough. Look up there on the big screen. Jacob Longo, the Trackside Automotive Junior Dragster. Joshua Maggs in the Rocket Lane, Road Warrior Trailers, Speed Flow Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, and Scruffy. Josh's, so far he's ran a P of 770 with a 3. Jacob coming in, he's got an 807 with a 6. See our IHRA workers and officials hard working at it. Jacob Longo with the unpredictable signage along the side. As our compares given it all clear to move on in. Fired up signal given. Joshua Maggs dialed in with a 769 in the Rocket Lane. Jacobs come in with an 806 in the Aeroflow. So just 4/10 difference in the reaction times as they go off the line through the start phase. So I said, Joshua's dialed in with a 769. He's done a 770 already this morning. Nice and close.
It's pretty much one light on the Christmas tree. Head start going to Longo.
Oh, wow. 0.5 reaction time here from Joshua. Nothing in it as they cross the line.
Yeah, 776 with a 479 miles an hour for Joshua Max to take the win. Got there by 300ths of a second. Next up, we'll see Lucy Hamilton in the aeroflow lane, taking on Cordell Di Maria. Cordell in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 795. She will have to be patient. There's 4.5 seconds head start going to Lucy Hamilton.
Let's see if Cordell can hunt down Lucy. I thought she's red lit on this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucy threw it away on the start line. Di Maria tests the dial-in, goes 8005 on a 795 dial-in. Nothing wrong with that choice. Moving to the next round. Well, next up, we're going to see Riley Ito for Pro Tilt Towing, Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire and Low Fabrications, dialed in with a 772, wanting to assert some authority, or more authority, onto this championship series. Took home a trophy at the last round. Was our winner from last year's championship. Edith Maggs, I'm from Wallen in Victoria for Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow Products, Atlantic Oils, and Scruffy. Dialed in with a 12.10. So the rocket lane is going to leave nearly 4.4 seconds. So Ito will have to be patient on the start line. Talked before about his ability to focus, almost hyper-focus on that light. Riley taking his time to move into full stage. In there now, tree 4, Mags will count down first. Oh, he went after the light, picked
Nice
up
launch.
2/10 on the start line for Ito.
Here we go, coming on hot. Oh,
I think there was a little bit of a pedal there, but
776.
yeah.
776 with an 8 at 81 from Riley, taking that win. As we look ahead to our next two pair, Benjamin Attard from the ITFI Pro Tilt Towing Low Fabrications Dragster, taking on Lila Watts in the Fast Ass Couriers, coming down from Maitland, New South Wales.
Now this race is going to be a lot closer on the start line. 796 to an 805. Only a tenth on the start line. Our number one qualifier went 800 with a 0 on an 8 flat. Watts in the same class designation went 806 with a 5 and was back in 13th. Just to give you an indication of how tight the qualifying was at the top here today.
0.99 reaction time from Benny Attard over here in the aeroflow lane. Will Lila go around the outside? Just a pip there by Benjamin. 806 with a 1 at 79 for the win. 82. So 821 with a 3 at 80 for Lila. As Adriana Florimel Bushy comes through from the tyres now, Moto Works Road Warrior trailers from Craigieburn. Ran second qualified, came in second in the qualifying. A 12, dialed in 11.99, did a 12.01.
Yeah, nice.
Nice and close. And you've got Aubrey Mags over here.
Yeah, of course. Dialed in with an 8.06. Team members, you'd nearly say. Same sponsors.
Yes.
You know, different families, but you know, they've come up from Victoria to race here at Sydney Dragway, and with all the pending fuel prices, etc., etc., it's fantastic to have all the races here at Sydney Dragway, but for the interstate races to make the effort to come and chase the championship, very much appreciated. All right. Aubrey Max dialed in with an 8.06. She'll have to be patient to the tune of nearly 4 seconds on the start line.
As Adriana takes off.
Oh, Mags went after that light. 003 on the tree.
Aubrey wants this one in the rocket lane. Here she comes. Oh, I got it. 8.107 at 80 from Aubrey. Yep. That's because of the Road Warrior trailer.
Well, I can tell you what, it was the reaction time, the difference there. The Florimel car was right on the dial in. It was just, there was a little bit of a difference in the reaction time, and that was pretty much the difference at the finish line. All right, so next up we have Alexis Addard and Savannah Condello on the start line, Adam. Addard in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 7.92.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's a 2025 champion, so runner-up, 22nd place at the moment.
Yes, yep, that's exactly right. She ran her quickest pass in qualifying was an 8.94.
So, I said Savannah Condello, she's come in, she's currently 10th place.
Well, yes, she was 500ths above the 8 flat ET that she was chasing in qualifying, and she was 10th.
Shows us how close, but so far.
Yep. Exactly right. So an 8.06, the dial in again, pretty much a little bit over 1/10 of a second head start going to Condello here in the rocket lane. 1.03 to an 0.96. It'll be anybody's race at the finish line. It'll be whoever runs closest to the dial in. And
wow,
Savannah will take it.
Savannah takes the 8.09 with a 2.
All right, next up we'll see Robbie Risteski from Queanbeyan East. In the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.78.
So the CA Motorsports dragster, Rowateski, currently 18th place, an 8.805 on his 8.78 dial-in. Absolutely nothing in it. Zane Condello coming in. He's got he came in 6th so far today. He's got an 8.03 dial and he did an 8.01.
Yeah, so he was 100th, 0.016 above the qualifying time that he was chasing, and he was 6th in qualifying. So I guess when you've got one car on a perfect ET, then that spot moves forward, you know what I mean? So I guess it'll come down to whoever can cut the light here.
Now, Zane's waving his hands. I'm hoping he doesn't, hope he's okay there. It looks like he was trying to do the old wiggle, try and move forward a bit. And he's just made it there now. They're both locked in.
Not a bad light from Risteski.
Nice launch from
on the
Zane,
tree
though.
for Condello.
Zane's launch was crazy. He's gone right around. Wow. 8.18 with a 3 at 71.
Again, about 200ths the difference on the finish line. Condello gets there first, claims the win, moves into the next round.
Zane absolutely slingshotted that one.
Next up, we'll see Jake McNamara in the blue and pink car. dialed in with an 8 flat, going heads up with Chloe Reiko. Always also dialed in with an 8 flat. These two were 1,000th different in qualifying, but Chloe is under the AA class designation. So that moved her down the qualifying order a little bit because it's a 760, not an 8 flat.
Right.
But this race will be heads up.
So Jake, he's dialed in an 800. He's done 802. They've both done 802.
Yes. Oh, I think Reiko, I heard an engine rev up, and I think Reiko must have just bumped forward. McNamara went 005 red, but he'll take the win, move into the next round. 799 with a 9. He went 1,000th under the dial in. But I think Reiko's start line was the issue there. I heard the car just blip the throttle. All right, Archie Florimel died in with an 859 in the aeroflow lane. Archie racing for Mum and Dad. Road Warrior Trailers tyres now, and the Moto Works. Marcus Princey from Bradfield dialed in with 1195 in the C Junior Dragster. Away with a 1-2-1 light. Oh, Archie's thrown it on the start line with an 013 red.
Wow. So Marcus goes through a 12:07.3 at 54. As Mary Jo Benasef from the North Rocks Auto Care Harricks 3D taking Alex Rafalo from the Sydney Waterscapes.
.766 with a is the dial in for Rafalo to a 13.0 for Mary Jo in the aeroflow lane. So quite the handicap going to the aeroflow lane. The red car will be well past the 60 foot before Rafalo is let go. Not a bad light from Mary Jo. Rafalo has a bunch up his sleeve. There'll be a big closing speed at the top end of the racetrack. There it is. And he'll get there. 775 with a 6 on a 766. And a 13.04 with a 6 on a 13.04. Only 6 thousandths over the dial in, but the reaction time just telling the story there. But that's okay. She's only very new to the seat. So hopefully the bug's bitten and she'll be back.
All right. Here's Alicia Spinozzi from Luddenham from the Terrace Civil, DMPE, Alza Ice Glides, Minto Mall, and the LJ Hooker Commercial with Mr. Spinozzi up there helping out. Taking on Jaden Benasef Orthodox Auto Care, Harrix 3D. Good. Harry Rako, crew chiefing today.
A 771 and an 855. Oh, 87 on the tree for Jaden. He's got the win already. Spinozzi, 15 thousandths of a second too soon.
Oh, wow. Jaden going through 8:59 with a 2 at 76. George
Carlos.
George Takalis coming through with the brick and go bricklaying from Roswell Park, taking Liam O'Neill. MJ Clothing, JNC Mowers.
All right, a 12:06 for Takalis. Dialed in exactly the quickest ET that he's run in qualifying today.
So Liam's dialed in 8:55. He's been doing 9:55s. So could be interesting.
I think there he did a run that was slightly quicker than the 860 in qualifying.
So he rolled out.
So that run gets removed, but then his next best was a 955.
Yes, okay.
So that's not representative of what the car is capable of, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
All right, so the Takalis machine in the aeroflow lane will leave first. And young Liam in the rocket will have to chase him down. Oh, Takalis. He's been red hot on the start line recently, but unfortunately left a little bit soon there. Handing the win to O'Neill, who'll move into round number 2 with an 8:57 with a 9 on an 8:55.
So just doing a license run here for John Lucci.
Went 2:05 to the 60-foot. At the 8th mile, 8:33 with a 7, 82 miles an hour.
Which brings us on to our junior bike. Proudly brought to you by Speedflow, Australian-made performance hose fittings. As Christopher Davidson finishes his burnout in the burner box, Adam Jordan coming through on the rocket lane. Managed fuel delivery systems. Great timing for that sponsor.
Yes. They help him out with all the diesel to do all the traveling.
So Adam's here on behalf of SNR Promo Cycles and Tuning. Christopher's here on behalf of All Care Car Services, The Vinyl Tree, and Dad.
All right, so Jordan will do the chasing by 1.2 seconds. So there'll be 3 lights on the Christmas tree. Davidson dialed in with a 970. Jordan, I don't think, got quite the burnout that he wanted. Davidson just bumped in deep there as the tree was counting down. And Jordan will take the win, 865, 78 miles an hour to a 991 with a 2 for Davidson. These races on a Chicago shootout here this afternoon. So they're racing for points, so they'll all come back for the next round.
Lincoln Bomwick takes off. Anastasia Lucky on the chase, but has broken out. So Lincoln will go through on this one. And that's our final pair for junior bikes as we move on to our next one coming through, which will be Super Street. I'm having a shocker today. Just today. No.
You go, all right, mate. It's all good to be tongue-tied every now and then. Just quick, if you can, flick to the staging lane cameras. Look at that, all of the different colours and car shapes down there with the staging lanes. Pretty chockers down there, considering the Junior Dragster and Junior Drag bike have just come out of lanes 7 and 8, which is the left of that screen. Good numbers in all of our categories here today. As I said, there was about 180 entries in total. The Super Street brought to us by Power Plus Race Fuels.
Adam Bowers coming through in the Forza Performance, Power Plus Race Fuels, taking on Chris Zammit on the Zammit and Borg Racing, Frendo Brothers Transport. So Adam and Chris go through the waterbacks, doing the burnout.
I'm getting pretty excited down there in the burnout.
Adam Bowers is always excited.
Yeah, a little bit of opposite lock there. Normally they're just straight through. 12.16 the dial in for Bowers. 11.65 the dial in for Zammit. So the black car will do the chasing. Oh, both went red, but first or worst, and your first was Adam Bowers. 022 to a 007 for Zammit. Zammit tests the dial and goes an 11.61 with a 9 on 11.65. He'll move into round number 2 regardless. Bill Hatzinecolis and Henry Spickhack. Hatzinecolis in the GDS Monaro. Oh, looks like there's something coming out of, no, he's been given the shut-off signal.
You shall not pass.
No.
So single signaled for Henry Spickhack. Will Hatsy's been told to, well, she has to back it up.
That's a lot of metal to just back up. I don't know if it's still running. Now, those two didn't skip the gym this morning.
I can see Ryan Singh up there doing leg day.
All right. Spickhack will get the solo. Goes 040 on the tree.
And comes through 11.97 for the one at 118.
Not much wrong with that run at all. 040 on the tree. 300's over the dial in. Nice. And it looks like just a very localised cleanup on the start line.
All right, back to Super Street. Alan Stevenson in the Power Plus Tirana taking on Bruce Ritchie, Chevy Bel Air.
All right, Alan Stevenson dialed in with a 10.64, has just claimed the win over Bruce Ritchie, who left too soon. Fairly big red light from the Big Bel Air. Got there first across the finish line at a 10.77 with a 3 on a 10.64 for Stevenson. To take the win. Next up, we'll see Troy Ford. I think in the only Volkswagen racing today. Dialed in with a 10.90. This time around racing Bruce Gruber down there in the Holden Commodore. Dialed in a second slower for the Commodore. All right, the Volkswagen into full stage. Waiting on the Commodore. Oh, the Volkswagen threw it away on the start line when 091 red. Been cutting some killer lights today, but unfortunately that's the last time we'll see the Volkswagen here this afternoon. Gruber takes the win with a 12.0. Moves into the next round. Next up, we'll see Craig Warren and Scott Patterson. Patterson in the Rodeo. Dialed in with a 10.75. A 10.50, the dial in for Craig Warren. The reaction times.
Scotty, Craig might come around here.
Yeah, I think he will. Ooh, no, he didn't get there. 300s across the finish line, Adam.
So is that Scotty 10.78 with an 8.
Patterson will take the win, moving to the next round. Next up, we'll see Sam Sapato and Peter Villaris. Sapato in the Monaro, 10.90 the dial in, 11.99 the dial in for the Falcon.
Oh, that HQ8 launch, banging
I
gears.
love it. I love it. Every time I just, I think he crossed the centre line there. If he didn't, he's very close, weaving.
I think he did, mate.
Almost slaloming between them.
Cones moved.
Yeah.
Quick look at the replay at the HQ Holden. Have a look up on the big screen. As he passes just after 1,000 or 800 there. Just quick light right. Oh, it was the wind. The wind.
Oh, if he didn't cross it. Well, I mean, let's face it, the HQ would be pushing a fair amount of air at that speed.
Previously on car versus foam.
It's a meeting director's decision there. The problem in that situation is there's very little track prep in the middle of the racetrack. So the car, if it's wanting to go towards that area, the drive wheel on the left-hand side of the car has more drive, so naturally wants to push you further to the direction you don't want to go.
All you have to do is upset a magnet. Peter Giddens rolling up to match up with Jack Masevic. Got 11:19 to 11:35. Shorty's Race Engines, straight neat paint and panel. Jack's here with Modern Style Kitchens. And Pete's coming through for the chase. Looks like he might take the win too. No, I think, whoa. Jack crosses through, 11:35 with an 8 on 11:35 dial in. Can't complain about that one. Philip Armstrong up next. Racing Engine Developments, VH Commodore. Taking on Dennis Plassis, BH Racing, Aerolak GT Falcon. Dennis dialed in with a 10.90. So he'll be taking off first with Peter following with a 10.19. Fortunately, red light there for Philip. Gives Dennis Plassis a hand on into the next one. Crosses through 10.97 with a 2 at 118. 10.29 with a 9 at 126. Up next, the Green Machine, Sammy Joe Johnson. Taking on Adam James in the familiar orange OAC XY. Quick purge from the Green Machine. Dialed in racing, Aeroflow Performance, Shorty's Performance, Cryoblasting. 082 on the tree from Sammy Joe, but 035 from Adam. Crosses through for a 10.82 at 132. Sammy Joe a 10.27 with a 6 at 124. Up next, Richard Matasevic, the Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute, our 2025 champion, taking on Corey Stutsbury. The dialed in racing VX Commodore here with Shorty's Performance and Signs in no time. Dialed in with a 10.58. So we'll be chasing Richard, who had a 10.75. So about 2/10 difference here. So one transition of the yellow, give or take. Just jumps at 057. Corey's going to proceed through here if he doesn't bust. Shouldn't say bust, that's not the best wording. Crosses through with 10.68 with a 4 at 125 and a 10.74 with a 6 at 123. So a bit too quick and a bit too quick on the reaction. So Dave Matasevic lined up in the DCM Consulting TD Cortina, dialed in with a 10.58. He's up against Mark Hopkins. He's dialed in with a 10.80. Mark's here with Hurricane Metal Roofing, Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Fabrications, JF Engines, and Haltech. So Mark's going to take off first with the 10.80. David will chase in the Aeroflow with the 10.58. But it looks like Mark's red lit here. So David will take the win here. He'll probably go around here too just to rub it in. 10.61 with an 8 at 125 and 10.85 with a 6 at 124 from Mark. So moving on to the next pair, we'll get Aiden Stutchbury from Shorty's Performance and Dialed In Racing. Dialed in with a 10.48 up against Robert Galotta in the Trackside Automotive GTR Tirana. Robert's dialed in with a 10.59. So Aiden will be chasing him. And coming up close to the line. And through the 10.58, 10.74 from Robert. Callan Hayes and the Rocket Industries LH Tirana taking on Jamie Turner. The ETS Race Fuels VK Commodore here on behalf of Dominator Converters, Higgins Raceheads, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Paul Turner Motorsports, and Super Trick Diffs. Jamie's dialed in with a 980, so he'll take off first. Carolyn will be chasing him with an 888. So just over a second difference here. Jamie takes off a short little wheelie. Carolyn's locked in. Straight as an arrow. See if she can chase it in. Unfortunately not there. It looks like Jamie will take the win. A quick look at the replay. We watched the right-hand lane. The little wheelie there from the VH Commodore. Move into the next two. Jim Raptis in the Dodge Dart here on behalf of Go Logistics, one of our proud track sponsors. Graham Blackman here in the Ford Cantina on behalf of Premium Engine Service. So Graham's locked in with a 10.05, so he'll be taking off with Jim chasing him with a 9.50. A little wheelie there from Graham. Jim Raptis going in. Coming up close to the line. A 9.36 with a 6, a 1.44. 10.11 with a 9 at 1.32. All right, Christopher Smith, age pensioned, helped LC Tirana, taking on Paramount Automotive, SMI Financial, David Gruber here on behalf of Crimean Race Engines, LIT Consulting and Specialised Towing. A nice little wheelie there from David Gruber in the rocket lane. Christopher's chasing him down. They're going to be nothing in as they cross through. David does take it through. 9.36 with a 4.131. Chris through with a 9.21 with a 0. Paul Papacosta in the rocket lane here on behalf of Go Logistics, one of our proud track sponsors and championship sponsors. Jared Tyrrell here with the Pro Hose Newcastle VK Commodore. So Jared will take off first. He's dialed in with a 9.50. Paul will be in for the hunt with an 8.85. So if all is correct here, the VK will take off. The Capri will chase. Nice launch from the VK. It might help him secure this if the Capri can't keep up. And he ends up, he'd had the win, but he went too quick. He could have rolled out of it. 8.86 with a 2. Paul takes the win as Nathan Watt comes through with Grant's Performance VL Commodore with the big nose. Taking on Chevy Taylor in the bubble top. Nathan's locked in with a 8.96. Chevy's in with a 10.18. So we'll see Chevy in the bubble top taking off first here with Pro Trans Automatics, BK Race Engines, Tilly's Motorsport Spares. Nathan Watt taking off. He'll be going through with the Grant's Performance and Burston Auto Parts behind him. Locked in. Tilly takes off. Tyler takes off, sorry. Nathan in for the hunt. You hear Chevy revving it out. 10.16 with a 7. Unfortunately, Nathan will take the win. 8.94 with a 9. As we've got a bit of brap going through here. Steve Magura in the Cruiser Fabrications RX-7 with the mighty 13B, dialed in with an 8.45. He'll be chasing Jared Wood, who's dialed in with a 9-second run from Pat's Tyre Service. As the Silver XY locks himself in, we'll see Steve follow suit. Here we go, locked in, off we go. Oh, too much of wheel spin there from Jared. $9.69 with a 4 at 147 for Jared, taking the win. Steve coming through, $8.65 with a 4 at 158. As Haley Vella comes through in the BG engines for Capri, for M&K Trailers. Dialed in with a 9.16. Nathan Carey in the Mighty Boy from Carey Signs. He's dialed in with a 9.0. So virtually nothing in it as these two take off. Jesse Barnes helping line up Haley Vella in the aeroflow lane. Oh, 0.42, a bit too quick for Haley. Nathan will take the win if he doesn't blow out his time. 9.24 with a 4 at 143. Haley, unfortunately, said the negative 42 reaction. 9.36 with a 9. We look at Jason Field in the Perfect Roofing Ford Telstar. Dialed in with an 8.75. Michael Litter for the MT Little Plumbing. 72 LJ Tirana. He's dialed in with a 9.30. So Jason has said it's dialed in with an 8.75. Michael Litter's dialed in with a 9.30. Oh, breakout here from Michael. He's jumped the gun on the reaction time. Jason Field will take the chocolates here if he doesn't blow it out. Oh, wow. 8.75. Dolan does an 8.76. Takes the win at 158. As the 3:30 marker goes off, we'll get that checked out. Adam Hunter and the XD Falcon for Hunter Race Engines, all the way from Narellan Vale. Wayne Burke. Wayne Burke here, dialed in with an 8.89. So Wayne Burke will be chasing down the XD Falcon. So we just watch the flyby on our cameras here on the big screen. Transitioning through to the finish. Who will take the win? Wayne Burke takes the win. 8.91 with the 1 at 151. A bit too quick on the extra time from Adam. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday is our Race for Real Wednesday. Drag racing, drifting, and burnouts. So if you like your drag racing, come on down. Like your drifting, come on down. Like your burnouts, come on down. Next Wednesday from 6 p.m, the drag, drifting, and burnouts racing for real next Wednesday, the 18th. So we cross back to our live cameras, just having a quick look down at the 1,000-foot marker. You can see up on our big screen our officials just a bit of finagling. That's my word of the day, wiggle and finagle. So we get the thumbs up. Back onto our live pictures here. Rex Webster and the Austin A40 Ute. Ross Bilby and the Nardo Grey XE Falcon. 960 and 955. So literally bugger all in this one. Who will take the win as we cross through? Ross Bilby takes the win. 967 with a 3 at 136. Wex ran a bit too quick, mate. 140, 952 with a 7. Look at John DeNaro, the Naro Chassis, Forgatino with the 2025 runner-up. Brett McNiff, the famous coloured St Mary's Engine Valiant VG Coupe. Jim DeNaro in the aerosol lane, styled in with a 928. Who'll be taking on Brett, who's styled in with an 892. So we'll see Jim taking off first in the aeroflow with the mighty Valiant taking off as a chase. As we see Jim taking off. And as we have a quick break, we'll have a quick look at that replay. Bushy said hit the button, so I've hit the button. Oh, a little wheelie there. That's the one at McNiff. I knew there was a reason why he said hit the button. We need like a big panic button here. Just
smash it down.
Yeah, just the oh my God button.
Oh, no, like a
buzzer.
X Factor one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the gold buzzer.
I want a chair that spins around too, though.
Confetti.
That's probably... No, but someone's got to clean that up.
And everyone's like, what's going on in there? All right. Sean Mayer, St Mary's Indians, HB Tirana, and the airflow lane. He'll be chasing down Naomi Dyson, the BNS Waterproofing Pontiac Firebird.
All right, nice lights. Identical lights for both races on the start line, so basically heads up. I think Mars out in front at the moment, looking at the car, but 300ths of a second, the gap across the finish line. Dyson takes the win. Claiming a bit of a scalp there to get Sean Marr out round number 1.
That's racing.
That's exactly right. But, I mean, Dyson's a tough racer in her own right as well.
100%.
Come all the way through junior dragster as well. No shortage of experience behind that steering wheel.
As we go up against the Simon Benello and the Sean Sabello.
Wow. Say those. Wow.
I was quite proud of that one. Then that was
yeah,
good.
That's a good effort. For 4:30 on a Saturday, 5 o'clock on a Saturday, Arbor. Good job.
Simon's going to be chasing down Sean.
Hear that big Cleveland scream. I think already up beside him at half track. A little bit of throttle womping going on at the finish line. Sorbello goes under the dial in, trying to stay in front. Got there first, but too quick. The margin across the finish line, 1/10 of a second.
As we move on to our 2025 championship leader, winner even.
Yeah, I think he's got the solo due to a number 1 qualifier.
Yep. There's for a bit of a self-testing here, got an 873 dial
exactly
in.
Right. Can run the run as quick as he likes. Oh, 037 red on the tree. Still claim the win, though.
Not bad. 876 with a 7 at 153. As we go down to our next two pairs. We've got Chris Hunter.
We're moving into IHRA Real Street.
So we look at Dale Samuelson in the Caprice. Says here holding Caprice. Caprice. Just picks it up for you.
I can go next door if you like.
I'm just going to make corrections with a Sharpie on a TV screen.
Who used to do that was Betty Brainbuster on, wasn't Hey Dad, I think, the secretary? She used to do the white out on the screen. A lot of people here wouldn't remember that. 049 red for Samuelson. Aranios claims the win and move into the next round. Because these guys are running Chicago Shootout anyway, so they'll all be back for the next round. They're racing for points rather than progression. Good contingent of interstate races in IHRA Real Street. Christina Hunter from the ACT, technically interstate.
Yes. Chris Collins from Gumgari, Queensland, technically interstate.
The SRT out in front, went red on the start line though. So Hunter will claim the win. 11.23 with a 5 on 11.15 dial in. Next up we have Tony Rogers in the BF Falcon. 11.25 the dial in for Rogers. Jamie Nielsen in the Falcon XR6 Turbo for Black Panther Racing. 11.48. So these two all the way from Queensland converged in round number 1 of the Chicago Shootout. So Nielsen, 5,000s too early, Adam. Handing the win back to Rogers.
And the House of Raps Falcon crosses through. 11.24 with a 7 at 127. Rodney Balgowan, the 2025 champion in the GT Customs VE Commodore in the airflow lane. Dialed in with a 12.0.
Taking on Steve Warren in the SSVY Commodore. East Coast Paint and Panel.
So a 12.0 versus 11.6, so 4/10. So basically 1 yellow behind, as you can see. And he's jumped it on him, unfortunately. So
only 9,000s too soon.
Stephen just has to finish here, so to speak, without blowing it out. 11.72 with a 4 at 117 for the win. So look down our next pair, we've got D Merchant and the Eye for Detail Sonico FG XR6.
Runs on through for an 11.48 with a 6, 125 miles an hour. That concludes the first round of Chicago Shootout here this afternoon. We're now moving into Top Sportsman. And we have Nathan Cooper in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 8.28. In the Gemini, Kane Mackey in the HR with a 7.40. So 2 lights head start pretty much going to the Gemini.
It'll feel like an eternity on the line.
It will be. Considering the Gemini will be almost at the 60 foot,
Yeah.
or well on the way to the 60 foot, I'll put it that way. He won't be at the 60 foot, because otherwise he'd be driving a top fueler.
Say it's well, 1.4, 1.5, maybe a bit more to the 60. 1.2. But unfortunately, Kane must have been half asleep here, unfortunately.
I think chasing the number at the finish line rather than the
Oh,
actual
wow.
win, but
Bit quick.
yeah. Still nice pass there for the team. As I say, they were chasing a number, I think, rather than the win.
As we look at the Owen James from the OAC Engineering TF Cortina from Thilmere. Dialed in with an 8.58. Michael Redding in the Chrysler LeBaron. Dialed in with a 7.69.
What did Matty Cav used to say, the Chrysler LeBaron?
LeBaron.
Although not much French about a 655 Q big block Chevy.
Or a Chrysler.
Or a Chrysler for that matter. Thank you. Obvious. Captain.
Here to help. Here to help.
All right, the Ford Cortina, Cleveland, 427. 8.58, the dial in. Oh, nothing in this one. 3 thou on the start line. The Cortina will hear the Chrysler coming, I think. Will it get there? The Chrysler pressured him to a breakout.
Just quick look at the big screen, mate. Watch how squirrely these two are as they pass halfway. He goes through, and then all of a sudden it's just like, I must have been previously, but it was the Cortina was just like fishtailing all the way down.
Well, I wonder whether it was, I was just going to say, if it was there, it might have been the air difference, because I remember one of the friends I used to race with in juniors, he also ran an FJ Ute in Group 2.
Yes.
Back in the day, and ran Victor Bray, when Victor Bray ran prior to door slammer days.
Okay.
And Victor went past him at like 180 mile an hour and nearly blew him off the track. Like the air pressure off the car coming past him.
She's saying we need snow plows on the front of these vehicles.
Yeah, yeah. Just to create as much air turbulence as possible. But this should be an absolute crack of a race here. Adam, we have Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova for Grant's Performance, Power Plus Fuels, 780 the dial in for the Nova, 825 the dial in for the Falcon. So not too much in this one. We know that the Falcon has run quicker than an 825, but maybe just not today. Big purge of the nitrous there for Boscovich. He's already done the obligatory dry hop.
So about one transition of the lights difference here.
Boscovich, 21 thousandths too soon. Decided not to pursue the run. And a 7.79 with a 5. Good test pass there for Whitmore. Oh, look what's coming up now.
Mr. Klein. And the Mr. 2J.
Yes. Two pretty quick cars down there in the burnout pad. 7.39 to a 7.60.
Give me your sound of the Mr. 2J.
Yeah, four big stabs at the throttle there.
We'll probably see him at Jamboree.
I think you will. Just me saying, you'd be disappointed if he wasn't here.
Well, he has to now, because before I said he's coming. It's the power of marketing, mate.
Yeah.
I heard Victor Bray's coming. No, I'm joking.
Well, he was talking about a return to Door Slammer last Winter Nationals.
So Benny went to Willowbank and had to redo his license runs.
In the funny car, yeah. Yeah. And then he's been running the Corvette over in New Zealand.
Yeah. He had his daughter here doing some junior dragsters a couple of times.
Yes, yeah, no, they've raced here a few times. Yeah. Dakota has with the junior dragster. She can't be too far away from aging out of junior dragster.
All right. So you think we'll see her in a Gas Super or a 57 Bel Air or
maybe, why not? It's not my money.
Could be a Corvette, something different.
Yeah. All right, just waiting on Mark Klein to move into stage. Cousins waiting patiently at the pre-stage beam. All right, here we go. Oh, nice launch for the Datsun. 008 on the tree. 092 red for Klein. The Datsun already got the win points. The shoots out early, 765 with a 6 on a 760.
All right, here we go. Brett O'Connor taking on the Torque Calibration Services Pontiac GP of Matt Clark from Borkham Hills. Liquid Clothing, Flat Out Services, ARB Windsor, Methanol Moonshine Shirt, when Olga. ASAP Fire Services.
Have you got your free case yet or what?
No, I'm going to
a few more points up yet.
He's at the Speedway next week. I'm going to have to be like, while you're on your way. So, taking on Brett O'Connor, the Jay's Custom Fab, and the Chevy Camaro. Creative Displays and Joinery, Jenkins Performance Engines. Both these are one's dialed in with Matt's dialed in with an 810, so he'll be taking off, and Brett will chasing him with a 719. It's nearly a 1 second difference here.
Clark lined up way over to the left of the groove. Yeah, Adam.
Yes, I'm going to say he's very.
Oh, no.
It looks like it's worked out for him.
Yep, definitely back into the center of the lane and half track.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, that it will be.
Oh, wow. He was chasing and still broke out.
Yeah, he gave away pretty much a 10th on the start line, did O'Connor.
Yep.
Top sportsman. It's pretty tough to make that up.
Up next, Darren Moody, the SCF race cars, West End Performance, Holden Rodeo.
He's very quiet. I can barely hear it on the track mics.
As we see the 582 Chevy backed up. Dialed in with an 850. Jumped on the tree, but it's all right. We'll let him have it. 861 with an 8 at 160.
Decent pass there for Darren Moody.
Leo Gorgeous comes through. And the Rocky Lamontina and Sons mighty Carrot King Escort panel van. He's here also half of Creamian Engine Services, Motor Oil Store and MB Design. If you haven't seen this vehicle run before, just have a look at the power chute. You'll see, you understand the colour of the power chute.
Yep, put 2 and 2 together.
Yes.
Imagine the Escort is a long pointy thing that grows in the ground.
And if it's got green stuff coming out of it, see your doctor. Oh, no, a little bit of wheelie there from Leo. Will affect the time in the end. As we quickly look at his parachute. You see it there. The carrot machine.
Moving into a modified eliminator now. We've got Brooke Rapazada going through a burnout procedure in the VP Race Fuels backed big block Chev powered machine.
She's lined up against Tegan Smith.
Wow. There's only a 10th between these two. 7:08. The dial in for Rapazada. 7:18. The dial in for Smith in the rocket lane. Rapazada, more experience in modified eliminator, but the car fairly new to her. There, the car in the rocket lane for Smith, also new. Oh, 004 red for Smith, left it on the start line. 013, the green for Rapazada. She was after it too.
7:12 with a 0 at 190 from Brooke Rapazada. As Tegan's pulled over, unfortunately, here. So we'll have to try and get the recovery vehicle out there for Tegan.
And we got to the 60-foot well. I think it was still under power at the 330-foot mark.
Yep.
As well. The 60-foots were 107 on both sides of the racetrack. Let's hope it's an easy fix for the team. Maybe a wire hopefully come off or something like that.
Yeah.
Because other stuff gets a little bit more expensive.
Yes.
Mechanically.
So, just as mentioned earlier, next Wednesday, Bushy.
Yep. Something for everybody here. Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night is going to feature drag racing, drifting, and burnouts all in the same night. It's going to be pretty action-packed from 6 p.m. all the way through to around about 10 p.m. on Wednesday night. You're going to see everything from drag racing, drifting, and burnouts.
Something for everyone, mate. And as I said, following that, we've also got our bike night on the Friday next week. So if you'd like your drag racing, we can have a look at that big screen. Bike night, 20th of March, 2026. Brought to you by Sydney Random Riders, Heavy Duty Magazine, and Size Harley Davidson.
Yep. And FYI, if you're on the stream or at the venue and thinking of coming out to bike night, the last one actually sold out. So if you want to bring your bike out and give it a run, I suggest you jump online and grab your entry tickets sooner rather than later.
And most importantly here, 28th of March is Garrett's presents the Sydney Jamboree, proudly presented by Tough Streers and Fuel Tech. Summit Racing equipment also on board. A lot of the big cars coming out.
Yeah, a number of them were here testing yesterday.
Yes.
And I'm sure that the dynos all around the east coast of Australia for the last couple of weeks have been ramping up with the number of cars on it.
Yeah. So we've got the rotaries, RBs, 2Js, and maybe some traditional Beetles. Isn't that?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think there'll also be. They typically run like a pro mod class as well.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely something for everybody. And as I said before, plenty of off-track entertainment as well. That is the 28th of March here at Sydney Dragway.
So we get back into action here at our New South Wales Championships round 2. Mark Allen Bull putting his foot down in the aeroflow lane. Peter Brown in the rocket lane. 779 dialed in for Mark. So he'll be taking off with Peter Brown in the rocket lane chasing him. Mark's here on behalf of Shy Automotive Mechanical, Shy Performance Engines, and Curie Engines and Machining. Peter Brown, BR Race Engines, ProTrans, Race Max Direct, Sims Integrated Solutions. Oh, to a reaction time from Mark in the Aeroflow. He's going to need that if he wants to stay ahead of Peter Brown. That helps out and it takes the win. 780 with a 5 at 167. Peter Brown crossing through 7-6 with a 9.
Yeah, there's a fairly big margin across the finish line there. Brown uncharacteristically slow on the light. Our next pair, Jess Turner in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 752. Taking on Christopher Brown in the rocket lane.
What's the puppy's name? We're going to have to double check.
I know what it's not.
I'm just calling it, I was going to call it Buster, but we can't call it Buster.
No.
We'll go find out. Double check.
It's not what you called it. No, I know what it's not. I'm just going to say that.
Hopefully Rob Cab's watching. You can send me a text with a...
Did he text you?
It texted Allison, and Allison came to me. And no, it wasn't me. It was John. John got in trouble.
Yeah, but not. What didn't Rob Cav message you?
And messaged Allison to tell John.
Ah, right.
We were just you and I were just flies on the wall.
That's it.
As John. Looks like Christopher's already
Turner
broken it.
Unfortunately went 003, but Brown went 046 red first. And Turner takes the wins, 759 with a 2.
All right, Chelsea Smith and the stop slow traffic APM Fritz modified. Started in with a 749, taking on Mark Tunswell. And the FE Dragstar dialed in with a 9, so a 1.5 second difference in this one, Bushy.
Yeah, wow.
So Mark's going to take off, and Chelsea Smith is going to be going like the wind here in the Aeroflow lane.
Unfortunately, a big red light for Tanswell.
And here comes Chelsea Smith. Crosses line 757 with a 7 at 178. At 910 from the rocket lane as Alan White comes through in the mighty T-bucket, taking on Paul Lynette. And the other T-bucket. Case of the good old double T. So Alan's dialed in with an 855. So he'll take off first and pulling out will take off second with the chase with a 7.5. So nearly a 1 second difference here. All right, here we go. They're both in the pre-stage. Paul's locked in. Alan's locked in.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with
006 from
Yeah.
Alan on the tree.
White. He's licking his chops at
Will
the
that
top
secure
end.
it through? It does. An
Oh, he's-
856 with a 3 at 151.
Lynette goes to 747 with an 8. Too fast. He got there first, but went under the dial in. White ran his own race. Took the win.
Happy win there from the Fine Line Motorsports team.
I think I just saw a fist punt from Megan.
Yes. It's a little happy there from Miss White. So happy she's driving.
Well, she got on the back.
She got on the back and
Thinking
then
it
realised
was-
that she's driving. Sorry, Meg. Don't mean to call you out.
It's all good.
All right, Harrison Fletcher in the famous famous orange Ford Roadster.
Why do we see things that we probably shouldn't and then not see things that we should?
It's one of those things where, you know, if they're going to watch this back and then hear we say it, we'll give it about 3 days or so and we'll hear it. As Harrison Fletcher takes off, Daniel Moore is chasing him down. Will Daniel come around? He will. 794 with a 9 at 169 from Daniel. Does take the win from Harrison, who had an 881 with a 9 at 147. A nice result there as we have a look at our next two pairs.
I tell you what, I know I say it most of the track champ meetings, but
Yes.
how good are some of these lights that we're seeing today? So many. I think there's been a couple of 001s, a couple of 002s. Just so many really good reaction times, and it brings the racing so much tighter when there's not much gap between
Yeah.
them on the start line.
It's exciting to watch too. It keeps you on the edge of your seat.
Yes.
It keeps me excited because I'm always excited. As we look at Street Fighter, presented by Jetta's HQ.
Will you be
Supply, install, and servicing of the Jetta equipment. I called Big Kevin. I called Stu that on Wednesday
Yes.
night. All right. Up next, Christopher Ellis taking on Brianna Boscovich. All right. Brianna's in for the hunt, trying to chase after Christopher Ellis. It could be close here on the big screen. It could be close. Oh, she did it. Wow. 13.89 with a 6 at 100. Takes a win from Christopher, who did a 14.76 at 88. So the Bosco Racing team here on behalf of the Bosco Mobile Mechanical. They're all very happy. They're smiling. So we look at the next one.
Who do we get to see Ethan on the pad?
Ethan Sims taking it from here on behalf of Jack's Tyres Campbelltown. He's here taking on Ms. Buller. As race control just quickly sorts the numbers back out again. Ethan Simmons taking on the Sherlogian. So Ethan's dialed in with a 16.21, so he'll be taking off first. Sheriff will coming in for the chase with a 15.49.
Yep. So only 2 lights on the Christmas tree, Adam,
Yeah, that's right, mate.
in round numbers.
I'm glad you're here for my mathematical assistance.
Oh, I
here.
muck it up sometimes. Don't worry. Not always perfect.
Next minute, there's like a building sideways.
Yeah.
All right. Will Cheryl come through around Ethan, or will Ethan take it?
Well, the green car has a fair reaction time advantage here and converts that to the win. 15.49 with a 2 on a 15.49. It was nearly a
Wow.
breakout
Yeah.
by 2,000. If she'd gone 3,000 quicker, that was it.
Wow. And Dean Giddens comes up next. The street paint panel. Ford Fairmont taking on Nicholas Varelis in the mighty Falcon XR6.
Just waiting on Giddens to move into full stage. Right, brings that second white light on. The tree counts down. Varelis with a fair reaction time advantage. .032 on the tree. And it will take the win with a 14.80 with a 5 on a 14.70. Got there by 300ths across the finish line. Next up, we're going to see Danny Stadelmeyer. 13.57. The dial in to a 13.0 for Alicia Romeo. Romeo racing for BP Fuels, Burson Auto Parts and In Touch Automotive. Stadelmeyer racing for Greyhound Rescue in the AU Falcon. The AU with a nice slide, 050 on the tree. Here that, oh no, he's gone too quick. He went a 13.54 with a 7. Went 100 too quick. Handing the win back to Alicia. Oh, here we go, Adam. The I-30s doing battle. McCaskill's heard how good they are. He's gone and borrowed one from his girlfriend.
They're turning into a rival gang.
Yeah. 16.52 to a 16.62.
Next thing, Keith will get one and we're all in trouble.
Hang on, Darnell's car's had a few mods. It's got an exhaust and a couple other things, and yet McCaskill's is quicker.
Oh.
What's the go?
Power to weight, mate. We're not calling anyone out.
Oh, wow.
We're not calling Sean. We're not saying anything about Sean like that. Yeah, he'll take the win anyway.
Oh, no,
16.66 with an 8.82. He's gone, what, 4/10? No.
No, 400's too quick.
400, sorry.
McCaskill's gone too quick. Steve Hurstler in the VESS. Dialed in with a 13.47. Taking on Shane McGregor in the Falcon Wagon for BNS Waterproofing. Ooh, not much in this one. Hurstler slightly better off the line. The Ute still in front at half track. Pretty much locked together at 1,000 foot. And Hurstler takes the win by a 10th. 13.47 with an 8 on a 13.47. He was 8th thou over the dial in. That was your reason for victory right there. Next up, we'll see Glenn Featherston in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 15.15, taking on a Pietro Tellerico. The utility in a little bit of trouble here. Featherston with a much better light.
Oh. 15.32 with a 1 from Glenn to take the win at 80 miles per hour.
Our next pair rolling through very quickly. Jeffrey McNiff went 035 red in the Chrysler. Michael Zara taking the win with an 042 green light and runs on through for a 15.89 with a 2 on a 15.89. How tough is Street Fighter? That's three runs that have been decided by like thousands of a second.
We need to get out the Qashqai and the ASX, mate.
Yeah, mate. Wow. Now, I put in a request that went unread for this electronic car on the start line.
Oh.
Now, I believe
hang on.
The last time...
Harry can hear us down there. Harry, you need to hear the horn. We need to hear the horn, mate.
He's trying to focus. He's trying to get his mind to...
No, we need the horn.
If your mum wins, tell her, Harry, if your mum wins, she's got to toot the horn so we can hear it on the track mics.
Oh,
no.
Don't say that.
No.
So Steve apologises.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Trying to.
You might blow out.
No. The Fiat's
late?
won. The Fiat's won. It's already
Oh.
won. 13.70 with a 3 on a 13.75.
He did blow out.
No, but
I know, but I said he
Well,
might blow out.
the
Everything we're saying is happening right now. This is scaring me.
that's the advantage of when your opponent red lights, mate. You can
Yeah.
run it out the back door. The only way you lose is if you cross the centre line or touch the wall, heaven forbid.
Don't forget Harrick's 3D on YouTube.
I love how he waved as he's
Yeah.
waving his mum.
It means the PA works. Gareth Wilcox, we love you, buddy. Thank you, mate. There goes Glenn Garlick, Jay's Custom Fab. Going on a solo. He's trying to get a 15.21. See how he goes. 15.16. A little bit quick, but it's okay. It's a solo. So move into our bikes. We'll move in onto the modified bike. Proudly brought to you by bikereview.com.au.
They've been a long time bracket sponsor of Modified Bike for as long as I can remember.
Yep. All right. Albie's up, Gareth. If you want, there you go. Let's go, Albie. Look. All right. Albie Davidson on the vinyltree.com.au, all car care products and the TD Motorsports. Gareth Wilcox says, let's go, Albie. Watching here on the YouTube versus Jimmy Jock Stewart from the Hunter Moto at Rutherford and the Formation Riders. Oh, smoke off the line from Albie.
Was that wheel spin? Or?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a power cruise moment there from the bike.
That'd be interesting. I wonder how many people at high side.
All
right, next up we have Angela Phipps in the aeroflow lane, 10.55. Taking on Suraj Singh in the rocket lane. Pair of Hayabusas down there on the start line. Phipps dialed in with a 10.55, 11.0 for Singh in the rocket.
Bit of backfire coming from the line.
Was that from these two or one in the startup box?
Not too sure. I can hear a rev limiter. Oh, that sounds like a miss.
Doesn't sound very healthy. Oh, 2.35 on the tree for Singh. Has a bunch up his sleeve. I don't know if Phipps is going to get there. All she can do is push him to a breakout.
Oh, 11.34 with a 3 from Siraj at 138.
Yep. And Angela goes way under the dial in, trying to catch him.
10.38 from Ange. So we look at Joshua Bereshkalev from bikereview.com.au on the Kawasaki ZX 14R. He's doing a solo, looking to get a 9.75.
Straight down the center of the lane. 9.70 with a 7. Only 400s quick there, so can take the chance to adjust the dial in.
Solo run here for Jesse Barnes, looking to accomplish a 9.13 on the line. 9:15 at 147. Joe Sanzariti going on a solo run for the Super Gas. Going for a 990, 990 with an 8. Not too bad. That's how it's done. Next single, Nicholas Polito, the Motorsport Parts and Service Ford Pro from Polito's Automotives. As Nicholas Polito goes off for his 990, let's see how he goes. All right, Luke Romeo taking on the Roy Romeo. So both here on behalf of In Touch Automotive, Burson's Auto Parts, Norella, and VP Race Fuels. We've got the 2025 runner-up versus the 2024 runner-up as well. They're both runners-up last 2 years. As Luke Romeo takes the win, Roy actually blows out. 982 with a 5. As Anthony Panetta takes off to see what his 990 does. Goes through for 988 with a 6. So 3 of them have blown out. Something's in the track, mate.
Well, maybe the air's just a fraction better than what they're expecting. All right. We got down there. We've got street bike.
Street bike, sorry. As our street bikes proudly brought to us by Heavy Duty Magazine. Australia's #1 V-twin magazine. So next two online, Peter Gill taking on Phil Gardner.
Robert Gilb away with a 2:04 reaction time. Gardner not too far behind. Come down to whoever's closest to the dial in at the top end of the racetrack. Gilb will take the win. 10:17 with a 2, 128 miles an hour to an 11:0.
All right, Adrian Watson taking on Bianca Azzopardi. Both on the rev limit, are ready to go. Adrian's busted out here. Bianca will come through for the win. Hopefully she doesn't go over. She backs out to take the win, 11.65 with the 4.109. But Azzopardi racing and Hardcore Lawns. And then we've got Colin Northcott coming up in the Ducati Doval. He's going for a 10.40. There's a 10.29 with a 1.32. Up next, Paul Spance, Kawasaki Ninja, here on behalf of the Formation Riders. Across the line, 12.44 with a 6 at 1:06. As we move into our junior dragsters. Brought to us by Speedflow, Australia's Australian-made performance hose fittings. We have a quick look on our big screen here. See, going in the tunnel, we've got one of the Road Warrior trailers. Alex O'Faro from the Sydney Waterscapes Dragster taking on Joshua Maggs, the Road Warrior trailers, Speedplay Performance Products, Atlantic Oils, and Scruffy. One of the Road Warrior clans. So O'Faro fires up, Joshua fires up. So Alex is dialed in with a 7.67. Joshua's a 7.66.
All right, Rafalo over in the aeroflow lane. Only 100th difference between these two. Not much at all. All right, this will be a cracker of a run between these two. Pretty experienced in these cars. They know what they need to do to cut a light. They know what they need to do to run close to the dial in. Rafalo had I'll say a minor mechanical issue in qualifying. Crew was able to sort that out and get it back together. All right, both into pre-stage, got the top white light on. Nothing in the dial-ins. Just waiting on Mag's car to move into full stage. In there now, the tree count's down. 098 to an 092, the 6,000s in the light. Mags with the advantage, will he convert that to a win? No, he won't. Rafalo goes to 771 with a 1 on a 767 to take the win. 95 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. Had a feeling that was going to be a good one, Adam, and that's exactly what it turned out to be.
As always, mate, in Junior Dragstar, always surprising moments.
All right, our next pair, Aubrey Mags taking on Cordell Di Maria. Mags over in the airflow lane this time, 806 the dial in. Cordell Di Maria. The dial in 799. So the car in the rocket lane will do a little bit of chasing the Hume Performance Mobile. 041 on the tree for Maria. 022 on the tree for Mags. Mags with the advantage here. And converts to a win. 807 with an 8 on an 806. Very nicely done. Next up, we'll see a Riley Ito in the airflow lane, taking on Jaden Burnasev. Burnasev dialed in with an 858. To a 773 for Ito. ITF Hire, Low Fabrications, Pro Tilt Towing, Murphy Finance Solutions backing Ito's racing operation. Burnasev supported by North Rocks Auto Centre and Harrick's 3D. Oh, Ito unfortunately leaving the red light on the start line. Burnasev went 041 green and 6 thou under the dial in to take the win though. Was won and lost on the start line.
Up next, Benjamin Nattard from Low Fabrications, ITF High, Pro Tilt Towing, taking on Jake McNamara. Jake dialed in with a 798. Benjamin dialed in with a 804. So absolutely nothing in this one, Stephen.
No.
Only 6,000s. Be a nice close race. So Jake's come in today. He's had an 8024. Ben's come in with an 8 flat.
And I think McNamara went 1,000s under the dial in the first round. But he'd already won with a red line in the other lane. And we know that Addard's been on fire with his car today. Not literally, but running very consistently with 8.0s.
Yep.
Qualified number 1. And again, sticking around that 8.0 mark with the 8.04 dial in. So virtually heads up. .033 on the tree for Addard. McNamara, unfortunately, a little late. He's in a bit of trouble here. Double breakout.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Addard goes under by more, handing the win back to McNamara. He also went under the dial in as well. So McNamara in the blue car is going to move into the next round.
All right, Savannah Cordello lined up in the rocket lane, taking on Marcus Princey.
Princey dialed in with 11.95.
Savannah's dialed in with an 8.08.
So near enough to
2 seconds. Yeah. 4 seconds.
4.
So
Yeah.
I don't know math anymore.
It's nearly a 12. That's
Yeah.
an 8.
When the big hand partner.
Round numbers, mate. Round numbers
That's
is
it.
all good. So about 4 seconds a head start going
Totally
to...
don't do sales. Some reason my budgets are always good. No, no.
They're good or really bad.
Said I needed a 4, so I just put a 5. They said that was good. No, I'm joking. All right. Marcus takes off. Savannah with the chase.
2.29 on the tree for Marcus. 1.71 for Savannah with the advantage to Condello, but she breaks out. Goes an 8.06 with a 7 on an 8.08. That air must be really good out there, Adam. We've seen a bunch of breakouts in Junior Dragster and across other categories of racing as well. Next up, we're going to see Liam O'Neill in the airflow lane for MJ Clothing and Jane C. Mowers. 8.59 the dial in. Taking on Zane Condello in the rocket lane. Both races will be disappointed with this one. We've seen Zane out on the start line each time that Liam's come out. So obviously good friends off the racetrack, but the seating just didn't work for them this time around. So Condello racing for his nono and his mum. Dialed in with an 8.03 in the rocket lane. So 0.6 of a second head start going to the red and black car down there in the aeroflow lane. All right, just waiting on Condello. Very shallow stage. You see that bottom light just flicker. O'Neill goes 0.84 on the light. 0.55 for Condello. It'll be whoever's car is the most consistent at the top end. And it will be a Condello to take the win.
8.04 with a 7 at 79.
O'Neill just runs a little bit quick. He got there first by 200ths, but sometimes a little bit difficult to pick the closing speed difference.
All right, Johnny Lucci, VP Race Fuels, Lucci Civil. Just doing some license runs here, Bushy. Got some times, get some data.
Yep, doing a good job of it too. making me feel a little bit old, actually, because I'm pretty sure he was a C when he started. I don't know at what point as a C he was, but might have been at the tail end of it just before he was able to race in B. Goes 066 red, but an 821 with a 6 at 82 miles an hour. But certainly got the speed at the top end.
All right. Stable sheet. With that in mind, we're going to swap back over to Ninja Extra. We're going to clean the track, get ourselves ready for upcoming, as I said, Boost Outlaws Extreme Bike Top Comp coming up next after these commercials.